요즘 입구는 너무 조용해. 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에. 럼블쿵 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 다져 악기 토끼가 깨어난다. 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라. 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Now it's time, here I go. 맘을 다잡고 뛰어들어라. 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워 난 원래 악귀였던 거야 Roll it back 다시 날 부른다 나는 그래 악귀였던 거야 So like hunters wake up wake up 트랙을 눌러 다시 불을 지펴 Ignite We are born to be angry Now we rise Yeah Sterling, sterling, sterling your dance Run it at the toki Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash Sterling, sterling, sterling your dance Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash Wake up, sterling hunters Respawn
Hello and welcome to the pre-show of Saturday Showdown. We are here getting ready for you guessed it. It's Gen G versus T1 again, as I am Valdez, joined by Chronicler and Wadid. How are you guys feeling about Gen G versus T1 here on this wonderful Saturday afternoon?
Never seen before match. Never. I've never experienced T1 Gen G personally. I can't wait to see what it's like. Yeah, haven't seen it domestically. Haven't seen it internationally. New things are cool to experience with it.
I mean, it's always crazy, you know.
You have?
Yeah, I have.
Whoa.
I have experience, dude.
Okay.
This is so hype.
Okay.
I can't handle it. This is so huge and crazy hype matchup again.
And speaking of which, this matchup does have some pretty big stakes on the line, which we do want to talk about right here. T1 must win for a direct ticket to playoff round 2. And Gen G, their sole regular season defeat came against T1.
And it would be enough if it was just bragging rights. It would have been enough if you could get some insight, if we could just get a preview of what is currently looking like by far our most likely finals. But instead, it isn't just that. It actually has major implications for the standings. As was highlighted there, T1, if they win, just get to round 2. They are immediately in a much better, much safer spot. And given the performance that they've shown, many of us would say they're ahead of Hanwha, but guess what? If they don't win here today, Hanwha's keeping that second spot.
I mean, I think it's really important for Gen G as well because when you think about it, it's their last match in the regular split. So I think it's great to warm it up before the playoffs. So I think it's good to just see them just try their best in the draft as well because they've been trying out so many random picks, but right now I think they should do their best.
Yeah, it's good to make it all warm and toasty. Let's take a look here at the milestones upon victory for 2 players. Only one of them is going to be able to achieve this because obviously you need 2 wins to get the milestone.
Whoa.
Keria needs 2 wins to get 400 for the support second place, and then Chovy, of course, needs 2 wins to get 500 for mid second place.
This is so cool. They can actually deny the opponent the milestone, right?
Especially given that a lot of these wins were found together back in 2020 DRX when these 2 players played on the same roster. Can't wait to see who's taking it today.
Well, we do have a lot of history between these 2 teams, funnily enough, and a lot here in 2025 as well. And we have to look at the fact that Gen G has been winning the majority of these matchups. They're 5-2 in terms of matches, including MSI Finals, MSI Upper Bracket, where they win 5 games. And T1, though, they were the one team to take them down here at the LCK.
Yes, it's a Gen G's favor, but we gotta say every single match had been like really close. It goes like 5 games or at least game 3. So I think it's gonna be really close this time around as well, because it's really important for them as well, for T1. They need to secure the second place, and I think at this point you gotta just do whatever you have and just prove that you deserve the second place.
So we do have this outcome graphic here. This is also to highlight the fact that if T1 do not win today, if Gen G do take the win, then Hanwha Life Esports will by default get the playoff round 2 and the second place here in Legend Group.
And again, we kind of keep going back to this. It's so cool that despite everything, we still have this much weight and this many stakes this late into the season. Literally, this round ends tomorrow. And going into the playoffs with a big victory here would be really big for T1.
So let's dive into the details here, because we have to talk about so many different matchups that we do have between many of the different fantastic players that we do have on both of these teams. Starting off with the mid lane, Wadid, you wanted to talk about Faker and his impact on the team so far for T1, especially against Gen.G.
So yeah, especially I think the mid lane matchup is so important. It's T1 Gen.G matchup again, is Faker versus Chovy. But here I think from round 3 to 5, Faker has been not doing great. His performance is, especially his individuals, I don't think he's doing great, especially in lane. He's getting solo kill too much against like the mid laners like BDD or even Zeka, like solo kills Faker as well. So this quite impacts a lot when it comes to the snowball league, because T1 really likes to snowball from the early game, but this is not helping them enough.
And I think particularly against Gen.G, it's a big issue because even though obviously Faker's value to T1 is something we've talked about a lot, comes in the experience that he brings in the mid to late game fights and rotations. I think even there, like for example against Homo, he did seem slip up a little bit in the late game. But for me, it's important because Chovy has been on a tear, and giving Chovy any early laning leads, like giving him an opening, means that playing the game against Gen.G becomes infinitely harder.
I mean, especially I looked up the stats and it was shocking that Faker had like 30 isolated deaths on the side lane, which means it's really insane. But
Chovy had 1.
Yeah, so like I think he had like
1 solo death.
A few deaths. Yeah.
And like, I think it was second for isolated deaths.
So it was really, really shocking, in fact.
Yeah, we also do have to talk about when Faker is on his game, and we do have some highlights from when he was able to perform really well against Gen.G specifically.
So yeah, I mean, I said Faker is underperforming, but the only way that T1 can win against Gen.G is when Faker is performing good. So here is the evidence that T1 actually won against Gen.G in this regular split when Faker had insane shuffle, insane outplays against Gen.G. And I think this is the T1, what T1 needs for them when they have to win against Gen.G here.
And it's especially important given the style that Gen.G plays, right? These two teams, I think, are our best examples of teams with extremely clear identities. While we have T1, who's always looking to snowball through side lane collapses, through really messy skirmishes, and through very oppressive objective control, versus a Gen.G that's really more looking to slow the game down, play in rotations, and play for objectives uncontested. And really, again, any small mistake early on will be in favor of Gen.G. Because for T1, I think they're also relying on the snowball to consistently win against Gen.G. And for Gen.G, it just gives them the little bit of space, which often is all they need, even against the best teams in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have another matchup to talk about, and that is, of course, the support matchup between Keria and Duro. And we have some highlights here just to show off what these two players are capable of.
And I think that the fact that this matchup is as close as it is insane to me, is actually really cool and testament to Duro's performance. When it comes to the highs, though, no one in the LCK comes close to Keria, right? Like, this man is getting to the point where his Bard is just going to have to be permabanned. It is too much. It allows the rotations, it allows the team fight turns, and no other team uses the impacts. And particularly, or in alignment with that, no other player has as much impact on Bard as Keria does. So it's really a match made in heaven. And I think that that's why we've also seen Gen.G experiment a little bit more to try and find an answer besides just the ban button.
Yeah, on the other side, we have Duro, who loves to play Blitzcrank into Alista, which is really impactful. In fact, you know, I didn't expect that coming out from Duro as well. I mean, he loves to make the plays by himself. He's gonna hook Casio between the Trundle and Gragas, which is just insane. Like, he always brings up with a fresh idea when it comes to the draft, and I really like to see this matchup come in when especially it's T1 versus Gen.G.
Yeah, it's just really cool what he's been able to do, and obviously pulling out the Pyke as well in their recent match against, I believe it was Homely Esport. No, it was KT.
Yeah.
KT Perfect right here. Suffering against the Pyke, which is pretty good into Bard, guys.
Yeah, and obviously Peter Bard, Keria Bard, not quite the same, because Keria's Bard is, as you can see here,
not at all.
Absolutely disgusting. But it is telling. Like, I think that was the reason why Gen.G was just throwing picks like that out there early on. Also on a highlight, the coolest part to me is that we're also very aware that Keria can play the champions that Duro has played for obvious reasons. We literally have Keria's skin on Pyke being released this week. But the head-to-head is as close as it is, and it's testament that both teams trust their supports this much.
Yeah, we gotta talk about how do they draft around the support. They always like to put their support on 4-5, which means that they have the counter pick on support. So you can have a good matchup on the bot lane. You're gonna have the bot priority, and that snowballs into the game that where like support just roams around on the map, and I think that fits on both teams. So Gen.G, T1, they both like to just put their support on the counter pick, and it works out really well for both teams. So I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen in the draft, especially when it comes to the support.
It's just crazy that the support lane, I guess, the support position has taken over just the minds and the thoughts, and also our eyes. As Carrier says, you need swagger to play Bard. Play it like drunken boxing. Keep prodding and pestering. If the enemy gets tilted, mission accomplished.
Yeah, which I love, and really, again, is testament to the spiritual Bard King in the LCK barrel, who definitely plays it that way. Misses a lot as well, as Pyke thrives on getting under the opponent's fin. Know your death windows, and you'll unlock his best strength pulling all the aggro. And I'm telling you, I can guarantee you that Duro watched Carrier Vaults as well to study the Pyke.
Yeah.
So this head-to-head to me is so exciting. As
You said head-to-head, Chronicler.
yes, the head-to-head.
Oh, that's a Blitzcrank!
This is actually terrifying.
This one is my favorite.
This is the best. I
This
think,
is the
of
best
course.
one.
Yeah.
I don't think it comes
What?
close.
That's Nico! But Duro! That's crazy!
Oh my god. Yeah, the cat Blitzcrank as well. I mean, shout out to our what the hell is this? This is so good. I love it. I love it.
Crazy.
And of course, Nightmare
This one is
Fuel.
not, yeah. This one is
This is not even close.
This one is kind of horrifying, but I love it. That's the experience you get. This one is just aura farming. Both of them have some really, really cool ones that make them look like they're just masters of their champion. And then we have like Duro Horse and Bald Poppy Carrier.
Poppy one is actually so scary.
They're so good.
So it's a thumbnail war between these two supports, and they've really made a lot of the game about them. It's really cool to witness what they're capable of doing, and that's why we really wanted to highlight it. And of course, to show all of you guys the thumbnails in case you did miss it. So let's talk about some of the drafting that we've seen here and some of the comments from Coach Kim that he made on their recent match against T1.
And this is something we kind of speculated on, right? But we're slowly starting to actually see it. So Coach Kim here specifically referring to the fact that they're trying to give over more OPs and then try and trade, see how it works with the Azir Pantheon or the Azir trade versus the Pantheon Ziggs, which didn't end up working. I think that that's also what we saw against KT. I think that normally they would not go to a Pyke that early on. And I also don't know how much truly valuable info you get because the level of play is so different between the two telecom teams. But it is testament that both these teams, if it wasn't for the fact that T1 would be getting second place if they won here, I think both teams would be a lot more reluctant to like give too much away. But now the stakes are so high, so they have to.
I don't think Gen.G is gonna try out for this one because since it's last week, I think they're just gonna try their best.
I hope so.
I think they will. I actually do agree, and that is part of the reason why I went ahead and predicted Gen.G for this matchup. And I just feel like they're just a little bit, as a team, as a five-man unit, I think they just play better. They have better macro. T1 is incredible, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to predicting against Gen.G, it's hard not to choose them.
It really is. I think personally, there's for me also the consistency that Gen.G has domestically, right? If this was international, I'd be a lot more. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe I'd lean more towards T1. I also think recent form Gen.G have looked a little bit more consistent. I'm expecting a close free gamer. I don't think either team is gonna fall over. But Gen.G just have the track record.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't mention about the top side of the map, but I feel like Gen.G on top side, Canyon and Keen is just way better when it comes to the macro-wise. So I feel like it's just Gen.G's favorite.
It does feel like it could be close, though. You know, T1 could get it done, and Ox is the one guy who believes that T1 are once again due for a victory.
Which I think that this is a fine prediction. I think most of us expect Gen.G to win in if you play this matchup 100 times. But I think T1's close.
It is very close. It should be close. The Preds, though, we'll see how it does finish off at the end of the day. We are done here, guys, for the pre-show of Gen.G versus T1. Once again, we're going to jump into it right now.
있습니다.
Take down Genji for the first time this season.
MSI EP 챔피언을 무너뜨린 건 월드 디펜딩 챔피언입니다.
그 때마다 명승부가 나오는데 어떤 또 타이트한 게임이 나올지 벌써부터 굉장히 기대가 많이 되네요.
T1 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. It is the AA broadcast once again. I'm Atlas, this is Orcs, and we together make a battery. A battery full of energy, full of electricity, ready for this Saturday showdown, and then the Rise Group madness that we do have coming up with the DN Freaks taking on DK. Before then, though, this Saturday showdown is a big one. We'll see whether T1 can do once again what they did very early on in the third round of this particular season and take down Genji, who are looking like Titans once again.
Yeah, definitely an uphill battle. Definitely Genji, the favorites. I mean, they were capable of doing it before, but that match record is just so absurd. And T1 have managed to climb their way up currently to second place, but they need a win here, as was talked about in the space, to secure that second place spot. A challenge, obviously. I think T1 would have felt a lot better if they had to beat HLE to get that second place spot, but a big challenge to secure top 2 and playoff round 2. And so a lot on the line on this final match.
Exactly right. So much more for T1, but Genji wanting to be off on the best foot moving into the playoffs, as they have already confirmed first place as of what feels like months ago at this point. Every match is a classic, and this is becoming, I mean, it's a tale as old as time. T1 versus Genji, it goes back many, many years here in the LCK. Different faces, and of course you can see Keen on the right there, but it used to be Doran that was on the top side for this team. He has kind of been everywhere as far as the top teams in the LCK are concerned. But having a look at some milestones here as well, getting to 400 wins here for Keria will be a big one, and the second to reach 500 wins here for Chovy. And you know what? He's never going to reach first, so you may as well count this as first.
That's super cool how both of them, it's second for the role, and only one of them will get it.
Yep, exactly.
The outcome. That's really cool.
And they used to play together on DRX.
Yeah.
It's very, very cute. Former teammates, which one will come out ahead? Fan predictions are going to be in favor of T1, but honestly, pretty good for a T1 related vote here on the Genji side of things. We were pretty unanimous outside of just one man.
Oh, yeah.
And it was Orcs who said that the T1 team were going to take it. As Keria having a look here at some of his most played champions, as, wow, he's beaten BDD the most times. Kind of crazy, him and Shremika.
Yeah, pretty interesting. So obviously a lot of recognizable names on that list for opponents beating. And a lot of picks, you know, Bard coming in 14 wins in 18 games. Pretty crazy, obviously bumping
Not bad
recently. Not seeing some of those 80 carry support picks in that top grouping, probably a little bit off to the right after that. But Chovy, some of the top opponents beaten. Faker being number 3. And again, he has a currently positive win rate against Faker, which not many players do.
Exactly. I'm looking at that 18-2 on Talia and 17-3 on Yone. Chovy does a fair bit of winning, guys. That's pretty much how it goes. He's also beaten King in 56 times.
34-5 on Ari.
He didn't beat King in that one time, though, if you remember.
Yeah.
That really important time.
Yeah, he did not.
He did not manage to quite get there. But this is a big one. Saturday Showdown for a reason here in our final week of the regular season of the LCK. And my eyes in this matchup, I know there's just sort of key player matchups absolutely everywhere, but it's the two gentlemen ready to walk out first. Because it used to be, for Doran, when he was up against Keen, it was the Keen test to see whether he was worthy of the LCK. And now it's the king test to see whether he is the best in the LCK. It's kind of insane, the glow up of this guy.
I think that against what would have been people's initial expectations at the start of the year, it is without doubt that these two are the best top laners in the league right now.
Yep.
And there's a gap between third place, a pretty sizable one. Right now, Keen and Doran are just completely on top, and both of them are playing pretty fantastically. So, a real clash of the titans in this matchup.
I would agree. I think, you know, it's probably third is Rich, I would say, with how he's been playing recently. No, of course, you know, Zeus still deserves our respect, but there is kind of no doubt that these guys are running the show towards that top side of the map, and I think that we are going to be spending some time having a look up there. I do like what they brought up on the pre-show, which was talking about support counterpick. I think that this draft is going to be very important, and one thing that I'm very curious about, it's not this, because this makes the GOAT not necessarily look like he's in a fantastic position up against Chovy, who is the king of stats. He has had phenomenal stats since 2019, guys. He started off with like, what, 128 KDA when he debuted. So we try not to read too far into it. Chovy's just really good at the game, guys.
I mean, both players very good at the game. Chovy just very, very good at the
numbers.
The numbers, yeah.
He's got it down to a science. Whereas they were talking about the isolated deaths for Faker, and I actually think it's really interesting because oftentimes that's a tactic. That's a strategy for T1 because the rest of the team's so good at coordinating around when side lanes are overloaded. And so we'll see whether that is going to once again be a tactic that they can do because, like, Faker is still the most winningest player in LCK history. There is no denying that. And so stats don't necessarily mean much. It's the amount of nexuses that you manage to explode that really does lead to becoming a champion.
Yep, and you mentioned before about the draft. I think draft's going to be a massive factor here. We've seen obviously the meta shift a little bit, you know, with things being tweaked. Some of the junglers being nerfed, you know, Pantheon's been left open a little bit more. Obviously, the introduction of Yunara. But even with the big changes we saw with like AP junglers being buffed and things like that, things haven't shifted massively.
Nope.
And I feel like we have seen some experimentation from Gen G. It'll be interesting to see if we get some of that test in the waters today. Obviously, the stakes, I feel like, are higher for T1.
100%.
Already been talked about. But Gen G, I feel like it has been so consistently true based on their excellent record in regular season. They take matches seriously.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
We even particularly against T1.
We even saw this yesterday when the stakes were very high for DRX. And BNK just kind of didn't really care. Of course, game one, bit of happy gaming. Didn't like the feeling of losing, and not many of our teams in the LCK do, as historically, it doesn't matter about stakes.
Yeah.
Every time, you need to win.
You don't break your own game win streak again and again and again by not caring about stakes.
Yeah.
You know, think how long ago Gen G locked in first in the standing.
Yep.
And they're still like, no, we'll just win. We'll keep going.
We will, unless it's bro, but sometimes that is just the magic of the bros.
That wasn't them not caring. That was just,
that was the bros caring more.
It's too powerful.
That's how it works sometimes. But ready to get into this one. We did hear Coach Kim saying that maybe they do want to bring out some of their more experimental picks in this particular match as they were holding off earlier on. And I wonder whether that means that we are going to see the Silas out from Canyon. Some of these new technologies that we've seen developing, but it is going to be T1 with that first pick. They'll be on the blue side to start us off. Of course, has been their favorite side, all jokes aside, for quite some time.
And I wonder if Gen G are going to pay the tax. Pay is in Pantheon, Azir, Yunara.
And they are doing it in order.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if they have a different draft strategy, because we've seen a lot of those three bans on red side. T1 having the advantage of being blue side game one. Or if they want to try something going a little bit different direction. Actually, T1 banning the Yunara on blue side.
That is perplexing.
A little bit interesting. So shaking things up a bit, it has allowed Gen G to ban the Wukong as well.
It does mean that we're not going to get pay. We might get Pwai, which would be less fun, I think. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue. No, we can't. Yeah. Pwa. Yeah, Pwa. For some reason, I thought that Yunara was going to get banned twice.
Yep. I believe the Azir comes through.
Just some tier list. Tier, get it? Tier? Because TYR. Tier list bands coming through here for T1.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Back on the
here all week.
on the anagrams.
One last one to come on through here. And it will be the Azir.
Okay. Aurora open and available. Gwen is obviously, but with Aurora open, I feel like, you know, Gwen's difficult to take. They are just going for the Ori. This is Faker's most played, and with Azir and Talia off the cards, willing to just snap that up.
Yep, one of his most played of all time. You know, Faker Shockwave and finding them all and all that sort of stuff that we have heard of in the past. So we'll see whether it is going to be a Nocturne composition once again. T1 the team that can make that comp work. DNF the team that tries to make it work. And it has certainly been going quite well for T1. Although they don't necessarily do the combo. Like, Faker just shockwaves them all and without necessarily utilizing the Nocturne going in. The Vi will be snapped up, though, here for Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, Vi Aurora would be pretty strong, especially because we've seen being really popular, like Orianna, Xin Zhao, Gwen.
Yep.
Be a really popular top side. You know, the Orianna kind of filling that sort of enchanter role with the Xin Zhao, that shielding, the Gwen, Xin Zhao very hard to deal with. And obviously the Aurora really giving a hard time to that Gwen. So I think picking up the Aurora, Keen has been such a fantastic Aurora. I feel like sometimes I've seen the pick into things like Rumble, into it's not had as strong of a laning phase in the hands of some players. Keen has always been ruthless, I feel like, when he's had this pick. Now, T1 not even opting to look towards the top side, going for the Corki instead.
Yeah.
Put Puma secure in that one. This is very popular right now. I feel like it's such a plug-and-play pick. A lot of safety with the Valkyrie, scaling pretty well, good lane. Also, Ruler's most played, so denying that away.
Pretty impressive stuff so far. Let's see what Faker is going to be locking in. Could be the Nico, could be the Bard, if they do just want to take away the bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you might get pinched a bit on jungle if you do leave that here. So I think if they want the Xin Zhao, taking that here makes a lot of sense. Owners obviously had some fantastic plays. We all remember that amazing one where he showed the strength of Sundered Sky, but does leave the Nico go to the other side. And a lot of dive threat already in this Gen G composition. You know, the Vi, Nico, Aurora. I'm looking immediately at this Orianna Corki and thinking, you have a hard time protecting those carries.
Yep, such a hard time protecting them that the whole game has exploded. And so we are probably going to be redoing the draft here. I assume something went wrong. We'll have to confirm whether the Nico was indeed the lock-in, but I would expect that it does make some sense in that instance, because then you can hold the Aurora Flex until the very end of the draft. You're then not forced to ban things like Rumble and Gwen, and you get to pick them yourself or force those bans out from T1. I actually think it puts Gen G in a very powerful position on red side.
The other day we had, it was an accidental, I think it was an Alawi ban, and it was very obvious immediately.
That was not Alawied.
Yeah, it was very obvious that was an accident, whereas everything we've seen so far kind of makes sense. So it seems like that might have just been an issue.
Yeah, it might have been a mic issue situation here.
Yeah.
As Tom is going to plug it all back in, and it's going to be okay. We are completely valid up until the Nico pick. It was a headset issue and not anything to do with inside the game. So Tom going to get things all sorted out, and then we will be back into it ASAP.
So with the fact that there's a lot of engage picks on the side of Gen G, a lot of dive threat, we've seen the Bard in the right hands, and Carrier definitely has the right hands. He's still good at disrupting engage. You know, the Tempered Fate buys time, stall things out, allows the team to reposition.
What's the percentage chance of a Bard ban?
I think
98.2.
103%.
Oh, okay, yeah.
With a 3% margin of error.
I reckon you might be onto something there. That's a good choice.
Yeah, seems pretty solid. And also the fact that the Nico obviously has a good amount of lane pressure to melee supports. Bard being a range support can kind of help to just withstand that a decent amount. So
I'm really glad that Artie isn't climbing the stairs today.
That was a hazard.
That was very frightening. I was worried the entire time they were trying to walk down them. So very happy that they're staying on ground level. There's only a ramp going out into the exterior of Lowell Park, and Artie's going to be completely safe, and we do not need to worry. Every time, man. My goodness. There is the Tiger mascot isn't actually here for Gen G, though.
Maybe for the best after seeing that image.
Yeah. Maybe this is not actually what happened, and it was the other way around. And that's why it's only Artie that's here.
I just want to say that we at the LCK do not condone mascot on mascot violence.
As it turns out, yes, we do. Because we're showing it on the fan side. It's right there. Oh, God. Do you want to be a prophet or what? I guess we'll just wait. Because we have seen this before, guys, up until the third pick on red side.
It's going to be Azir.
Wow. How do you know?
I mean, we kind of called that one the first time around.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think probably the Bard makes a lot of sense for Gen G to ban out. For T1, I guess it's kind of hard to ban because they can still flex the Aurora, even though there's a good chance it's going towards Keen, I would think.
I mean, Chovy does like playing it. It's an okay matchup into the Orianna as well, so maybe they're very happy just to hold the flex.
I mean, they're definitely happy to hold the flex. I just think it's tricky for T1 to ban the solo lanes with the Aurora having been locked in, so maybe just look towards the 80 carries.
Yep.
Maybe a little bit concerned about like a Jhin could be a decent pickup for Ruler.
Yeah, we'll see what Ruler does decide to go with, because of course they do really like running the Corki and the Nico. Feels like this Corki lock-in for Gumayusi is actually more of a pick away rather than a pickup for him necessarily.
He's been playing, Ruler's been playing it a lot.
Yeah.
By far his most played.
He has been kind of dominating on it as well. And of course, the Jhin and the Varus are left up and available. We did see the skin reveal for T1. Gumayusi does have a Varus skin now.
Yeah, there's that Bard ban,
on the next
no surprise.
Patch. Yeah. 103% seems to be coming off. But maybe there should be a bit of Bard banned in the next one as well.
Yeah.
I think that's how it's supposed to work.
I think so.
It needs to be like a champion that starts with B or something like that.
They ban out the Ambessa, aware and concerned that obviously it could be a flex. Seems like maybe they're leaning towards the... I mean, Ambessa's a decent matchup into Gwen. Maybe they're thinking they want to take the Gwen anyway into the Aurora.
Oh, could be the case.
It is not the most fun matchup, but I feel like Aurora just in general isn't fun to play into in the top lane regardless, so...
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be having a good time. It's also Keen. Like, we just know that this guy's pretty good at playing enchanters in general. Sorry, casters in general.
Yeah.
On that top side. He was famously the Ryze top guy.
We have seen, though, a lot of times if you're able to survive with the Gwen, get to the later stages, you're just still going to be a menace. It's just weathering the storm. They actually banned the Gwen themselves, so maybe thinking the Aurora mid could be coverage for the Gwen.
Yep.
And then having both would just be an absolute menace, so... It'd be interesting to see what Doran does end up bringing out here then, with both of those taken off the cards.
And also, what is Ruler going to play after his gigantic yawn that he just got out there?
Yeah, I feel like you take 80 carry here, you keep the flex open, and then the thing is you can just put Aurora top and you have like a good top lane pick. Despite like so many top lane bans have come through, if you look to you want to ban Rumble, Aurora, and Ambessa, you still have Aurora as an option.
Ooh,
they do go for the Kai'Sa, which fits in with what the comp wants to do, fits well with the Nico. I was thinking they might not lean towards it just because they are going into the Corki, who has a good amount of lane pressure, and I feel like normally Gen G does want to prioritize a bit more lane pressure, but fine with taking the Kai'Sa in this situation, it appears.
Yeah.
It is a really strong dive comp now.
Yeah.
Fully leaning into that.
And it's also Ruler, right? It's Ruler, Viper, and Diablo that are allowed to play this champion here in the LCK. They have their LPL license, and certainly has been some great performances. Speaking of great performances, the Poppy gets through, and Keria is going to lock that one down.
I think the Poppy pick's good. Not the best matchup specifically into the Nico, but serves a lot of purpose when playing into this dive focus composition. Good against the Vi, and if you land an ult off against Nico, fantastic. And we're just going to get the Renekton.
The B5 Renekton.
Yeah, ends up being effectively blind. We'll see if they opt to put the Aurora in the mid lane and commit to that.
Yeah, they could theoretically still do that. I'm kind of expecting Keen to play something maybe a little bit more tanky, and that is what he's looking at right now, as the Scion will be considered. Man, this does mean that game number 2, Rumble and Gwen priority, is going to be out the wazoo. It's going to be absolutely insane.
Yep.
As the Scion will be locked in. Just going to try and neutralize this Crocodile as much as possible. So I said we want to look towards that top lane for all of the action to see who's going to be the best top. We don't want to look at the top lane. Not anymore. The Renekton will have a fair bit of power in the early stages of the game after a couple of levels, but the Scion will just exist.
I think T1 are pretty okay with this. You know, they end up in... They have a comfort pick for Faker. Faker's most played in rounds 3 to 5. You know, Owners on his Xin Zhao, the Orianna Xin Zhao is a good combo. Corki Poppy Going to be very serviceable later on. There's a lot of dive throughout the enemy team. It is pretty scary, but I think overall things have been navigated pretty well. That Aurora Flex, like the Aurora Vi, the dive threat for the enemy composition is scary. Don't get me wrong, Gen G do have a comp that has a lot of cohesiveness, but I think the threat of the Aurora Flex is something that kind of just didn't really get utilized, and I think T1 are pretty okay. I think both teams have compositions with strengths and have ways to play out this game.
Artie's getting excited.
I think a lot of it's going to come down to the mid jungle.
Yeah.
Really, because both mid jungles, especially once level 6 is hit, have a lot of pressure.
Yep. This is going to be a little bit of a wait and see until that level 6 mark, but then hopefully we do get some of those fireworks. And thankfully we have a Corki, so we get fireworks from the beginning, no matter what. Let's jump into the Rift here for Game 1 of our Saturday Showdown.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 1 of our Saturday Showdown. T1 taking on Gen G for our best of 3 of best of 3's decider, which is very, very cool. There is only one team in the world this year that can say that they're actually facing off against Gen G in a best of 3 of best of 3's, because no other team has managed to beat them at all.
Yeah, actually. It's crazy to think how many matches Gen G have played and how few.
They do not do losing very good.
Yeah.
That's maybe the thing that they need to work on.
The number of teams who have beaten them in a best of 3, I think it's T1 and Bro, isn't it? For the LCK Cup?
All right, yeah, from the LCK Cup.
Yeah.
So it's our other 2 best teams here in the LCK. And I guess that's without a doubt. Oh, I'm really glad that you bring that up, Ox. Man, that's why we pay you the big bucks. That's why you're here, for the good stats.
Unforgettable.
Oh, that is absolutely amazing. Also, the tiniest of sample sizes, because, you know, winning against Gen G just is a small sample size for every other team in 2025. As Chovy and Faker facing off here momentarily. It looked like an okay trade there for Faker, but Chovy was holding on to that Electrocute proc. And so the Orianna is going to be playing this one a little bit back. We did mention already that this can be a rough matchup for the Orianna, but that's mainly because Aurora, if played properly, is just kind of disgusting in lane.
Yeah, especially the Electrocute. After they buffed that rune, does so much damage. Oh, this is not
yeah,
good.
Keria taking so much damage here. The tempo heal to come out from Gen G. And Keria, he's just going to have to go back home. Gumayusi is just going to be clutching that egg underneath that adorable skin, seeing whether he can survive here in this lane, which he should be able to do. I don't think we're going to get a 2v1 dive here out of the bottom lane at level 2.
This is the thing with having the Nico into a melee support, so much power. They hit the level 2 first, T1 not really respecting it, and the root hitting, putting some vital pressure down onto the bot lane of T1. Pretty well played there by Duro.
Yep. And it's not really a lane, like Kai'Sa lanes in general are not ones that we often see doing a whole lot of damage in the early stages of the game. So
yeah, I mean, this is why Kai'Sa Nico has been such a potent pairing, is the fact that there are matchups like this where typically Kai'Sa into Corki you expect to be pressured, but when it's Kai'Sa Nico into Corki Poppy, suddenly you have a Kai'Sa in a winning lane scenario, and that's just phenomenal, because once you get Kai'Sa Nico to the team fights, you're in a great spot.
And it's also Duro's Nico as well, which I feel he is very good at controlling the lane. As I'm glad we panned away so we didn't get too much of that Faker -1, as the cannon did get eaten by the turret a little bit unfortunately there. As Duro just continuing to put the pressure onto Gumayusi. And this is not something that we often see, right? This is the bottom lane that often has all the pressure. And now Canyon, speaking of pressure, is coming down to look for a dive. Gumayusi does have his summoners available, but he may have to use them as the Valkyrie comes out. There's the barrier as Duro holding onto the turret aggro, and he is a cannon. And so he can do it as Keria now so incredibly low as Canyon just standing next to him. Gets out the steadfast presence as the flash forward. Duro will be able to tank that one up. No buckler death for him. And it's 2 kills here in the bottom lane already for Gen G.
Duro just playing that one so perfectly. I feel like playing with T1's bot lane now. Dive coming top.
Yep, Keen could be in a little bit of trouble, and by could be, I mean, he definitely is. Flash out from Ona, that is going to keep him alive. Keen will be able to deal with this wave. Of course, Sion pretty good at getting dove, which is a weird thing to say, but not going to miss out on too much. And he stops the back of Doran there as well, which is quite frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, Duro just completely manhandled the bot lane of T1 there. Played everything perfectly.
Oh, does this mean we get another thumbnail? We might get another thumbnail.
We could do. That's what we're looking for.
The Nico one was really cursed last time as well, so I'm really looking forward to it.
And you know, maybe he gets his POM finally. So here he sets up and baits the slam from Carrier, flashes it immediately, which was just so well played, and then lands the root onto Carrier, gets him low. Goes for the redive here, takes aggro, walks out, the buckler comes in, not enough to kill him.
Yep. And it was actually well played by Carrier there as well, making sure that he doesn't get hit by the Vault Breaker by using the Steadfast Presence, and then going for the opportune counter kill option. Just wasn't quite there for him, just because of how well Gen G played it. And so now, 1,000 gold is what separates these two squads. And we are one away from Feats of Warfare here for Gen G at the same time, as Chovy and Faker just throwing abilities at one another over and over again. As the ulti comes down here from Chovy, a lot of damage coming on in as Faker getting pushed out of the lane.
Yeah, there was also, this was a thing. I'm not sure if it's still a thing, but if you turn into a cannon minion as Nico,
yeah, I think you do take a bit less damage, right?
Yeah, so I think he turned into a cannon minion specifically to reduce that as well. So really just maximizing the pick.
Yep.
Which, as you can see, he's been getting a lot of success on.
Yeah, I was wondering whether that would be removed, because it seems really broken, but I guess they haven't done it yet. As Doran is just looking to 2v2 kill Ruler and Duro, and that's, I guess, something that you can do at level 6 on this Renekton, as Duro at least is going to get pressured out of the lane. T1 have started off this Dragon, but it's under full vision here of Gen G.
Yeah, Duro putting some threat back, but has to be very careful, as Doran with Flash can just kind of one-shot him if he wants to.
Yeah.
Ona does just smite the Scuttle, but carries enough to keep Canyon away.
It looks like they're just not going to go for it because they do have Gen G's bottom lane towards the top side of the map. That will mean that just inherently there is less control of that bottom side, but maybe some plates available here as Doran has walked his way back up. Actually, no, didn't actually decide to go back, was just chilling underneath the turret. As the flash forward, looking to lock down the Nico, and Doran just punishes Duro for overstepping.
Beautiful play there from Doran. Knows the summoners are down from that dive on the bot lane. Finds the window. You know, he got him low before with the ultimate. He was waiting for that opportunity, and the immediate punish comes through with the flash.
He is the true epitome of a ruthless predator.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
And definitely a nice resurgence there. Kind of needed for the side of T1. Finds the window, doesn't get tricked by the clone as well. Connects immediately.
Really nicely played there by Doran. Now doesn't have flash, but I think he's going to be very happy, sitting on 2-0 now on this Renekton. Keen, though, has just been fine, farming towards the bottom side of the map. The Renekton not necessarily benefiting from the lane swap very much as far as the farm is concerned, so that will put a dampener on the massive lead that this Croc does have. But Renekton's getting advantages in the early game is so incredibly important for keeping him relevant as this one goes on, and we'll have that Dominus back available in 7 seconds' time.
Especially with the composition that Gen G has. I mean, they do have the DPS to cut through targets, but in the mid game, I feel like this Renekton can kind of just run rampant. If you're focused on like trying to kill the backline, and there's just this Renekton there doing so much damage, especially with the buffs they made to his Dominus, he just kind of melts everyone who's nearby.
Could be a very large problem. Not to mention the skirmishing capabilities of things like Xindao and stuff like that, especially if they can carry the orb around that Faker can deliver. As Chovy just trying to get back to this lane right now. Faker being a little frustrating. But it will just be the Grubs going over to Gen G. They do get all 3 of those in trade for the Dragon from earlier on.
Yep, Grubs for Dragon ends up being the trade. Obviously, it wasn't earlier Dragon pickup from T1, but they weren't really in position to go for the Grubs. And still is a situation where, you know, Chovy's up in farm in the mid lane. We have Ruler pretty sizably ahead in terms of the 80 carry role as well.
Yeah, that's actually a massive farm lead that he's managed to pick up, especially on top of the kill and assist that he has put together.
The dive timing was just so ruthless and really put people behind. So definitely playing from a deficit right now. The thing is as well, with this Kai'Sa, and this Corki, both of them kind of spiking at a similar time. Those two items are the big major spikes, so Ruler being ahead of the curve is going to feel really nice for him.
Certainly is. See how long it's going to take him to get that first item locked in.
I will say Black Cleaver already completed for Doran.
Oh, God. Well, Keen, fun times are over. Oftentimes, you get the Kindle Gem and the Bramble Vest, and you're like, oh, I feel great now.
What does Black Cleaver do? It shreds armor, and Keen hasn't had a chance to build any armor.
There you go.
You know?
Nailed it. Oh,
what armor?
Your cup is half full today, Orcs, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's that sort of positivity that we hired you for, obviously, here in the LCK. As Gumiushi Carrier going to be at least picking up this wave for the moment. I feel like we haven't, like, yes, Gen G have a lead as Chovy going aggressive here into this mid lane. The Void Seeker is going to miss, as Faker will be electrocuted momentarily. Finds a shockwave onto Chovy as well, who will tank up this turret. Does hop his way away.
Yeah,
not enough of a dot to grab that plate.
Important thing there was dodging away from the Void Seeker, as I know Ruler definitely would have dove in there, and
yep.
I think Faker, hard to say he would have survived, definitely would have had to flash at minimum.
As Keen doing his very best to fight back here towards this top side, as Doran's still sitting on the Dominus, so he's still very scary, continuing to just fight as much as he possibly can. Keen, though, with the shield and things like this, is kind of feeling all right, as Canyon, moving on over, does have some control vision in the area. Has been pretty quiet, though, on this Vi thus far, mainly just keeping tabs on what Owner has been doing.
Yeah.
Forward to seeing whether this first cease and desist is actually going to work out.
But both the junglers are now full build, as you will have seen.
Oh, yes.
They've completed their entire build path.
Oh,
so.
Owner didn't go to the thrift store to get his free socks, though.
Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate.
Oh, it's a little bit of a shame. Sometimes you got to make sure that you collect those handouts. A little bit unfortunate. That's okay. Canyon at least managed.
Oh no, we got them now.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. Okay,
yeah,
I take it all back.
Yeah, the kill from Canyon when he got it a little bit sooner.
Yeah, okay.
So now they're really full build.
Yeah, they really are.
They got everything they need.
I'm really glad that they're both thrift shopping as well. You know, got to get to the bargain bin. Lock down those socks. Can't be walking around the jungle in just your bare feet. They need at least socks on.
They spent all their money on this fancy spear and they just couldn't afford anything else. But do they really need anything else?
Yeah, it's priorities. Yeah. Priorities. It's like if you were to give like a 5-year-old some money and like, here, buy some survival things from the supermarket, and they just come back like with a random toy car from the toys aisle.
And a chocolate bar, you know.
I'm not saying this out of experiences. We've got a bit of an engage. Great snare to come down from Duro, and another kill comes in for Ruler. Now Duro looking to lock down Carrier, but he's not going to find her. Gumiushi does flash away, but it's a double for the Kaiser. Doran trying to get in there as Canyon looking to fend him off. But Meek not going to quite work out. The heroic charge does come through, though, and Ruler will be locked down. Doran is very scary, but he just goes down. Chovy finds the angle, and it's another Tangle Barbs as the double comes in for Duro. This bottom lane are now just unstoppable.
Great play there from Gen G. A couple of answers back, and you can see Doran trying to do as much as he can in the fight. But it starts off with a pick on the Owner, just decimated here. Doesn't get a chance to use the ultimate. The CC layering comes in. He dies without getting any value, and then Guma and Carry in a lot of trouble. Duro comes in, flashed away from the ultimate, but Ruler and Canyon can follow. And at this point, Doran's trying to turn things around, but it's a 3v5. So despite how strong he is, despite the fact he can run Canyon down, Faker's zoned away by Chovy. And it's essentially a support and a low HP Crocodile trying to get everything done. And
yeah,
I mean, Faker does find
it, yep.
So I think, honestly, testament to Carrier, Doran, and Faker for answering back on those two kills, but it was still a massive win for Gen G. And the bot lane, 3-1-3 for Ruler, 2-1-4 for Duro. This Kaiser Nico is popping off.
Certainly are. The Kraken Slayer has now been completed as well, and we are moving very quickly towards item number 2, which is going to be just a very frightening moment for T1, as this Kaiser accelerated it in the mid-game with a dive composition such as this. It's just going to be quite difficult to deal with.
Oh man, he's got Cole nearly stacked as well.
Yeah.
If Ruler hits 2 items before Guma gets his 1, it's just over. It is just unplayable.
It's kind of crazy though, because you can see Canyon moving over here, looking to try and lock down this dragon. Could be double dragon for T1 to start this one off, as the knockup does come through, but they're not going to be able to get here. That's going to be a Chemtech Soul, which honestly, not too bad. Oftentimes they give you a hard time for this one. But there is a Renekton and stuff like that, as Gumayusi taking a lot of damage here as, yeah, Ruler is just showing off his cool new things.
I think it feels pretty bad for T1 though. You're behind in gold, you've invested in these dragons, you'd love like a Hex Tech.
Yeah, something to help you do a bit more damage.
Something to really just say, hey, yes, we're behind in gold, but if we get a couple more dragons, the game is going to be so much easier.
Think about Poppy though.
I mean,
Carrier's going to like actually be tanky.
Poppy's still going to get one hit, right? If Ruler's this fed, still just going to get exploded.
Oh, I thought your cup was half full, Ox. It was before.
It's a lot less full now.
Yeah, it's not feeling super great, but still, 3,000 gold is, you know, what do we say? Insurmountable, not insurmountable.
It's definitely surmountable.
Who is surmountable?
I haven't actually personally met him. I've just heard a lot about him.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about him, and there's not a lot of teams are in him. As it turns out. It's okay, we've got a cease and desist here. Gumayusi is going to agree. He will stop. As Canyon, he may as well. And a teleport in from Doran as well, so that is going to mean that it's T1 favored. Great little pick off there and good answer from T1.
And I think I just saw surmountable turn up there.
Yeah, he certainly did.
Bit of an overstep from Gen G. Only 2 members committing to the play. The response comes in. Guma doing a good job to turn around the damage to get Canyon, and then Ona making the crack call. Knew the tower hit would kill the enemy jungler. Chases down Ruler with the help of Doran, and now we'll be able to pick up the Rift Herald. And this is actually feats of strength for T1. So despite the gold lead...
Oh, not quite. Haven't got a first tower yet.
Yeah, they need first tower. Okay. The objective of the feats of strength. So
yep.
If they have the Herald, they can throw that down and get it.
Exactly. Rift Herald is often a pretty decent avenue towards locking that one down.
Yeah.
They do have a bit of damage onto this outer turret on the top side of the map. Looks like they're going to hold on to it for now as, yeah, Canyon just presses R onto Gumayusi, but still takes a lot of damage back.
Yeah, I mean, he was just dead regardless just from Guma being there, but the follow-up, the immediate TP from Doran, really good to close down on Ruler, who doesn't bid any sums, kind of knows his fate.
Yep.
And yeah, so next tower, first tower is going to be feats of strength. Herald in pocket for Ona, so I think them looking to get that would be a big boon.
I was surprised as well that Ruler wasn't quite able to finish off any extra items as he goes back either. Wasn't actually able to put enough money together as he is sitting on just over 1,000.
Yeah, it has. I mean, he's 2,000 ahead of Guma.
It's insanity.
If you look, he's 2,000 ahead. The goal lead is about 2,000. Doran's 800 ahead. Dur is 800 ahead. Everyone else is about even. It's basically just the gold lead is Ruler, which, you know, if you want to have a gold lead, so it's a good place to have a gold lead for Gen G. But
if they deal with him,
that gold lead kind of just disappears. And it's actually now higher level than Ruler, only slightly. But I think that's a big thing as well. You know, level's important in the Corki. You have that level 11, you have the extra rocket damage. Those kills, the fact that Ruler died going a long way. So it's not all doom and gloom.
Doran.
1 right now.
Gonna get poked a little bit here, but otherwise not too much more. Ruler does finally put that Rage Blade together. As Canyon's moving over, but there are a lot of people underneath this turret. Looks like T1 do want to employ the Rift Herald, and he does go down. That's a great double shockwave from Faker. As Canyon and Chovy looking a little worse for wear. This isn't going to be the tower falling down immediately, and Keen looking to try and get some pressure down. Let's see whether he can find an angle as he slows down Doran, but they just turn onto this Scion. Gen G not able to protect him, and Keen has to flash to get himself out of the way. Blooming Burst not quite doing enough here as Chovy walks
and look
into the river here. They've got so much vision of this area as that you look for it. Doran underneath the turret, but maybe it's a bridge too far still. They managed to lock that turret down and trade for their Renekton. Cease and desist, and they just mow them down. Keen not going to quite find the window here as another Tangle Barbs comes in, and Owner is also dead. It's a triple for Ruler. Oh no! It looked so good for T1 until it was a disaster.
Such an overstep there from T1. The health bars were low. They felt like they'd done enough to get the tower, but they look for the fight. They step too far. Ruler on that massive item spike. So easy for him to clean up those kills. And it's a disaster for T1.
Oh, man, what happened?
But Doran goes forward, trying to zone them off so they can get the tower. They knock away the Scion, but Doran gets the Chovy on this flank angle, gets so much burst with the help of Canyon, with the help of Ruler. Canyon reset to come back in with help. And the cleanup comes in. You gotta remember as well, the Shockwave was already on cooldown, used to chunk them out before.
Yep. Did do a lot of work at the beginning of that, which is why things were looking pretty good for T1, but in the end, certainly was not positive. Canyon now going to move over and look for that first Chemtech Dragon as well, so
And
that Dragon stacking will be stopped.
The problem there was, it was the sort of fight where T1 were really more focused on the turret. That was their objective in that. They were like, we want to take the turret, Doran, go zone them off. If we can get some kills, great, but the main focus was taking the turret there. And Gen G were just absolutely laser focused on, we can just wipe them, especially with how strong Ruler was. And I think T1 just kind of disrespected Gen G in the moment.
Yep.
And was so and now this 7-2 Kai'Sa.
It's kind of ridiculous. And also it's Ruler with an advantage, and I feel like teams play differently based on who's on the team and who has leads, right? When Ruler has a lead, decisiveness is never his problem.
Yeah.
He's always going in, he's always commanding his team to do things. He's like, I'm strong, let's kill them all. And that seems to be the game plan here for Gen G whenever T1 are overstepping like they were. As now Carrier looking to get some vision down around this Otacon, which could be a real point of difficulty here for T1.
The thing is as well, I'm really worried because he's going this third item, Nash's Tooth.
Yep.
When he gets a Seeker's Arm Guard, like, one of your big tools to shut down Ruler is the Shockwave. Once he gets a Seeker's Arm Guard, he's just not going to work anymore.
Yep, you just see the little circle and you press your button.
Yeah, and that's not that far away. That is really not that far away from being at that point now, so I'm very worried for T1. The next 5 or so minutes are going to be really pivotal. If they find a big way to get back in the game, if they find a favorable fight, maybe they catch Ruler out. If he buys a Seeker's Arm Guard and uses it in a bad way, that's why I can see them get back in this game. But if they lose another fight, it might just be Kittens on this one.
Yep. Does feel a little bit like their fate is no longer in their hands. But we'll see. Gen G have been fallible only against T1 in recent memory. Here from rounds 3 to 5.
T1 are T1, so that is...
Oh, but also Gen G haven't had the option of facing off against the bros.
Yeah, for their sake, you know.
Yeah. So we don't necessarily know. It could be that any of our Rise Group teams could take games off Gen G.
Legend Rise was implemented just to protect everyone from Bro.
Yeah, yeah. Or protect Gen G from Bro, basically, is how that one generally goes. And understandably so. They've been terrorizing them for years. Oh, no. Man, I loved talking about the top lane matchup and how important it was, and it hasn't been very important. It's been Keen trying to frontline for his team while Doran tries to win the game for his team. Doran having a pretty good performance thus far, but the problem is he's still Renekton as... Okay, so 3 items comes in as the 2-item spike is hit for the Corki, which feels less like a spike.
It's at least a big spike for the Corki. Guma's now doing some damage, but Ruler is just... He's at an ungodly level of strong. But again, he doesn't have that defensive option. He does have a Summons though, but he will die still if you hit him with a Shockwave and maybe some other stuff as well. That's a big if. He has a lot of tools to avoid that, namely his Flash. But at least Guma is now putting out some respectable damage. Maybe not to the Scion, but to other people for sure.
Yeah,
problem is Faker's not got a Roa fully stacked. His Seraphs isn't finished yet. So he's kind of not really putting out that much damage compared to what you'd be hoping right now.
And Chovy is looking very strong with his Riftmaker as well as... Okay, getting stunned up here by Doran momentarily as he does pop his way away. Just a little bit of, you know, a Griffin reunion, or a DRX reunion there for both of these players. As Keen looking for a bit of that Scion cheese from the brush.
Maybe that minion just decided to jump in the air.
Yeah. That's probably what Gumayushi was thinking.
It just doesn't...
This is curious, but, you know, it's some spaghetti. As Owner is off to the side, this Otacon down to 50%. It's taking so much damage, man. If Ruler decides... things just go down, but Doran has found a flank angle, and Owner gets himself in there. It looks like they're not interested in the Otacon as cease and desist. Will connect, fully charged Q onto Doran, and he is going to be the first one to go down. Pop Blossom to deal with Carrier, and they do manage to do it. It's just front to back here for Gen G as Ruler goes in, looking for the last few shots. The Supercharger comes down, but Gumayushi, he outplays it. Duro now in trouble as Otacon is looking to finish him off as Keen. Can he get over this wall to lock him down? And he has the flash. And Gumayushi, not many ways out here. Faker has actually taken out Chovy off to the side, and he gets the Otacon! All of the pedals going their way, and now they have the DPS. Keen, he's just a tank, and he has to walk it off.
What a clutch play from T1. Just when you think they need a fight win to keep their hopes alive in this game, they managed to find one. Guma clutching the 1v1 against Ruler. We see the play comes in. Doran looks for a flank on a Chovy. Really starts to put a lot of pressure onto him. He has to flash away. Canyon then looks for Doran, and Doran just gets put in the bounce house. Brutalized here. Ona goes aggressive with Kerry, who just gets blown up, but a lot of tools have been used by Gen G. And then when Ruler dives forward, he's tanking Arakan. Guma just blows him up as well. Great play from him. Puts some poke back on Aduro. And then Faker disengages and then makes the call to TP back in.
Yeah, and like, Chovy was almost dead to Arakan.
Flashes to kill him. And the thing is, Chovy was using his abilities on Arakan to finish. He had no cooldowns. That was such a clutch play from Faker and Guma, this duo, keeping the hopes of the team alive.
That was absolutely ridiculous. Man, it's good to have the T1 circus back here for T1 versus Gen G. And that's going to keep things at least competitive. We do want to bring everyone back to the realm of reality. It's still a decent lead here for Gen G. They managed to grab themselves an extra dragon, but now it's just 2 apiece between the 2 squads. And so that soul point will be available for either team in 4.5 minutes time.
Rod of Ages came in and the pedals, so Fake is level 16.
Oh my god, 2-level lead.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's about to hit 15, but still, it's a big spike for the Orianna. You know, they got a lot of power from the Arakan, and they got those kills as well. Shutdowns, you know, Guma got the shutdown on the Ruler. It's a 2,500 gold lead for Gen G, but with Arakan and with the feats of strength, this game feels pretty even.
Yep, certainly has been brought back to relatively level. Red buff will be stolen away here by Gen G, but I believe T1 managed to get the one towards the top side in Gen G's base, so that will be A-OK. Some pings out onto exactly where Chovy is as he moves up to catch that wave on the top side of the map. And Faker has all of a sudden become absolutely massive in this game, and I'm reminded of what everyone was talking about in the pre-show, and that was, if T1 are going to beat Gen G, it's often on the back of Faker getting things done. And 2-0-2, with those 2 core items fully stacked up, level 16, this Orianna is getting kind of massive.
I mean, I think something that's just so consistently been true for Faker in the past couple of years, I mean forever, but specifically the past couple of years when they've won Worlds, is just finding those clutch moments just to say, we're winning this game.
Yep.
And, you know, they haven't won this game yet, but if they do, we're going to look at that moment where he TP'd in at low HP to Arakan, just killed Chovy, took the neutral, and was like, see you guys, thanks for the buff.
Yep. Honestly, all is planned, probably. Looked like it was just the game plan all along. Just distract them, everyone else, and we'll get the job done in the end. Now, looks like aim of the game is going to be locking down this Baron, or at least making sure they have vision. Banana brush control there for Carrier, as there's wards for everyone in this pit.
I've read the game now with Arakan taking off the cards. Both teams at 2 dragons each, and it being a Chemtech soul. It is just going to become, I feel like, a lot of dancing around the Baron.
Yep.
I think often games become really hard to control when that Arakan is, you know, it was on the bot side of the map. If Baron is spotted as well, if it's a high pressure soul and one team's in soul point. But now I think both teams just kind of trying to maintain vision around this area and maybe seeing if they can set up a pick and find something. Zonya's has been completed for Ruler.
That's a big deal.
That is a big deal indeed.
Also a big deal for the graphics team, because they unfortunately got the graphic up a little bit late. And so that one wasn't actually on there just yet. It's fine. You can see it right now. 4 items done for this Kai'Sa.
I mean, that's the thing, is that you're in a composition where if you look at it from Gen G, their dive is phenomenal. But when all is said and done, their sustained damage is mostly just Ruler. And their gold and their carry potential is mostly just Ruler. You know, once Chovy's used his ult and his cooldowns, like, yes, he gets another rotation of cooldowns, but outside of that, you know, I feel like after that first 5-10 seconds of the fight, it's kind of Ruler's job to clean up. And if he does get caught out, if he gets chunked, I think that's really where this T1 composition can shine. So.
Yeah, they get moments to breathe, right? Yeah. The opening salvo is what they really need to make sure that they can absorb.
And also, if Ruler does end up going down or getting chunked, then I think that's where Gen G's composition can really struggle to match up to, you know, Orianna, who can Q every 2 seconds and pump out a ton of damage, or Corki, who just does autos with the extra 2 damage to a turn. He has just picked up LDR as well.
7 levels ahead of What? Well, he's also, like, what, 8 levels ahead of Carrier, as there is the Shockwave. Duro is going to be able to find the Tangle Barbs, but that level discrepancy between the supports and Faker is just sanity.
He's approaching 18 as well. And the thing is, his build, going the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs, it felt like in the mid-game was a bit of a trough, you know, waiting for both of those to stack up, but now giving just a ton of AP and a good amount of survivability as well with the shield and the extra health.
Yep. I do love when, you know, in-game mirrors real life as well. Because Faker does have way more experience than everyone else. And that's just how it is on the Rift. Looks like Keen is going to try and punish him for it, but he's not going to be able to do so. Not a lot of follow-up in the area.
Yeah, Dragon spawning up, so teams are starting to set up around this and pull a little bit away from the Baron. Do you see Chovy looking on this flank angle?
Yeah, Carrier is going to get spotted here by Gen G as Keen moving in, wanting to find the angle. Chovy throws down between worlds. There's the Void Seeker connecting for Ruler as he gets dove on by the Renekton. Pop Blossom does nothing at all, and now Canyon's in trouble. Void Seeker is going to connect. There is the knock-up, and Ruler is over the wall. He takes down Gumayusi, goes golden to keep himself alive as Carrier's trying to be a hero. But it is going to work. They do get Ruler. And now it's Chovy needing to kill Faker in this game, because if they don't, he might be able to just win this one by himself. He wants to take the Aurora, but the Orb doesn't have the range. Ona wants to get in there. There is the stasis to avoid Keen, but he's so extremely tanky. And Chovy's not going to risk it this time around. Ona just audaciously charging this Brambleback. And yes, Keen is kind of immortal against these champions as Chovy's making his way back, and that is T1's cute exit.
We'll have to back away. Keen got so much presence here. Chovy TPing back in, now looking.
Yep, doesn't get it.
Faker still so scary here, and you can see once Ruler went down, it kind of became a little bit delicate for Gen G in this situation. The initial fight, Ona has to tank the Sional. They get caught out by a great ult from Chovy. Ona just kind of gets bounced around, but they immediately jump on a Canyon, target him, take him down, peel back. Guma, unfortunately, gets caught out by the Q from the Sion. Flashes over, but a great read from Ruler, follows him over the wall. Then here, Carrier slams, combos with Faker to take out the Kai'Sa. And that's where it gets a little bit goofy.
Yeah.
Because Chovy just doesn't have enough damage to finish off these targets quick enough. Faker surviving for so long, especially because he runs out of mana. And then it's Duro and Keen just kind of
bopping him a little, like just trying to hit them with the little pool noodles.
Yeah, and Ona healed up, and both teams like, okay, this is a little silly. Let's just back off. And now we're back on the map, right? But a lot of summoners were burned. And what's really important is that every flash on T1 is down. Gen G still have 3, and they're 3 really big ones because they're on both their carries and on Duro. So I'm a little worried for Guma. I'm a little worried, less so for Faker because he has Zhonya's, but particularly for Guma. And in fact, T1 aren't even opting to contest the Dragon. That's how concerned they are about moving into an area they don't have vision, on the back of the fact that they don't have flash on their carries.
And it is Soul Point. They have started off this Baron as Duro not going to get stunned. As there's the knock-up coming on through. Duro gets over the wall, but I don't think he's necessarily in safety just yet. That Tangle Barbs may have helped out as Doran looking to get in there. The Pop Blossom, though, is going to hold him up in the air, and Duro will survive. That was some very cheeky Nicoing, and that means that the Baron is going to get stopped as now Canyon, he's the one in trouble, and Gumayusi does a lot of damage. Cease and desist will not be acquiesced at this point in time. And there goes the jungler, and the Baron's up.
Yeah, so big pick to get Canyon down. They want to set up for this Baron, but Doran is low, and they're still cautious about the potential for a fight. They're now looking for more.
Yep, Mega Cone does get Ona in there as between worlds goes Chovy. Knock-up is going to come on through for Keen, but he is still melting here against T1. He does find some knock-ups, but doesn't get the Q. Void Seeker going to come on down here as Ruler. I don't think he wants to fight this. The Zombie Scion will be taken down, and T1 keep everyone alive, and this should mean Baron.
Yeah, the fact they got Chovy's ult as well, a big tool down. The poke is coming in from Ruler. Remember, he has the reset in his W every time it lands.
Yep, Chovy's still up as well, as there is Doran setting up that Dominus. He's had a beeline towards Ruler every single time, but this health bar is just getting softened up. The Baron's likely to go down, but can they get themselves out? And the answer is absolutely yes. And T1 highway robbery here, as they have now reduced that gold lead to 1,000, which means approximately 0.
Yeah, beautifully played there from T1. The pick on a Duro not quite working out, but it was the pick set up by Guma and Ona onto Canyon. They saw all of Gen G collapsing in and they waited for him in the brush. You'll see that coming out here. So initially, find this play to Duro. Carrier doesn't quite get the slam because of the rocket belt that came through. Duro flashes away, and then they try to catch him. Like, we get the support. It's very hard for them to establish vision. We can chase him down. But if you look on the map, you see all of Gen G collapsing in, and Canyon walks over a control ward, and immediately Ona and Guma are like, we can kill him. And Guma has so much damage. They go in on him. Ona even blocks the charge. They're able to clean him up. They know he has no flash. And then this is where they move on to Baron, but they're like, we need more kills. We can't just go 5v4 onto Baron with Doran being low. They obviously play to get the pick on a Keen because, frankly, Guma's doing a ton of damage now and can shred the Scion.
Certainly is.
And now with this Baron looking to push, and that gold lead 1,600, but with the Baron in pocket, they can close that out.
Already you can see Rebel Baron power play only sitting at 1,000. That still has almost 2 minutes.
Look at that damage.
Even more. Yeah, Gumayushi is really scary. Lord Dom's now done as well as the IE. And so Gen G will not have any of these turrets fall just yet, but on this push, it should be this one going down as Canyon looks for an angle. Doesn't quite get over the wall, but there is Between Worlds for Chovy looking to try and lock down Ona here as the Tangle Barbs will connect. But Keen just can't really frontline anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like Ona has kind of been playing like a tank Xin Zhao, where he's just been absorbing so much, and it doesn't seem like a fun role, but when Gen G approach, he's just there to block and make sure they can't get access to the backline. And now T1 looking for this mid-tier 2 without the Aurora ult. Feels like a lot of pressure, not able to be there.
Yep.
Another picked up. That's 2,400 on the Baron power play so far, and that gold lead non-existent now for Gen G.
200 gold. And at 36 minutes into the game, less than 0 is what that means. Look at all of this vision around the dragon area as well. Oh man, does this mean that we're going to 3 dragons apiece? And the game is just going to be locked up. Likely we've got another 10 minutes until the Elder comes up. That is exactly what we wanted here for our Saturday Showdown in the final week of regular season play for 2025.
This is just game 1, you know?
Yep.
This is what we've been hoping for. Get the Crypt Balloon coming in from Faker, so he's got 4 items. Level 18, of course, as is Guma. Chovy and Ruler approaching level 18 themselves. And at this point, it is full build for Ruler with the Rabadons in pocket, so he's obviously doing a good amount of poke with those Void Seekers, a good amount of damage on targets he can connect on. But it is starting to feel like Gen G struggling at times to just have the throughput in the fights.
Yeah.
You know, if they can't kill these backliners, and they've done a decent job, I'd say, of targeting Guma, but Faker hasn't died yet, right? And he has a good amount of health. He has the shielding for the Seraphs. He has the Zhonyas. All summoners are now back up for T1. It's not always enough just to kill the Corki, and a lot of the time Guma's done a good amount of damage in return when he has gone down, if he has gone down. So Gen G, their engage really needs to be on form. And I think I'm looking really at Duro on this Nico. If he can find a big Pop Blossom, that can be make or break in this game.
Yep. There's a knock-up from Keen as Canyon looking for a little bit of an angle. Chovy is going to teleport in. So that is Summoner Spell used. Canyon with a bit of a wraparound as the Dragon has now spawned. Voidseeker does find Gumayushi. Kind of a big deal as this Rabadon's Death Cap has been completed. Valkyrie is a good trade for that one. As Keen now moving his way in. That health bar is getting real large. As Chovy on that angle, Canyon moves into the pit. I think unseen there as now Doran dives on top of Chovy. Can he actually get himself out? He goes between the worlds, but the Krug Lord has him exactly where he wants him, and the Dragon goes over to T1. Keen is looking to go down here as well as no redemption for the Scion, and T1 finding the angles in the late game.
Such a great read from Doran. Chovy trying to be annoying on this side, harassing, looking to find an angle on the Aurora. Immediately Doran pounces, pins him down, chases him with the help from the Krugs to take out Chovy.
Why would he go to his natural habitat?
He doesn't know. He gets the lair bonus there, and now
he did.
5v3. T1's just looking to end.
Yep, Carrier looking to get into position here. That is definitely this inhibitor going down. Let's see how much more that they can collect. As there is no Baron, they can deal with the wave theoretically, but there's a lot of low-range members on Gen G. And T1 will have front row seat to this. Here's the engage as Ruler dives in, immediately does go golden and does flash away. Can he stay alive? That's the question. The answer is no! Owner is able to lock him down as Canyon gets into that backline, but it's not going to be enough. And T1 against, they were losing the entire game. until they weren't, as Keen is going to show up, looking to try and deal with this wave as best he can. They might be able to do it here for now, but that's another zombie Scion. And Doran running amok in this fight as well. This one may not necessarily be completely over just yet, but I think the writing is on the wall as T1, phenomenal performance late in this game. Duro and Chovy trying to get this one done. Out goes Chovy, no between worlds for you. And Gumayusi just needs a few shots on this Nexus. Chovy not going to be able to finish him off. And there it is, T1 with a Game 1 win.
And done in such a T1 fashion. Gen.G having the gold lead, having the advantages, but the clutch plays came out. The TP in to kill Chovy, to take the Atakan from Faker. Just so many moments, Doran finding Chovy on the flank. It just felt like T1 wanted it more. And you know, this is for their second place spot. They had a rough week where they got that upset in the receiving end from KT. They were locked in this match.
I mean, they were and they weren't. They certainly locked in towards the end. You're absolutely right. The early game was still a bit of a disaster here.
Hey, it's not a T1 match without some shenanigans.
Exactly right. You certainly need to sign up for the circus, but we do have to stay honest with how this one went. Gumayusi, in the end, did more damage than Ruler, which is kind of ridiculous because he was, you know, absolutely massive in this game. Just at the end, wasn't able to get past Doran. Every time Doran saw him, he was flashing on top and just doing the walk, as Noguri says.
I mean, Doran, just that final moment where he just saw the Aurora, and then typically a pick where you feel like you can't be punished, especially not by a Renekton. Found the window, teamed up with the Krugs, took him down. T1 in great form right now.
They certainly are. Let's see whether they can do it again in game number 2. It will be a bit of a side switch. Maybe that means that the likelihood of a 3-game banger for our Saturday Showdown is high. Let's hope so as we go to a short break, and when we get back, the Space gonna break that one down. We'll have game number 2. See you soon.
나는 내가 펼게. 오라 마크 할게. 오라 마크 할게. 오라 마크 할게. 오라 마크 할게. 오라 마크. 여기 많아. 여기 많아. 살려 잡았어. 천천히. 여유 있어. 형 빼야 돼. 야 시간 많아. 이거 길게. 천천히. 미드부터 이거 라인. 나 죽겠다. 본 5초야. 본 5초. 괜찮아. 본 5초. 야 기다려봐. 한번 해봐. 오라 공 있어. 오라 공 있어. 나 앞에 갈게. 이거 녹음 높을. 이거 끝내줄만해. 기다려봐. 오라 W. 공 돌릴게. 해봐. 내가 마크 할게. 기다려봐. 파워부터. 나왔어. 날렸어. 알았어. 뭐 보다. 실드 한 번만. 없어. 너가 먹어. 빼자. 파워 쳐. 올라가. 나이스. 갈게요. 좀 늦었다.
Hello and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1, which was incredibly exciting. Very back and forth. A big comeback from T1 to take it down there through the mid game into the end game. Was looking pretty good for Gen G, but eventually T1 were able to grab it by the horns and take it down.
It's just a pleasure to watch these two teams face off. Like that to me is the main takeaway from this, because at so many points during this game, like Team X has done it, and then I'm like, nope, Team Y has done it, and just that back and forth between these two teams that so clearly know each other so well, that are always in each other's heads, just creates this insane back and forth where so many game-winning plays, it feels like. And it was in the end only one that won it, obviously, but the back and forth was insane.
Yeah, and especially the game was kind of Gen G's flow in terms of how they snowballed in the early game. I think that's because mainly about the draft. The matchup on the bot lane was the issue for T1. They had pretty rough game in the lane because I think Corky Poppy cannot match the power of the Nico and Kai'Sa in the lane. So that's why they could actually successfully dive on the bot lane. And I think that really helped a lot for Kai'Sa to just get out of the lane and like just have a better scaling option for the Gen G here.
And the reason why we highlight this is just to kind of show that I think that T1, with specifically this matchup, did underestimate Gen G a little bit. I think this is the only one. Every other pick, I think, makes sense, right? The Renekton Blind, the Orianna prior for Faker, Zinza, all of these. The Corki even I thought was a good pick away as well, because it's been, I think, Ruler's most standout pick, where he really feels unpunishable. But this was the biggest obvious sore spot. It didn't end up mattering. Carrier arguably got also one of the biggest plays at the very end of the game, which is why we still see players go towards the Poppy. But it's important to note that that to us felt like the one little point where you could go, I don't know. That definitely did open up the game for Gen G and allowed them to snowball the lead that they got early on.
Yeah, it was pretty huge, and they were able to hang on to this lead. We had this crazy Otacon fight, which was so back and forth. Faker was able to steal it, and then we got to this crazy setup on the Baron where T1 were actually able to turn this one around.
And what I love in particular is that this, again, is just a back and forth between these two teams. So what we want to highlight here is that obviously Doran goes in. Come on, guys, it's Doran. So he did the entire game in the best way, I might add. But it's T1 knows that Gen G's going to be looking for a collapse here, right? Because Gen G think that T1's out of position, but they set up the trap. And obviously, the fact that Canyon falls for this, when he didn't have any vision, he definitely just overstepped and felt way too safe. That's on him, but it's T1 knowing that Gen G's going to do this, and then T1 also kind of playing with expectations, not actually going for Nash, but just turning onto Keen.
Oh yeah, especially with the vision control, they didn't have enough of information that the Gen G is coming for the collapse, but the trap from Honor and Gumayushi was perfect, and I think that actually helped T1 to start the Nash after this, and I think that was the end of the game most likely.
And what's so cool to me is that Gen G against a lot of other teams will get away with that play right there, because that's where they'll actually close out the game. But T1, out of any team, I think is the most dangerous when you're thinking they're caught off guard, because they thrive so much in the chaos. And I guarantee you, in the next game, Gen G, if they had that opportunity, they're going to pull back.
Yeah.
They're going to play it slow.
T1 definitely very crafty, and that's part of the reason why they were able to come back in this game, as we are going to jump into Highlight 3, which T1 setting up on this Dragon, trying to deny the Dragon Soul, and they end up winning it.
I mean, the crazy thing about this play is that Gen G actually pushed the T1 out from the bottom side, because like they put the T1 on the choke point, but instant turn from Doran on Chovy made the difference, and I think that changed the whole sequence on this play as well. And I think after that, the Poppy ults hit on the Duro and Ruler as well, and everything just set it up from T1 was not great, but that flash walk from Doran was impactful.
Yeah, it wasn't a Camille that he found, it wasn't Aurora instead, but the play still worked. And particularly for me, the funny part about the Poppy is that even though it struggled so much, Doran getting Chovy there is what won him the fight, but Carrier getting that 2-man ult is what actually wins them the game. Even though I feel like up until that point, the Poppy hadn't really had a lot of impact. But it's because Ruler and Duro are in there that Gen G just fully collapses in the fight, because it was technically a 4 versus 4, right? And then obviously T1 not one to back down. This is looks a little dicey at first, but Doran is able to stall the backline for enough time that even with some of these respawn timers, T1 ends up deciding the game from there. And that kind of is a perfect game number 1 for this series.
So we did mention that if T1 needs to win against Genji, I think Faker needs to step up and he got to do something, but we didn't show it on the highlight, but Faker did stall the Atakan as well, and I think that was the start of the curve where T1 gets the power against Genji.
Feels like T1 really stepped up today. They are so ready for this match against Genji, and they're trying to prove that they deserve second place. Can they do it with a second win in a row? Let's go back to our casters and find out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, we are here for game number 2. Let's see whether the circus is still going to be here for us, because I just want 3 games of exactly what we just saw. That would be perfect. Another great thing to mention as well is that we have some former alumni of both teams, as Core JJ and Impact are actually both here today.
Oh, that's cool. That's
World champs from both teams. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Team Liquid, for coming on over. That one's really, really cool. So let's see whether they're going to be treated to yet another absolute gigabanger like we had in game number 1.
You know, I feel like there's a lot of good days to come in the LCK. Today is a great...
Yeah, it's a pretty good day. Yeah,
it's pretty good day.
It's pretty privileged as well that they managed to get tickets.
Yeah.
That's very, very impressive.
I think they might have some connection.
You think they have ins?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that'd be weird.
You know, I think Impact knows Faker personally.
Oh, do you think so?
Yeah, I think they have they were formerly co-workers. I don't know.
That must have been a long time ago. That sounds like something that it would happen in 2013.
So going to the draft, I think a big thing to mention is the fact that Aurora is gone. So a lot of the top lane picks that normally get hammered down by her will kind of be freed up.
Yeah.
So I think big talking point is Rumble was obviously banned previously. Rumble kind of gets manhandled by Aurora. I feel like the Rumble priority will be really high, might get banned again.
Yep.
But then there's also the conversation of Gwen and Bessa, so we'll see how that plays out. Right now, it looks like T1 might be going for the Ape, Azir, Yunara, Pantheon.
Yep.
I'm not going for Yap or Pei, but...
AP.
AP?
AP could have happened. That would have been fun.
Yeah, that could have been good. On the other side, Genji, very focused, not things we typically see in the first rotation, but denying the bot away from Carrier, denying the Jarvan away from Owner.
This makes me feel like they want to pick Rumble into Zyra Khan.
Well, this is interesting because they banned the Bessa, and Bessa typically good into Gwen, but
yeah, so maybe it's the Gwen first pick.
But you feel like they'd probably want to go Rumble.
Well, it's also Doran, and his Ambessa has been
they left the
incredible.
Pantheon.
Yeah, okay, so I guess it's Pantheon.
Okay.
What is it, the 4th time that Canyon's been allowed to play it?
I mean, the thing is, what is going to get traded off in return? I presume it might end up being top, so maybe you go like Rumble Rise, perhaps?
This is actually the 5th time that he's played it. So he has lost on it 1 time, though.
Wukong, which was banned last time by Genji, is open. So T1 are going to get their hands on Wukong. I presume you're probably going to go top mid and then go jungle on 3. So maybe T1, especially with the Oregon, Rise is Faker's next most played. He did play Galio as well, but I presume they're probably going to lean towards... So maybe
Annie. Annie's available. They could do the Rise group special.
The Annie Wukong.
That could happen.
A possibility. Maybe they want to save the top lane pick, but I think with the Ambessa gone, I think the Rumble Rise just... Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Rumble, if the Gwen's picked, I think that matchup is favored, although we have seen Gwen do better than you typically expect. I still think it's very favored, especially with how strong Rumble is at the moment. But Keen is still happy to take the matchup.
This is an exciting one. It's kind of what we were looking out for as far as this top lane matchup is concerned. A little bit more feisty, you can imagine, in that top lane, as the Galio going to be the answer here for Chovy. Has been historically pretty good at this champion, as we know.
It's a pretty scary matchup, the Pantheon Galio. As much as there is that global pressure from the Rise, the double globals of the Pantheon Galio makes it really hard to have pressure in the side lanes. And it looks like they're not going to go for the Wukong, instead going to go for the Trundle. Obviously, a lot of pillar value into those triple melee champions on the top side of Genji.
Yep.
You have the Galio, who's a decent shred option, as obviously he starts off building a bit of MR, so he's always going to have some decent resistances regardless. The Gwen also has a decent amount of resistances from her Shroud. So even if they don't have a true tank, still gets a decent amount of value. But Gen G's topside still just looks so scary.
Certainly looks frightening. I also think that the setup that they have as well for the bottom side of the map, if Ruler is going to be on a hyper carry, could be pretty scary as well. With the double globals, you can always be there to protect him, in theory. Lucian going to be taken away here. And I imagine Gumiishi pretty happy to play things like the Varus or the Jhin in this instance, so he will be able to get his hands onto at least one of those.
Varus, Jhin, even the Sivir as well, I think is a decent shout.
True.
I think those three are kind of the ones in my mind that would be prioritized. Obviously saw the Alistar ban come through.
Feels like a difficult game to play something like a Zeri as well, with the pillars and the equalizers and everything like that, not to mention
also
Prison.
Danger of making your comp very short-ranged.
Yeah.
If you go for the Zeri. I mean, it's definitely playable, it's just it is a concern, especially into things, you know, those two mid laners, the two solo laners, the Rumble and the Rise, do kind of check you as a Zeri. You know, you dash in and then suddenly they're just in your face, melting you.
Will the Varus get banned here? That is the question. Or will they take away something like a Rakan, which could be extremely powerful, and that is going to be the decision here. Not going greedy, because they could have instead waited and then picked Xayah Rakan for themselves, but the likelihood that that Rakan is going to get locked in, a little bit too frightening. And so now the temptation to play Zeri is going to be there. Teams do like playing it into the Sivers. There's a bit of a grin for Ruler. I think like Jinx would be fun.
Also kind of denies the Varus as Sivir often into Varus, so kind of lowers the priority on taking that. Could go, I mean, Jinx is something you could in theory go into the Sivir, but we haven't really seen too much of it. Looks like they do want to commit to some engage, which I think makes sense when you do have the Galio, having something to set up for that. As much as the Pantheon can do that point and click stun, I don't think it's quite enough. It does give a great target for the Rumble though. You drain those resistances when you go in with the Rels, so another target for the Rumble to be able to ult. And now the 80 carry pick for Ruler.
Yeah, continuing to have a bit of a think about it here is Ruler. I imagine he's like, can I play Ezreal? Because I really want to play Ezreal. But I hope it's not the case. Also a little bit worried about this one.
I think Zeri probably makes the most sense. I'm trying to think what else he would play.
Jinx. But it's going to be Zeri instead. And so this is going to be potentially a difficult one for Ruler to play out. As what are we playing, Carrier? What have we been cooking up? Zillion. Well, as we know, there's no Killian the Zillion. That's a Silas that he's hovering, so maybe we're not being serious just yet. Let's see what he does decide to lock in. Can be, of course, the Nautilus, which does work out relatively well, but instead, Renata will be locked in.
Okay, so I mean, this is a thing we talked about, right? The melee topside, the short-range composition, one of the best champions at punishing short-range compositions is Renata. You're forced to dive in against T1. There's no real option about that. And now you're diving into a Trundle, you're diving into a Renata, and it's going to be pretty difficult. I feel like if we get to the later stages against T1, if Gen G aren't crisp, if they end up face-tanking the hostile takeover, things could get very messy very quickly. So I think T1 have some powerful tools behind them, and it's really going to come down to this Pantheon Galio. This is such a strong duo. They have so much global pressure. We could very much see Gen G running away with this game as a result, but if they don't, I think the 5v5s, T1's going to have a lot of power leading towards those.
It's going to be so incredibly scary. The amount of ricochet value that they will get from this low-range composition is going to be just absurd. And being a Zeri and being able to move really fast and skate around, it matters to a point, right? But when there's equalizers everywhere, when you're basically having to dodge the fire every single time, it just becomes a really difficult World of Warcraft like late game boss raid encounter, where you can't really do the DPS quite as well because you're too busy wondering about mechanics and not wanting to stand in the fire. And we'll see whether Ruler has actually practiced or not. New expansion coming out. Maybe he's been playing it. Let's get on to the Rift. Get into game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. T1 versus Gen G. Gen G needing a win to get us to a third game. And T1 wanting a victory here to clinch that second place. We were talking about steak a lot earlier on in the week. Sorry, vegetarians. But there's certainly a lot in this game as well. Amazing that our Saturday Showdown in our final week of the regular season still has a lot to play for. Not necessarily on Gen G's side, as they have already locked in first place as of months ago, but for T1, this means a whole lot. And I feel like you're exactly right, Ox. I think that this draft for T1 is looking real frightening.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have a lot of range themselves, but they have a composition that loves not having range.
Yeah.
And the fact that their opponents also don't means that melee is going to be pretty scary.
I think there's two sides to it. I think the game is even at the later stages. I think you'll feel really bad because there's a lot of champions that punish low-range comps. But on the other side, I think the Gen G game plan is, as I said, the mid-jungle. And then you look at... So the mid-jungle game plan, when you have like the double globals, is play to the sides, and you look at who the sides are, and it's Gwen, and it's Zeri.
Yeah.
And if they get fed, it's just game over. So I think there's definitely ample win cons around that for Gen G, but it just comes down to how it plays out. Because obviously last game we saw Gen G got ahead, and then weren't able to close out. I do think if they get ahead, if they get the lead that Ruler had last time on this Zeri, I don't think it's going to be as difficult.
Yeah, that's going to be a different story.
Yeah, but we'll see what they're able to do.
Rel hasn't been so good here in the Legend group, as we can see. A couple of those losses also being Duro.
I feel like in terms of engaged supports, she's kind of fallen down a good amount in terms of the tiers. She's had a couple of nerfs, but just if you think about the engaged supports that are really prioritized, there's like Nico, Alistair. I'd probably say Rakan is next.
Yep.
And
Vega.
As much as Rel does have a lot of power, I think she's just not really been hitting the same.
Not quite. Certainly not in the results. And that is the kind of analysis that I am into. Because that means that it resulted in that thing.
Yes.
And that just must be the best. As the results of Chovy's early game have been going down to about 200 health, but hasn't really been suffering too much as far as farm is concerned.
I just feel like this is just what we... this is just the standard Galio experience.
Yep.
Just pain, pain, pain. Oh, I got to recall? Okay.
I guess we're fine.
We're fine. I got to buy magic resist. We're chilling.
Less fine here on this bottom side of the map for Gen G.
Yeah, not a fun lane matchup. And that's the thing. I feel like it's 3 pretty favorable lane matchups for T1.
Yeah.
You know, mid lane, I mean, eventually it gets to the point where Chovy can just one-shot waves and ignore the damage from Faker. But at the start, Faker's going to have that pressure. The Rumble, obviously pretty favored. And then here, the ranged into melee support. And they got spotted now, looking for a potential dive. They are healthy.
They're healthy,
No
but so
heal.
is this wave. As Extendo Beam does come on through, let's see what Dura can do to keep Ruler alive. As he does Ghost, but that is not going to help him at all. Down will go Carrier, though. And so that is something back, a 1-for-1. But with the Zeri missing out on all of this farm, it is still a huge trade up here for T1 as Canyon looking to charge things up, but not going to quite get on in there as Keen looking a little worse for wear, not wanting to push their luck.
Yeah, not sure what Canyon was going for with that one.
It was just a ramp up, you know. It's kind of like what Rambi the Rhino does in Donkey Kong, where he scratches the ground with his paw.
Yeah, I was
Is it a paw or is it a hoot? It's not a hoot, it's just a foot. Okay, Ruler is up here towards the top side. We're going for a little bit of a lane swap. What are the feet of a Rhino called?
I think it's just hooves as well, right?
They're not hooves, though.
Are they not?
I don't think so. As Ruler may just kill Doran here as he flashes and picks it up. I still don't know anything about Rhino's feet, but I do know the Ruler is going to be very happy with the kill.
Yeah, that seemed a very free kill, to be honest. And I feel like Doran just had the information and definitely could have disengaged that situation. So I was going to say, despite the fact that a kill got traded back in the bot lane, which you're going to see now, still pretty good for T1. What ended up being unfortunate is Carrier actually dies a little too late. So he has the bailout, but Ruler dies too soon. The tower hit is just a little bit too late, so he doesn't get the bailout to come back. But they still deny a lot of farm, and it's actually Duro who gets the kill. So I think T1's still pretty happy with that. And then Doran,
Just didn't flash to follow the flash, I guess. Because they could have both flashed, but then I guess Zeri probably still has a dash sooner than the scrap shield is up.
Feeling very generous, I think we'll say.
I guess so. Maybe there was a message. Ruler's like, oh man, that was really brutal. Like you flashing on top of me every single moment in the last game. Can I have one back? Maybe there's some generosity there as Keen not going to be treated with very much generosity here towards the bottom side of the map. I say that. Doran is going down so incredibly low. As Ona gets in there, tries to put him in the kennel as the ward goes down, and Doran is able to help him burn that one out. So it is going to be double flashes invested here by T1 as Chovy with a Justice Punch that goes the wrong direction, but that is going to be A-okay.
I looked a little spooky for Chovy there. We don't see Guma commit anymore. Was a little bit conscious that maybe someone's hanging around. But Chovy was like 200 HP there after the Justice Punch, so... But a good gank there from Ona, just to give some pressure back to Doran. You were wondering, why did Doran not flash? He was saving it for that exact moment.
Exactly, there you go. That got the value for his Trundle.
Oh.
As Duro is flashing in, Handshake is going to come on down as Canyon says, this is my dragon, please leave it alone. And they will say yes.
Yep. Kind of have to back away in that situation with Ona that low. It's so easy for a Pantheon just to execute you. And you know, with Canyon being level 6, with Duro charging in like that, you know he's turning up. So, unfortunate for T1 that they lose out on the Dragon, but I think happy that they didn't lose out on more with their jungler surviving. Yeah, it gets very scary, because Doran doesn't have his ult, and Keen has his. But a good flash to dodge away from the third charge from Keen there, and then just trying to maintain distance. Ona chomping him down, and eventually flashes to commit the kill. Obviously, Keen having the exhaust, not really able to create space.
Nope. No flash available here for this particular Gwen, as Duro is utilizing that Hex Flash, and they will be able to find Guma here. He does have the bailout, but I just don't know whether that's going to be proccing as Ruler looking for more. It is another kill going over to this Zeri. And, Wolf's got a day off today. Well, we'll have to ask him about verification. I don't think we're certifying it just yet, but we will have word for you when he does let us know exactly when this Zeri is potentially online.
That timing seemed flawless from Rula and Duro.
Yeah, with the spell shield?
With the spell shield. That was so well played. Because you can see Guma's like, okay, Duro's coming at me, I'll spell shield to stun, it's going to be fine, I have my summoners, but watch, so slowdown's perfect. The ult catches the spell shield.
That was crazy.
And then the
that would have been
connects.
milliseconds.
Yeah, I mean, syncing that up, not an easy thing to do, but pulling off perfectly. And the power of the level 6 from Zeri, obviously very strong. T1's bot lane not expecting to be punished because, you know, you think you're playing Civ, you think you've got the spell shield ready to safety. But a great punish there from Genji's bot lane, and now the Zeri being 2-1-on-1.
That's a huge deal. And I have confirmation from Wolf in the chat. He has said that this is certified.
Yeah.
So that's kind of crazy. Not necessarily picking up a triple kill in a Dragon Skirmish or anything like that, which is what we've certified in the past. But certainly, he is feeling pretty good. Duro once again Hex flashing over. Gonna get the flash out from Carrier here as well. I feel like Duro's mad. He had some rough moments where his Pop Blossom was kind of interrupted, especially by Carrier. There was a fight around, I believe it was the Otacon pit, where it looked like Duro just solo ulted Carrier, but I think it was largely because the heroic charge had stopped him from being able to do anything after pressing his R button, which could have been a big turnaround. As Duro once again going to be charging that one up. Immediate handshake, as of course full information was there for T1.
I think Carrier missed the brush with the first ward because he just put down a second ward.
It's always good to have more like a backup ward, I reckon.
I think that first ward might have been just outside when he first went up to place it, and that's why he got caught out before it had to bin his flash.
You're exactly right.
Unfortunate. Oh no.
Now, some needlework going to come on through here as Carrier, not going to find the hostile takeover because Keen just walks over it. Now he's looking for Gumayushi, who's not going to have any way out of this one. Duro just pulls him in with the Magnet Storm, and now can we have some Gwen certification as well? Because Keen is kind of massive.
You know, I talked about how this mid-jungle, the Pantheon, and the Galio setting up the side laners. Like if Gwen and Zeri get fed, it's going to be a big problem. I'm going to be real, the Galio, the Pantheon,
not doing much.
Anything. Right? And it's just
they're being set up by the cavalry,
yeah,
which is just Duro cantering and hex flashing into every lane.
Duro has decided he knows what the objective is, and he is succeeding massively. And now with Keen and Rula so far ahead, I am very concerned for T1.
I'm a bit concerned for Chovy here as well, as he is going to have to flash to get himself out of this one, but I still don't know whether he's out of the woods just yet. Is going to Justice Punch, and that is going to keep him alive. That is a big flash now on cooldown here for Gen G. See whether they are going to be too worried about it. So we're going to check this one out once again. Kane looking very relaxed there in the player cam as he just wanders over.
Yep.
And the hostile takeover is just going to do nothing as a result. There's another flash in live, as we can see in picture-in-picture.
Yeah, just runs them down. Knows they don't have the summoners committing to it with Duro. And it just feels like they've been kind of unrelenting at this point.
Yep, Feats of Warfare comes on through there as well, as we do get the little hover over to confirm that Doran does have his flash now on cooldown, as these minions aren't all going to die, but most... So they'll be... okay, he's going to take a fair bit of damage here from Kane, who has Riftmaker done. Doran has a small book.
Yeah, I hope it's a good book.
Yeah. No matter how small it is, Kane has made a rift. And you have a story. Okay, a story that has turned into a different story.
Now he has like a little fidget spinner and a slightly more impressive book. So
yeah, it's a scary book now.
Yeah.
It's fiendish.
Yeah, so a little bit more to play around with.
What is a codex, technically? What's the difference between a codex and like anything else? I think I knew the answer to this at some point in my life.
I feel like I feel the exact same. I feel like I once knew that, and then it's been removed in return for like the AP ratios on Ziggs Q.
Oh, got a little bit of a stun here onto Ona, who does have to flash away. Hostile takeover is only going to connect onto the Pantheon, but he's kind of okay with it as the heroic charge comes down. Bailout will actually activate, but not too much more. As oh goodness, if it wasn't certified before, it certainly is now. Yeah, Wolf was onto something, as that's a double kill. 4-1 and 2 now for the Zeri, and this isn't a Kai'Sa. This is a little different when it comes to the team fights coming up.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for T1. I think Gen G at this point, you know, even though the gold lead isn't massive, it just feels like they have everything they need right now. They jump onto Ona, hostile takeover comes in, and there's a decent amount of AoE that comes back. You can see Faker doing a decent amount, Rula doing a decent amount, but no one ends up dying, and they just see target, kill target. You know, Rula's just running people down, and this is an extremely fed Zeri.
2,000 again!
Yeah. Yeah, it feels more significant this time, though.
I would say so. It did feel pretty significant last time, but the results certainly were not. This is another result of some situations that were happening elsewhere, as the teleport brings Faker in, but he doesn't really want to be here. Still, Carrier and Ona are going to turn up, and I don't think Keen is quite as immune as he really wants to be. As the bailout is down onto Ona, and down goes the Gwen. That is going to be Faker getting a kill back. Finally on the board here is his Rise. I don't think this is going to quite be enough to get T1 into the driver's seat, especially with this situation that's now happening in the mid lane.
Rula is 2 full levels up on Guma.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you see the number, and you're like, oh, he's 2 levels up because, you know, they were, like, close. To be fair, Guma did just get a good amount of XP because he kind of got catch-up XP, but,
yeah.
It's
going to be first turret going over to T1.
Massive lead.
That is going to be a big deal. That we'll be able to close that gap just a little bit, but it is still 2.5k. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, Gumiushi is going to get magnetized, and Rula going to zap him a few times. Does actually invest the flash, just to make sure that he's not going to get closed in on, as Owner has found him. And if he gets into Rune Prison range, this could be dangerous for Rula, who's trying to kite this one out, but it's not going to work. And it's going to be the Rumble that locks down the shutdown. T1 immediately swing that pendulum back. It's not all the way, but it's moving back in their direction.
Okay, you'll take that, you know. Guma's KDA, we learned from the last game, isn't relevant.
It is not. Nor is the gold, which is still 2,600 gold, by the way. That is not as big as, you know, like the lead isn't that big, right? So they're making up for it elsewhere, kind of.
I feel like T1 are doing a good job of finding ways to punish when some of the members are overextended. You know, we typically talk about the Faker sacrifice and then finding something from it. It feels like they're just kind of doing it with anyone. Anytime Dura's setting up a play, they're like, okay, let's just see what we can clean up from this. And this feels bad at first glance, but then the turnaround comes in.
Oh, and Rula didn't land the slow.
Strong move set, yeah. And here, Faker has flash and thinks I can get him without it. The slow comes in from Ona, even walks away before he knows the Q's going to hit, and gets that 652 gold shutdown. So Faker getting pretty strong as well now.
Yep. Feats of strength do go over, and this is something that Gen G missed out on last time. We'll see whether there's going to be some more Artican whoopsies as well.
Yeah.
As I do feel like their last draft was a little bit more finesse-based, right? They didn't necessarily, like, they had a Scion, front to back certainly was possible, but it was a lot more bursty.
I mean, it was definitely, they had to kind of dive in. There was a lot of ifs and buts. This one just kind of feels like
Keen and Canyon go in, Chovy go on guy who has aggro, Ruler kill everyone.
You point Zeri and Gwen in the right direction, and you just release.
Yeah.
And that's 90%.
So it's a slingshot.
Pretty much.
Are we gonna? Can we coin that as like the name of this style of composition? The slingshot composition. You wind them up.
Wind them up.
Maybe call it a Hot Wheels.
Hot Wheels? I like a Hot Wheels.
Although not all of them are the pullback and then go type little cars, are they? Hot Wheels often just models.
They are pretty great though.
Did you have like one of the Hot Wheels tracks?
Yeah.
Oh man, they were so cool.
Yeah.
Did you ever use it as a track, or was it only ever to launch cars as far as you could launch them?
Launch cars.
Yeah, that was actually the only thing I thought that it was.
Did you ever play Roller Coaster Tycoon?
Oh yes.
You know, there was that roller coaster you could make where I did the loop and just went, and then if you
fired them off into the sun.
You'd make one of those with the. That's what you'd want to do.
And then you finish making one of those, you're like, oh, I finished the game.
Yeah.
I've beaten it. Oh, this is beautiful. That's fantastic.
That's what you want to do with your Hot Wheels as well. Just whoop.
And then I was actually watching Roller Coaster Tycoon content recently. It still exists and it's thriving.
That's great.
It's crazy.
What a phenomenal game.
It is. Never expected it to really go that hard.
Is when you'd put on the entrance, you'd put a no entry sign in front of the exit. So they couldn't leave, and then you'd put like cheap drinks, and then you'd make the toilets really expensive. I was an evil child, but it worked, you know. Customer satisfaction down, profits up.
You were less about the roller coaster, more about the tycoon, I think, is how that one worked there, Ox.
Yeah.
Is a true entrepreneur. Okay. Well, let me know. Like, I'm never gonna go to your restaurant that you're gonna open after being an LCK commentator.
Oh, man.
All right, T1, gonna go for something else here, as we do have Soul Point on the table here for Gen G. It's Infernal Soul as well. That is a big deal, but Canyon taking a lot of damage. That last Q from Faker had a hit. That could have been a big deal, as he has stacked up. At least his Seraphs does have his Rod of Ages now halfway stacked as well.
I feel like this is so much around the main characters right now. For T1, it really is Faker. He's doing so much damage, and for Gen G, there's no surprises really. The Tile plus the Runans posing so much threat. Doesn't have the IE yet. That will be a massive spike, but still, he is such a problem to deal with. Keen also very pertinent threat. They are starting up the Dragon. This will be third for Gen G, so T1 really want to have this on lock. Repull coming in from Chovy. He's going to make his way over there.
Immediate teleport going to come on through here from both the Rumble and the Galio, as Keen possibly going to get flanked here as Faker does come on over, but he has Carrier in tow. We do have the heroic entrance coming down. The equalizer does basically nothing, unfortunately. And Chovy's able to tank this one up. T1 using so many resources, and they have to realm warp themselves out. But Duro just catches them in the magnet. Handshake is decent, but it just brings Ruler closer. So the T1 will melt. Another Penta will be denied. This time it's Canyon that does it. But Ruler probably still happy. He's a 9-2 Zeri in this game.
That's just prime scenario for the Zeri. You saw T1 not thinking they can take a straight up 5v5. Look to try and shut down the Gwen on the angle. The Galio comes in to save, and then it's just cleanup time for the Zeri. This game was looking bad before. It only got worse.
Well, we know, T1 have made pretty heroic comebacks before, but I do feel like this whole engage just didn't quite work. Chovy manages to get him with the ulti and then lands a massive taunt.
Yeah, and then we get the slow comes in from the Pantheon, and then the engage from the Rel, and then this with the Runans as well.
Yeah, the ulti hits 4 at the same time.
It's just prime scenario for a Zeri at this point. And I feel like Ruler just, it was just like the most chill team fight ever.
He was so locked in, dude. He didn't say Penta once.
Wow.
That is...
It's serious.
He has grown, truly.
But it was just a very chill cleanup, The team was setting him up, and he just knocked him down.
Well, you know that that edge that goes really, really far, possibly never-ending. that has now been completed as Owner wanting to steal this one away. He does get stunned up though and then just put into the blender. Down goes Gumayushi first. The other con is secured by Ruler somehow as Carrier trying to get himself out, but he just gets crashed into by this Rel. And now skating over the wall, Jet Set Radio Future here for Ruler, and he will be able to just zap down Faker. There's the pentakill for Ruler Zeri, as it doesn't work the first time. Why not just set it up again?
This time he slides in with the IE with so much damage, gets the Arakan as well. Not quite a Hexa kill, but might as well be.
Yep.
You can see T1 just desperate to stop this objective. They dash in here, and the Arakan ends up going super low. Canyon actually smited early because he was about to die, but Zeri ends up getting it. Carrier tries to TP out, gets interrupted, and then here, Ruler's definitely going to call for it now.
Yep, let's listen to him celebrate. The man that gets denied the most pentas out of any other player on the planet. It will be Doran. Ruler able to lock it down, but Quadrant kill comes in. I want to see the celebration, Ruler. Give it to me. Wow! Zero reaction at all. I guess maybe he's playing Zeri, so he's like, maybe it doesn't count. As Keen is going to be able to pick up a kill onto Doran here at the same time. Feels like a bit of a formality at this point in time. Last time they had a bit of a lead. It was nothing compared to this. It's 10,000 gold at 22 minutes. This game is a shellacking, and it is absolutely over.
It just doesn't even look close at this point. I mean, Ruler is so fed right now. 14-2 on this Zeri. You look at his items, and then I'm not going to say it, actually. I was going to say...
Yeah, don't.
No, just don't. Just stay looking at Ruler's items. Yep. Don't look anywhere else.
Yeah, look to the left of the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, don't
look at the number. The number is large.
Don't look to the other side. It's... Wow. That is a... I can't remember the last time we've seen that much of an item difference.
3 completed item advantage?
Yeah.
Yep, no, that doesn't often happen. As Faker is not going to get killed by Ruler here, who I don't think can skate into 4 people and like do it by himself.
I can't see
just
it
yet, but
for science, you know, maybe he could.
He does. He has a shield burst. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's also got the upgraded shoes. Chovy going to look for Owner here. Does manage to land the taunt, but Ruler not going to go too aggressive. Keen is, though, as in comes the Galio as well. Lands a nice double knockoff as the bailout is there, but it buys a few seconds maybe. And Gen G are just going to pile in and destroy. Ruler looking to skate on over and just one taps the rest of Doran's health bar. And Gen G, I think they're done having fun in this game. They're going to look towards game number 3 to try and close this one out. T1 will be back on the blue side, though, once again. I'm just glad that we get the full series between these two titans here in the LCK. Remember, stakes still massive for T1. They will have that first pick advantage. Let's see whether they can turn around this momentum.
A massive game from Gen G, and I think possibly the most one-sided game we've had in round 3 to 5. Definitely up there.
It's insane to think about just with how extremely close the first game felt.
Yeah, so definitely coming back with a vengeance. And, you know, we talked about the risk of leaving the Pantheon up. At times, I'm like, oh yeah, there was a Pantheon. Because it felt like the main characters in terms of the carries were Gwen and Zeri.
And Rel.
Duro, I think, was the main character in terms of impact.
God,
24 kill participation out of 25 kills in total. He was everywhere this game, setting up his carries perfectly. And if ever there's been a statement game, Duro definitely saying, we are going to win this series, doing his best to make sure we're taking it to 3 games and delivering on that promise.
Certainly did. Justice for Supports has never felt so good with Duro and Carrier at the helm, possibly leading as far as our POM votes are concerned, but we'll have to see what happens in game number 3. Thankfully, we get one as this one's going the distance. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, then we'll have that 3rd game of the Saturday Showdown.
돼. 이거 봐도 되나?
뒤에 럼블. 봐도 돼.
오케이.
오케이. 잠깐만. 너무 빨릴 수도.
아니야, 이거.
괜찮아요?
나 괜찮아.
오케이. 미드로 갈래요, 이러면? 미드로 가자. 나 플래시 있어서. 잡았어? 라이즈 잡아줄 수 있어.
들어가면 끝나겠다.
나 플래시 있어.
나 공을 못 맞췄네, 아무도.
나 라이즈한테 큐플 할 테니까 호응해줘요. 끝나면 바로.
형, 이거.
야,
라인
이대로 가야 돼, 이대로 가야 돼.
야, 라인 끝내. 그냥 하자. 타워 너무 아파.
자, 이렇게 제1세트 뱀픽 완료를 했습니다. 초빈가? 은신을 썼는데요?
화장실 가고 싶은데?
포자고 갔다 와.
이게 라인전부터 영향이 간다니까?
그지?
게임을
갔다 와. 와, 큰일 날 뻔했다. 유치화될 뻔했다.
화장실에 어그로 끌려가지고.
그러니까 화장실 오래 끌려가지고 유치화될 뻔했네, 이거.
캐리.
잠시 대기해주세요.
박대기 기자 하래.
전체적으로 화장실 이슈 쳐도 돼?
쳐도 되죠. 상대도 알 건 알아야지.
초비 선수 이동하실게요.
굿바이.
내가 화장실에 서겠다.
유치원가?
키보드에 손 떼주세요. 상대팀의 사유 공유됐습니다.
좀 하지마, 기나. 근데 내가 왜 키보드에 손 떼야 돼? 그러지 좀 말라니까요.
만지지 마세요.
알겠습니다. 죄송합니다.
재혁이 형은 징계 좀 먹자.
그리고 오늘 또 기도원 선수 생일이에요. 생일 축하 노래 하나 부를까요?
지원이 등장.
괴물 등장.
생일 축하합니다.
야, 사람들이 좋아한다, 야. 시어맨십 좋은데요?
네.
지원아 괜찮아?
아니 기도원 씨 생일 축하하네?
생일이셔? 뭐야, 생일빵을 때려야겠네. 지훈이 형한테 하는 줄?
나한테 왜 하냐고.
난 너한테 하는 줄 알았어. 너가 오는데 환호 지르길래. 그러니까요.
바텀이가 편하다. 원래 저번 경기가 별로였나?
맞아.
5라운드는 다 레드라던데.
이거 랜덤으로 돌렸는데 우리 다 레드 나왔다고.
감독님도 10억 받고 랜덤 돌리게 하셨잖아요.
나는 20억 받고 돌렸는데. 다들 20억 있으시다.
와, 돈 많다.
그럼 2번 돌리신 거야?
근데 이렇게 된 거야?
근데 꽝 나온 거지. 진짜 미쳤냐. 영재야, 너가 나한테 깡이라 그래? 그죠?
실패작.
영재 형은 유부남이잖아요.
감독이 잘생겼대.
누가요?
그런 걸 본 적이 없나?
다 그냥 감독이랑 비슷하게 생긴 사람들 그러는 거 아닐까? 다 뚱뚱하고.
자기가 자신 잘생겼다고 하는 경우 진짜 나 못 봤는데.
기현이 형은 거울 보면서 그런 생각 하잖아. 근데
기인이는 뭐 종종하지.
지현이 오늘 안 피곤한가 본데?
D 플러스 기아와 DRX입니다. 너구리가 왔군요.
야, 갓두리.
와, 대황두리.
아까 전에 너구리 선수 오랜만에 만나셨는데 어떤 대화를 나누셨나요?
그 지난주에 너구리가 한번 왔었거든요.
네.
사실 그때 온 게 저랑 술 먹으러 왔어요. 그래서 끝나고 술 마셨는데 근처에서 그날 잘 들어갔나 그 얘기했습니다.
너구리 선수는 술을 잘 마시나요?
저의 한 95%까지 같이 양으로 치면 먹다가 장렬히 저보다 조금 먼저 갔습니다. 갔다는 게 다른 게 아니라 집에 갔습니다. 네, 잘 편히 집에 갔습니다. 네.
저는 약하진 않은데 정캐님하고 같이 마시려면 제가 봤을 때 일단 저희가 한 3명 있어야 되지 않나 릴레이로 옆에 계셨거든요 정캐님이. 근데 정캐님 되게 진짜 좋아하는데 워낙 e스포츠계에서 경력이 오래 계신 분이다 보니까 뭐 스타부터 롤까지 되게 다양한 얘기를 많이 해주셔가지고 되게 재밌게 들었던 것 같아요.
정캐님이 내일 중계가 없다면 사실 또 마시고 싶다. 너구리 선수랑.
정말인가요? 근데 이거?
2차전 하자.
오늘 드시는 건가요?
오늘은 아니고 내일 중계가 있었어요. 내일 중계 없었으면 오늘 달렸죠.
제가 좀 공익 근무 중인데 저는 바로 내일 연가 씁니다 그러면. 그러니까 내일 만약 평일이어도 연가를 씁니다 그러면.
너구리 일단 군생활 몸 건강히 잘하고 그게 1번. 이거 역시 젊은 게 좋아 많이 따라오던데 역시 너구리. 2차에서 더욱더 즐겁고 옛날 얘기 하면서 즐거운 시간 보내자.
형님 그때 같이 자리해주셔서 너무 감사했고 다음에 또 자리하는 거를 기대하고 있습니다. 제가 먼저 연락드리고 싶습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2, where Gen G was able to shut down T1 and bring us, of course, to game number 3 right after this. Ended up being kind of the Zeri show, as we had, I think it was a quadra kill and a pentakill for Ruler in this game. Picking up the Zeri in game 2 of Fearless was pretty interesting and was able to take over game with that. What do you guys think about that game 2?
Bit of a bot diffy in that one. I think we also are treated to peak Doran experience, where we have game 1, where I think he was together with Faker, like by far the biggest carry performance. Into game 2, just kind of, as we will see soon, unfortunately, just kind of running into people and going down. But it gets us to game 3, and that's all that really matters. We wanted this to go to a free gamer, even though game 2 wasn't nearly as good as game 1.
Yeah, I think T1, they had such a great early game from their bot side. I think with the support counter pick, they did really well in the earlier phase, but it ended up in a really bad way because Doran take it some and give it some for the team as well. So
yeah.
I think that's why we picked the first highlight here, because they actually managed to clean dive on a Ruler here. Even though you trade your support for the dive, I think it's still worth, because Sivir is gonna snowball really hard from this one. But after that, Ruler is gonna go top and lane swap and get the free kill on Rumble. Oh, and he has flash, by the way.
It's on vision.
And he has flash, by the way.
Yeah. So the reason why we highlighted that is because, and I think after that, Guma and Karyak clearly lost focus and weren't able to keep up in the game whatsoever. But it's easy to forget the first 3 levels, as what it is highlighting, the lane played out as it should. If Ruler doesn't get a freebie, and I think this is also, we're obviously going in Doran, this is also one of the things that Gen G does best. Even though lane swap meta, like actual lane swaps are gone, Gen G's rotation around the map, I think, is still the best that we have in the LCK. They're so good at getting these leads and catching people off guard with these swaps. And unfortunately, that happened. Unfortunately for T1, that happens here. Great for us, though, because it got us to the game 3.
And it wasn't the end of the woes for T1, because not about, 4 or 5 minutes later in highlight number 2, we had Gwen going in and picking up a double kill with this nice play that they set up onto Karya.
And it's also testament to Duro, who I think has had a good series, but particularly in this one on the Rel, really popped off. I think, unfortunately, even for the Justice for Support lobby, it'll be hard to deny Ruler after the things he did. But it's his wraparound, right? Like, he's faking out that he's going elsewhere on the map, but then instead they get a really nice collapse onto the team.
I really like the execution from Duro. Like, I think normally all the other supports will just stand next to your top laner and just try to get the wave on the turret. But Duro actually hides himself and consumes the Renata ulti with his W as well. I think every execution that he showed up on the top side was really clean.
It was just really nice setups in the early game, and Gen G, as we know, if they get a lead, they're not going to really lose hold of it, except in game 1, which is kind of funny. But let's take a look at highlight number 3, which was this bottom fight about 18 minutes in, where they were able to close out the game.
And T1, at this point, know they have to kind of go for a Hail Mary, right? The game is rapidly slipping away, so you might as well try to collapse. It's Gwen, so they know that this most likely isn't going to work. If the Gwen wasn't enough, there's also the Galio. And Chovy, his laning phase obviously was always going to struggle, but look at that. Look at that. Oh. The 5-man taunt means that I think Guma spell shields it, but everyone else still is in it. Means that they also don't get to capitalize on the ult from the Renata, right? Normally that's something that you can really use. And then the engage here with no one matching Ruler as he pops off.
Yeah, it was just clean team fight from Gen G. I mean, again, I think whenever Gwen and Zeri is really fat in early game, that means you can't really play the game. So I think the setup from their from the T1 in the early game was not great, and so I feel like they just need to kind of set up well around how they wanna like lane swap around the bot side, because I think many times they try to get the advantage from both sides. They do, but after that they kind of fell off because Gen G tries to like open up the map and swap around the map. So I feel like if they can actually match those kind of plays from Gen G, I think they have great chance to get it.
Well, we are going to take a look at Ruler and his pentakills as well. He has 8 as a player, and the most pentakills in the LCK is, of course, Zeri. as a champion. Smolder probably up there as well, even though he hasn't been around for as long, just because Smolder is insane at getting pentakills as well. But Zeri and Ruler, congrats to you guys for having that many pentakills. And that's the end of our space here for game number 2. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I still think it's hilarious. The Pays over his career has got 8 pentakills so far. And Ruler, of course, if you include his LPL and Asia Games, thanks to Degon for looking this up, he does have 11 pentakills over his career. But the career has lasted an extra, 7 years? Which is just kind of funny, because when Zeri was introduced, so was Pays.
Yeah, a good time to debut if you want to get pentakills on your record, so... Obviously, Zeri, one of those champions who just does a great job at getting pentakills, and we saw that delivered there. Quadruple penta, but I think really, for me, the highlight was Duro, who I think the early lead in game 1 was set up a lot by Duro, and the lead as well, completely set up by Duro in game 2. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in game 3. I think ultimately, even though there was a fantastic job by T1's bot lane of stabilizing, and we talked about Guma, despite being behind, came back, they were just blown out in game 2. So Guma I think a stronger performance in game 3.
I would agree. I think aim for not above a 1,500 gold advantage, because in both games it's been about 2.6k at some point. So let's aim for 1.5. And maybe that's salvageable, more manageable, I guess, instead of relying on some shenanigans around Otacons and things like this to get them back into a game 1 and getting colossally smashed in game 2. Shoutouts to Galio's passive.
One thing with the fact that Pantheon was let through is that now Gen.G back on red side, they can go Bay. Which is funny, because they're banning Bard, who looks a bit like Baymax.
Yeah, true.
And they
It's one of my favorite sounds to ever exist in a movie, by the way.
It's pretty great.
It's so good.
Alistair ban comes through. Presumably this is the Yunara that's going to come forward.
Just kind of want them to ban something that starts with T, just so they can ban Bat.
Bat?
It'd just be kind of fun.
Unfortunately, Trundle was picked last time.
Yeah. And he has a bat as well. Oh god, it'd be so good.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Maybe they could ban Darius and then pick Ezreal and Draven.
The evolution said, so Yunara left open.
They can't spell pace.
Remember, game 1, T1 banned Yunara themselves. But I feel like they're gonna lock it in.
Yeah, so what is the answer then from Gen.G? Because they know that has to be the first pick.
Yeah, and also, we've seen...
Wait, Wukong hasn't been picked yet, the whole series.
Yeah, didn't really get a look in last time, instead. So I feel like some things that you can think about are the fact that, Wukong, Rakan are available. The Kai'Sa isn't available, which you've sometimes seen picked with the Yunara. Hasn't always gone super successfully, but it's been kind of that, you CC, you target it, you lock it down. But I certainly think the Wukong is what I would definitely look to prioritize here.
Yeah, I mean, you pick any Wukong, right? Because they also banned the Bard. So Bard has been such a great answer to the Monkey. And so now the Monkey gets to just run amok.
Wukong, Annie, Rakan as a first 3 would make it very hard to play a short-range TD carry if you can get the Rakan on 3. So we'll see. That has been the Wukong Annie has been the Rise group special in terms of pairings. Has been very successful.
Let's just see whether it's enough, because we've seen Yunara be pretty terrifying. As there is the Wukong Annie that we were expecting. Now T1 kind of forced to pick the Rakan. But we'll see exactly what they're going to be picking into it here, as Ona hovering some champions. Haven't necessarily got anything in mind just yet right now, considering outranging the Annie with a Victor, but it doesn't necessarily fill you with joy.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Victor is you obviously scale well, and it provides another target. So if the Yunara goes down, you have someone else to put out that DPS. So I think a lot of value there. Ultimately, though, you're still vulnerable to the same aggression. That can challenge the Yunara. But, if the engage comes on a one target, if you're split from them, you can put that gravity field down, you can put the ult down, you can cause disruption. They do go for the Skarner, though, which is one of those picks that... I feel like this is something you typically see a lot from Gen.G, is like a Victor-Skarner duo. Definitely going to cause disruption, though. The the grab, the ult as well from the Skarner can definitely disrupt and engage. We'll see if Gen G opt to go for...
Just lock the Rakan. There's no Talia, there's no Poppy. You're just free to do it if you would like to. And there it is. I mean, it's the Rise Group special for a reason. And so far, out of the positives for T1, they got Yunara. And the positives end very abruptly with a large cliff, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, they've definitely... Gen G have equipped themselves with the tools to shut down Yunara when it comes to those team fights. So, going to be a hard one to navigate. That being said, their composition now, you definitely want to bolster it with some sort of reliable DPS. We kind of saw that a little bit in Game 1 where they had the engage options, they had the backline threat, but they didn't really have the follow-through in the rest of the fight.
Yeah.
You see the Ziggs ban come through, something that has been a little bit of the bane of T1 in previous matches.
Do you know what's really cool? They've there's no Orianna, she's already been taken away. Syndra isn't really in the meta at the moment, and so far, Gen G had banned Ball. And there are no balls. Wow. Oh wait, no, actually Yunara has loads of them, never mind.
Yeah, true.
Unfortunately, they didn't ban the Yunara, but they did ban the Ball. So maybe there's something to be said there.
Thank you for the contribution.
Yeah, the Nautilus didn't really help out, and I have now definitely derailed us.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe I should stop spelling. I might need to work on that. But this is war for Gen G.
Okay, they deny the Xayah Rakan. We have seen Xayah a little bit into it. Jhin is open. I guess they could go.
I don't like the Jhin that much.
I think it just works when you go in, you have like the kind of ult on top.
Oh, we could just light things on fire. It doesn't feel like a lot of power in the early stages though, and so the Jhin is what they're going to go back to here.
Yeah. I think when you go for the engage, you know, you pop the ult to kind of follow up, to kind of be providing that damage on top of that.
Yep.
Additional threat. It's just very popular in the meta, has that lane pressure as well.
And now counterpick goes over to Keen at the same time, so Doran needing to try and find something he wants to blind pick. I feel like in metas past, that would almost always be Gnar. And instead, it's going to be the Yorick, a champion that we have seen in Game 3s quite a few times, and something that Doran has made work before. Not a lot of the things that are commonly picked into the Yorick are up and available as well, as the Ambessa has been banned away, the Renekton has been used. All right, what's Carrier play?
Cho'Gath is open.
Pyke is open. Don't know if it's a Pyke game.
Yeah, not sure I'd pair Pyke together here.
It's Tahm Kench.
Tahm Kench makes sense in terms of the safety. Not a pairing we've really seen too much with Yunara specifically, but it's a concept that makes sense. You know, you want to keep your carries alive into this.
Yep, also Carrier really wanted to pick an engage support, and he got one.
Yeah.
That's sort of his way. As the K'Sante, the Keen Sante, being hovered here, as he's grinning just a little bit. Let's see what is actually going to be confirmed. But this would make some sense given the player that we're seeing on our screen. And they will lock that one in. So Gen G going for the Rise Group special, understanding where the culture lies and respecting it here with the Rakan Wukong Annie that has just been so incredibly good. It's not necessarily breaking any records as far as creativity is concerned.
Yeah.
But it's tried and true, and it certainly works. T1, they have a Yunara, they have a Victor, and they have a Dream. And we'll see where the Gumayusi can pop off.
It's one of those things, they have a lot of tools to shut down these carries. There's a lot of early agency. Skirmish is going to be phenomenal. We've seen how much the Wukong can do.
Yeah.
But you look on the other side and you have this Yunara Victor, and you think if this game goes late, if we get into the 5v5s, if they're not able to blow up the Yunara, I just think they kind of lack a good amount of damage.
Yeah.
You know, their sort of carry is the Jhin, who we've seen, you know, especially if he's pumping damage into a Skarner, can struggle a little bit. You have a tank top laner, you have a mid jungle who are about that burst combo. So I think T1, you know, we saw them absolutely fail to do that last game, but Weathering the Storm, definitely the MO in this one.
Yep, and it's once again, we're going to see who is going to make it to the milestone first, whether it will be Chovy or whether it will be Carrier. Based on who wins this game, will be coming away with that one as well in today's Saturday Showdown. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3, the decider between T1 and Gen G in our best of 3 of best of 3s that we've had here in our rounds 3 through 5. Whoever wins this will come away with the series win. And if T1 are able to take it and get themselves towards that second place. But for now, HLE are leading. T1 looking for a few angles here as Doran has taken the pentakill skin. Kind of like that one. The base player Yorick just feels right, you know?
It's a good vibe.
It certainly is. All right, let's have a look at how things are going to start. I can imagine that the bottom side of the map is probably going to be pretty even between these two, although Jin, would you say theoretically has a little bit of early agency?
Yeah, I mean, you can usually get the push, I would say, into the Inara.
How do you feel about Gumayusi ghosting the lane?
Love to see it.
I'm a big fan.
Get that first.
Already a bit of biffo here between the two bottom lanes, as Ruler will find that fourth shot.
Not gone too hard.
Yeah, the tempo heal going to come on through and the barrier going to be used in response here. But the heal going to come down once again. Ruler just plodding his way over, holding onto that purple bullet.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, does not manage to actually fire it into Gumayusi though. Some success for the Inara thus far. But lane control well and truly in control by Gen G.
Yeah, it's so much with the Inara around using that Q once you have those empowered autos for your trading power. Guma's popped it now just to try and get the wave, shove, and match. It will be pretty close. It's actually level 2 hit about the same time between them.
And do you know what the best thing about this game is?
What?
Slurkles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're back there once again. I apologize. Oftentimes, the Inara is banned. But sometimes we just get to talk about Slurkles, and it's just really, really cool. Faker is going to find Canyon, but Owner is there alongside him. As both the mid lane is just saying hi to the junglers, and will back away afterwards. Here's the Wukong anti-stats. As, yeah, have a look. The best team in the league has 2 victories with this combo. Tried and true.
Wow. I mean, it looks pretty... We always talked about it as being the Rise Group combo is doing so well there, but it's kind of crazy to see how well it's done just across the board.
Yep. Bro just being an inspiration to us all. And by us all, I mean the teams in the LCK, and I don't even think they did it first. But I'm going to give it to them anyway.
Of course you would.
As Ruler and Duro do have control of this wave. But no whoopsies just yet. Cannons going the way they're supposed to, and all that sort of stuff. But a little bit of farm in advantage here for Ruler as Grand is going to connect on to Carrier. Does eat the grey health and is going to be absolutely fine. Canyon just mowing through the jungle, has completed his first clear, and will be able to take this crab on the bottom side. Now going to look for a little bit of an angle as Duro has moved over.
Guma is kind of low. They go for... I mean, Ruler has the fourth shot as well. I think they just burst him.
Yep, let's see whether they can find the angle in as Gumayusi is going to be able to make his way out, actually, as Ruler was tanking up the turret. They get the teleport out from the Yorick, and this could signify an early lane swap here for T1 as Owner is making his way and gets the flash out from Chovy. Very nicely played here as T1, decent amount of pressure, and the fact that they now get to move into a lane swap, I think is a big deal, because Doran's teleport doesn't feel quite as bad.
I actually love plays like this where they like TP the top lane. I mean, Doran's never going to be there in time to make it, but one of the things is you go for a play like that on a Guma, and him losing out on the farm for the team feels like a net negative, but because you TP Doran down there, it feels like you lose out a lot more overall. Managing to maintain tempo to a good amount.
Yep.
And Guma just able to slip away from that play, eats the fourth shot, and it's a little scary because he doesn't have barrier, right? So that dive that was coming through, heal wasn't available, no barrier. It felt like the burst might have just been enough, which is why Gen G went for it. Weren't able to find it. I will say, however, though, Doran used his TP, Keen saved his.
Yeah, just walked down towards this bottom lane and gets this whole wave as it crashes into the turret. So this Cassante that was falling a little bit further behind is now feeling absolutely fine. Not to mention the fact that Doran hadn't bought yet. So he did have to go back anyway and then has to walk.
We do see a cold pickup from Guma, and he gets to pick up some farm here. So it works out pretty okay for both sides, I'd say. But yeah, we'll see if Keen manages to find an angle to utilize that TP advantage. Obviously did specifically save it there when he could have just... I mean, there wasn't a need to TP down when the wave's coming in, but we'll see if he finds an angle for it. Obviously, Yorick, we've said many times before, not really inclined.
Oh, Keen is going all out, and Doran is getting all out of there. Would be the response. Keen gets an extra 6 gold for his trouble as he takes down the ghoulies.
Actually, yeah, getting the XP advantage from those extra minions and the wave being in a bad state as well means...
He's holding the freeze as well. This is
3 CS picked up that glob though. That was pretty nice.
That was pretty good morning missed, to say the least.
He did not miss that morning.
No, he did not. Successful. Owner is going to come on over just to allow Doran to push this one up. The Canyon in position as well, being a tricky little warrior as he makes his way out. Bear comes down. The Arcane Storm is also going to be there. Gravity Well also helping out. As, yeah, the pesky bear, something that Faker now has to deal with. See whether he does get the extra 50 gold from it, though, as Chovy is going to possibly call Tibbers back.
Yeah, did pull him under the tower for a tower hit there. I think it's most annoying when he's up in your face and Chovy's trading with you.
Yeah, exactly. Having to deal with both at the same time is the important part, as Chovy is going to get licked momentarily. Deathray comes on through, and Owner is coming in. Yep, no flash available for Chovy, so he's just going to get impaled to death. And that is first blood going over to the Skarner as well. A huge deal here for T1. The fact that their very tanky jungler is off to a good start.
You know, it's something I didn't really think about, but Tahm Kench and Skarner as a duo just have this insane ability to just get over terrain and find these gank paths.
Yep.
So there, Carrier finding the angle out of vision to just slide in here and get the tongue lash, and then on the other side, Owner coming over the wall. Just feels like great angles of attack here that left Chovy nowhere to go. And that flash that was burned earlier by Owner, obviously paying dividends there.
Yep, the return gank value going to come on through here for T1. And one of the better early games that they've had so far in this series.
Yeah, they have a lead, so that's already doing better.
Yeah, there's a knock-up onto Carrier, but he's just diving his way out.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, you burn Flash on Annie, and that alone is good, just denying the Flash, but it's good to see them actually capitalizing and going for a return gank. Now though, Genji starting up on the grubs, and Inara's in the bot side. Keen did teleport now, though, so it would be a 4v4 on the top side.
There is a curtain call available for Ruler, so T1 respecting for now. Carrier possibly on an angle in, only level 5 here for the Tahm Kench. As Duro also, the Canyon will be able to W over, then Duro with the follow, so 2 come through for Genji. The last one was secured there by Owner as well. So the Feat of Strength is going to go over to Genji. As Gumiushi doing a fair bit of damage, good Slurkle value there as well.
Yep. Holding up pretty okay in the matchup.
And I don't even know whether it was good Slurkle value, but I needed to say Slurkle.
Yep.
That was the main thing there. If you were looking at it, you were like, well, it didn't get that much value.
I know who you are.
I know, but I was just making sure I explained it for everyone else.
That's fair. That's fair. I understand that.
Because maybe they were like, oh no, I just really don't think that Arc of Judgment really did much. If that was you, I mean, that's what the Slurkle is otherwise known as. That's its more wordy cousin, as far as titles are concerned.
Oh, he Tibbers stunned him, so he didn't get the cannon.
Oh my goodness, Chovy. That is how he has these CSD numbers. Duro is just going to dash away from Carrier here. Haven't really seen the combo put into full effect just yet. I imagine we may have a fight around the dragon, though, as the first one is going to be this Hextech Drake.
Yeah, up and available now. You see resets coming in for T1 for their top and 80 carry.
Chovy has also been very good at denying Tibbers gold.
Yeah.
Haven't you noticed that a lot of Tibbers just get sacrificed?
Yeah, and it is a lot of gold when you think about it.
Yeah. It's as much as a Nexus, we say it all the time. That's massive. Most important gold in the game. it's also the same as a Daisy. Or a Maiden, which is also here. So we'll see who gives the most gold, as Ruler is going to get exhausted. Carrier finds the gobble as the stun comes in, but I don't think Ruler's getting out of this one. Nice barrier, though, and he survives! And now the curtains are being called. The last bullet gets the flash. And by last, I mean first. And now Carrier, he's the one in bullet hell that is going to survive momentarily. Oh, the deadly flourish coming on through there as Duro does make his way in. Man, Ruler is locked in today.
And what looked like a favorable play for T1. You think they finally found something. They're going to get Guma fed. Ruler baits with the barrier, outplays, and ends up forcing 3 sums to his 2.
Yeah. And Keen going to be able to take the first Nexus worth objective on the map. Equivalent to 2 dragons, you could say. As Gen.G, speaking of dragons, going to start off this one. Currently sitting on a 300 gold lead, doesn't mean a whole lot at this stage of the game. And not even going to commit to it. As Owner is so tanky. First item complete.
Yeah, Canyon doesn't have a first item completed yet.
Well, Ruler also doesn't have his ulti, so they're down a few buttons on the side of Gen.G. Chovy as well, his health bar relatively low. Slurkle going to connect, Duro gets in there with the quickness, finds quite a few, and down goes the Tom Kench to start us off. Flash out from Owner, trying to keep himself alive as he's going to have to drive his way out of this one, but he will not be allowed to. Ruler delivered that kill. Gumayushi going down on the side, and Gen.G just wiped them out and then start back on the Dragon.
And I think T1 opting into a fight that wasn't really necessary here.
Oh dear. Oh no. The Keen Sante situation is happening once again as the flash in, and Keen drags him under his own turret.
Yeah, I think that's where Doran wants to be.
So I was gonna say that was where he was heading. So
maybe on the angle he's not applied.
Oh, Doran was hitchhiking.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, he held his thumb up. That's what really caught Keen off guard.
Doran's ghoulie wall may be a little off there, but you know, T1 opt into this, and you don't have the ult on Yunara. I don't even believe they have the Arcane Storm either. And Gen.G, they're fine to take this. Their team fight is so good, especially at this point of the game where Guma's not online, Faker's not online. You really didn't need to take this fight. And I think you're just giving Gen.G a window into the game again. I think T1 can just let their carry scale up. Instead, the Dragon's given over to Gen.G regardless, but now they have that 2,000 gold lead that it feels like it's been a constant off this series.
Hey, but they don't have a 2,000 gold lead individually for Ruler.
Yeah, but not too far away.
They're getting there, but it's not quite there yet. And so that is important. That was the thing that we, you know, were starting to define the series on.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily end of the world, but it is not good news for T1. And only one more objective and Gen.G will lock down those feats of strength. It is only 1 kill that T1 have picked up as far as that race is concerned, and they've already lost that one. So they're going to need first turret and the next 3 objectives if they do want to be able to upgrade their shoes. It's probably the last thing on their minds right now. Stability is what they're going to require.
Yeah. Just finding a way to slow down the game more than anything. And at least, you know, Darren's doing pretty well in the side lane. I was able to pick up some plates there. I say as I see him getting Tibbers. Oh, no, he's not doing so good anymore.
Yeah, there's a possible PvE, like a Pokemon battle that could happen here between the Maiden and Tibbers. Who wins out of the Maiden versus Tibbers? Could we get Doran and Chovy to agree to let them just duke it out? As they're both level 10, I mean, it's even right now, right? Sort of, ish.
Yeah.
Kinda. 1 item. Some shoes there, as Tibbers would benefit from that one, but that's okay.
Don't specifically know the answer to the question, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Never thought about it.
Maybe we should. We need to hop into the practice tool and start figuring it out. The big questions, you know?
I think Daisy would probably be...
Oh, Daisy's obviously completely OP.
Really?
She's the winner. She gets a 3-hit passive. We all know the best things in the game have 3-hit passives.
Oh, okay.
You know?
The thing is, I think the problem with the Maiden is the drain she gets. I think she only does it to champions. She needs Yara to be hitting them, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's a shame. So I'd say that maybe that gives Tibbers the edge.
Maybe.
Because Tibbers is happy to hit anything.
Yeah.
Keen also not really wanting to hit Faker. Because it's not exactly the greatest of matchups. Faker holding him at bay. As Keen is able to at least mitigate some of the CC before getting the heck out of there. But the K'Sante has a bit of like CS in the lead. There is a slight gold advantage for Doran, who I believe has taken a couple of plates in his time. But Gen.G are pushing this advantage. Slurkle not even going to be enough to help here. I'm so glad I got another opportunity to say it. If you could just press it again, Gumiushi, on your way out, that'd be great. Never mind, we're going to check on
Faker. He's been doing a pretty good job of pressing it. You know, he's been getting it in. He is, okay, it's a little over a level. You know, he's about to hit level 9, but he's down in XP, down in gold. It's kind of been the theme of the game, but at least he's on the hyper carry this time. Now,
Yep.
I mean, the last game they were both on hyper carries, but this time he is on the hyper carry. So it's a weather the storm angle. It's the hope and pray. Okay, that was a nice dodge.
Yeah, somehow managing to share some pixels with the turret there. Very nicely done. Skeen back down here. Does have his Iceborne Gauntlet completed. And Gen.G feeling pretty relaxed at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Herald's up now, which would be feats of strength for Gen.G, so I imagine they'll be moving over towards it. T1 currently have Faker just matching against Keen.
What's the soul? Is it a Chemtech again?
T1, I'm hoping it is.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Yeah, they're actually, so they're TPing Faker in. Are they going to TP Doran in or just let this go? I think the call is just let it go.
Yeah, Faker actually TPing to the top lane to grab the minions that were there. I think the turret may have actually just straight up died to minions if he hadn't have done so. Slurkle comes out, doesn't find Ruler.
That's feats of strength. That's also the Herald, which you can use to try and get that first tower.
The triple feats of strength?
I stopped counting, unfortunately. It feels a bit dissatisfying.
I know. Shouldn't you count it up for each of the things, no matter what? That's what I kind of thought.
Just really show it.
Yeah.
Demonstrate it.
Because I like seeing it all filled in.
Yeah.
That we never get to see it all filled in.
But I think T1 making the right decisions just to slow the pace down.
Yeah. And there it is. It's going to be filled in by T1 if it was still available to be filled in, but it wasn't. As Keria going to flash away, thinking that there was a scary monkey looming, and there indeed was. And this gold lead, it's not the same as it was in either of our first two games for Gen.G. But remember, T1 won one of those games. So it's not like we're going to be signing any, not writing eulogies yet, you know? But it is getting close. As Gen.G on the dragon, Chovy just going to leave, as there was a bit of a surprise waiting for him on the top side. Wanders back to this lane now, as let's see whether this dive is going to work out. Chovy's going to get that unfortunate news that there is a Skarner in the area, but Duro's made his way over, does interrupt Owner as well, as he does drive on through, but the tower is going to fall. T1 grabbing 2 actually already.
I think they can be pretty happy with that. You know, they're going to TP Yorick in here as well.
Yeah. Now Canyon going to have to be a bit tricky here to get himself out of the way, but they're not even able to lock down this mid-outer turret.
This is pretty fantastic, right? You take 2 towers, you defend your mid-tier 1, carry a tanks the Ignite with a great health.
There you go.
Everything's going good. All things considered, the early deficit being kind of staved off a little bit now. That mid-tier 1 is low, and it looks like this top tower, bot tower, sorry, is going to die.
The top tower is also kind of a breath away from dead, like a stiff breeze would be able to take it down. So.
But I think the position the game was in, we could have definitely seen a scenario where Gen.G just take all 3 out of towers and T1 get nothing. So at least the positive I'm saying is T1 got some answers back. It's not all doom and gloom.
It's a bit of doom and gloom though.
It's a bit. It's not all.
No. And Gen.G still have a Jhin composition, and if there's anyone that knows that Jins can be disappointing, it's me. I've based a lot of my career on it.
Yeah. Very much a Jhin anti.
Indeed. Jin's also been, for me, disappointing in the other direction as well. I remember. Faker Mr. Cannon. Oh, God.
You know what? Let's just not talk about it.
It was actually, my point was going to be about T1 as well. I believe it was when Jackie Love was playing Jhin, and I tweeted about it. I'm like, oh, look at this, Jin's doing nothing, and then he got a quadra kill in the topside jungle, and they lost.
So it's your fault?
It was my fault. I apologized immediately afterwards and stopped tweeting for the rest of Worlds, I think, that year. Which did work out in our favor, okay, I might add, as Ruler gonna get slurkled up. That keeps him in the ghoulie wall and forces the flash, as they manage to take the entire outer ring of turrets. against the flow of play here in this game.
You know, Gen G have, you know, Annie, Rakan, and Wukong, but they don't have Slurkle into Ghoulie Wall.
Exactly!
Which is a very threatening engage combo, as we just saw. Able to catch out Ruler there, get his flash. And if you're looking towards that dragon in 2.5 minutes, or even potentially the Arakan,
okay,
Ruler not having flash is something.
That is something. There's another thing that is just completely wrong that's been posted in our prompter. It says Yorick's wall is a Slurkle, Skarner's W is a Slurkle, Faker's ult is a Slurkle, Yunara's orb is a Slurkle, that one's true, and Carrier's W dive is a Slurkle. Let me let you know, okay? The dive is a Slocker, okay? And Faker, his ultimate is just a circle. Doesn't actually do any slowing. Keen is a raid boss, and he's going to go all out. Brings in the Yorick, and where did he go? He might be inside a Slurkle right now, but that's in the death chamber. We cannot see it, as Chovy finding a nice double stun here, as well as Ona looks to come through, but he's delivered by the Kazante, and down goes the Scon. Oh God, it is a bloodbath as Gen G just mow them down. The Otacon going to be taken as well as Faker, the last man standing, and there is nothing that he can do. He can throw out a Stunkle.
You're struggling there a little bit.
Yeah, I was attempting. As 4,000 assists here for Chovy, and he's looking to augment that with his 500th win as well. Third in the LCK, just behind BDD and Faker, who have been here forever.
This was desperate. I mean, Keen set this up completely. Finds an angle onto Doran here. Beautiful positioning to get him next to the wall. Slides him next to Arakan. He's just so beyond dead. And then bonus points because Ona tries to look for Chovy here, and Keen ends up catching him when he goes in.
Oh man.
Flips him over. He just gets taken out as well.
And Canyon is like delivered as a Beyblade to his enemy enemy team, yeah.
And then Dura comes in with the ult to clean up. I mean, just some excellent play right now from Gen G, and oh Doran.
Oh dear. Doran's health bar looked large, but Chovy makes it much smaller. As another Q will do it, and down he will go. Wants to invest a flash there as well. Felt like Chovy deserved it, and maybe that's true. As now they will move to a 5.5k gold advantage. They have Otacon, they have feats of strength, they have they don't have an outer ring of turrets. That's all they're really missing here, as Ruler fires off the 4th shot, runs his way away. And he is going to be more than fine. T1 really circling the drain in this game.
Yep.
So let's go back to it. So there was the Slock Up, there was the Stunkle, which was difficult for me to say. I got stumped on that one.
That sounds like an uncle to say.
Yeah. And then there's the Slurkle, the classic.
Yep.
And Doran has the Wurkle.
The Wurkle?
Because it's a wall circle.
Oh, okay.
So it's the Wurkle.
The Wurkle.
Yeah, so that's all.
I think I prefer Ghoulie Wall.
I mean, Ghoulie Wall is way better, but technically if you were going to do it like a Slurkle, it would be a Wurkle.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe it could be a Ghoulie Wurkle. We could call it that, if you'd like to. Because, you know, if you think about it, Cataclysm's also a Wurkle, so it's not clear. Maybe you do need to add the Ghoulie clarification.
Are there any other Slurkles in the game?
There's loads of them. Lots of circles do slows.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of one specifically.
Nivea's Glacial Storm.
Oh, nice one, true.
Is indeed a storm.
Yeah, that's a big Slurkle.
If Faker builds a Rylai's, then the Arcane Storm becomes a Slurkle.
Oh, it becomes a Slurkle, so you can change...
you can build Slurkles in this game.
Wow.
It's beautiful. It's like Minecraft.
But his W does slow as well as stunning? Is it like the...
Oh, that's true. It's a Slurkle into a Stunkle, isn't it?
But do you prioritize the harder CC, or do you just say it's
yeah, do you base it on its potential?
Why are you asking
me? Or what's
me?
more
You're
likely?
The expert.
No, I'm asking the rhetorical question because it is technically
you're
both.
The expert on the subject. I am asking you.
It's Schrodinger's Slurkle.
No, I'm specifically
Can it be both?
No, I'm asking you. You're the authority.
Oh, wait, maybe it's a Stun Turkle.
A Stun Turkle. Okay. We are really pushing the limit of stupid things said on broadcast.
I don't even think that makes sense at all.
Oh,
but
that
it was
doesn't
very fun to say.
That doesn't make sense.
I mean, this is the whole point, is that it's fun to say.
This is where you're drawing the line.
Yeah, I am.
This is where you said tempo vibes. made sense completely. Slurkle, yeah, that's cool.
I'm so sorry. You've really copped the brunt of all of this.
Stun Tickle is where you're like, all right,
Yeah,
I think I've
this is a bit too silly. Yeah.
Well, at least you've established that now. Thank you.
If you've watched Monty Python's and Now for Something Completely Different, you'll know that there is a line for "This is too silly."
Okay. Well, I'm glad we
they're in a similar position, I think.
Yeah.
As it's now a 6,000 gold lead. The reason why we're talking about stun turkles and things like that is because as T1 are doing their very best to find vision around this map, but Gen G have so much extra control. And 2.5 minutes is likely when we're going to see the next fight. And if T1 can perform a miracle there, then maybe there's a way back in. As Doran, once again, finding some bad guys, but now has Owner with him. Warrior Trixie does bring Canyon over, as that is going to be the red buff secured. There's the Impale as well, but Chovy will turn up. Owner having to flash away. The curtains have been called. Owner is able to... Oh, never mind! The last shot going to come through! And no one can escape this Gen G today, as Duro able to just dash his way out of there. Gen G find a couple of picks. This could break open even more of the base.
Just feels like there's no real recourse from T1. They're kind of just trying to get people out, run away, disengage from the situation. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. He's going to get closed in on. His health bar disappears in the blink of an eye as the flash forward from Keen, looking for an angle, still wanting to find more, even though there is a Yunara and a turret there. Gumayushi just not really doing the damage. And the Ghoulie Wall comes down, looking a little bit sad there as well. Would have liked the cat skin just for the Ghoulie Wall to add a little bit of happiness.
Remember when we had hope that this was going to be a 3-gamer?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a 3-gamer.
Oh, no, sorry, that this was going to be a close 3-gamer.
Yeah.
Right, it is a 3-gamer. Do you remember when we thought this was going to be like a tooth and nail 3-gamer and it's just been 2 stomps?
Well, I have teeth and nails, okay? So technically it still is.
Yeah. I guess Wukong does. A lot of these champions have teeth and nails.
Yeah. It's a general thing with creatures.
Yeah.
Just in general. Although I haven't quite inspected all of the models, as just didn't quite work out there. As I believe, was Keria actually trying to flash to block the shot?
I think he was trying to eat. Oh no. Yeah, didn't
quite. Oh.
That. Yeah. Where did he go?
Well, you know how they banned.
He's taking a nap. I like.
Do you remember when Gen G banned Ball? They managed to kill Ball.
Oh, Tibbers is Tibbers gonna kill him?
Oh.
I want to know.
Well, we're not going to see it. As Doran in a rough spot.
Just keep running, Doran.
Well, that is Canyon getting slowed down there, so not going to be able to quite close in on the Yorick.
There's no Krugs there. I think Canyon might have killed them. How dare he?
Oh my, no wonder Doran was fighting him, but he did have to flash away. Canyon still has his flash available, as Owner now going to get slowed down. And catching Duro was never going to be an easy one.
Okay, we're flanking.
Yeah, Duro and Ruler possibly in trouble. Let's see how the Ghoulie Wall is going to connect, as the Morning Mist is going to miss. So, Morning Mist, it missed.
Yeah. Also, Ghoulie Wall not very effective against Rakan.
Oh, that's that 50 gold that we were talking about as well. As Duro, that's a little bit frightening, as they do avoid the knockup, but even the Battle Dash gets him out. Oh, Duro, that is unfair. They deserved that one. Well, I think Justice for Supports may be actually carrying some weight here in this game.
I think it's a pretty good day for it.
Yeah. Okay, that's how that happened.
Yes, the L play button.
Yeah. And then Faker noticed that there weren't very many buttons left available for Chovy.
And then what happened with the one?
Okay, Tibbers. Okay, we're going to cut the video.
Yeah.
We'll never know. Maybe the space. No, don't give us that replay. I don't think we want that one. And Canyon just going to solo this last remaining Elemental Dragon and lock down the Infernal Soul.
I think after seeing that clip of Chovy one-shot Guma, I think I really was just asking myself, what did Gen G need? More burst, I think.
Yep.
I think they were lacking that. So they now have more burst. By the way, Ruler is more than 2 levels up.
Yeah, he's hit 2.5k again. So that's 3 games in a row.
To be fair, at least he's not the only one with 2.5k.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. And Faker is ahead in farm by about 40 CS over Chovy.
Well...
Talk about stats that are real that don't really mean all that much. Slurkle Slows down Canyon momentarily, but T1, I don't think they're defending this particular inner turret. Still, they want to try by the looks of things. Deadly Flourish going to go a little bit wide as the Maiden getting amongst it. Gumayusi doing his best with that Q. Some more local value, but still the inner turret will fall down. Keen just walks up, pulls in the Maiden, and finishes off that tower. Baron going to be up again in 2.5 minutes in this game, but Gen.G, I mean, they just have so much damage. Chovy with his death cap now done, as well as Shadow Flame Malignance. Even though this Annie is the one with the smallest gold advantage, he is still doing so much damage in this game. As, yeah, see, there, for example, Ona was a tank, by the way, guys, and now he is dead.
He just got to delete it completely. They're going to kill the Maiden now?
Oh, no, there's no recourse. It's now Chovy having to deal with the Arcane Storm. Faker able to take him down, asserting his dominance against his opposite number, but still the result is going to be a dead inhibitor in this mid lane. And I think this is just confirmation that Chovy isn't getting POM for this game.
For the series.
For his 500th win.
Yeah. Media when they can't just vote for Chovy.
Yeah, they're like, what are we going to do? It's going to be Ruler. You got
Who did the most damage?
Yeah, I think Ruler's probably going to get a few votes. He may even win, and honestly, we can't be too upset about it because he's been running the bottom lane.
Oh, he just ulted him, and then he did the blast cone into laser combo.
Yep.
Flash. Pretty neat. Faker's still really trying to make this game happen.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's a hard sell.
I mean, this is, as far as uphill battles are concerned, this is going to be a big one. I remember a time where Faker hit an ultimate on 4 people when they were behind 10,000 gold against a team called EDG, and then they won.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that did happen.
That happened. So they're going to have to channel some of that. That's all I got.
Well, if Gen.G do all stand together...
EDG didn't have Soul at the time, though. Or Artican. Or Grubs. Because they didn't exist.
Yeah. I mean, Grubs won't really help you that much.
No. But it was just another thing that they didn't have.
Yeah. Well, Chovy just...
Did he miss a cannon?
He just missed a cannon.
Oh my goodness.
He's crumbling.
Wow, the 400s really were his prime. The 500s not really getting there.
Who is this player?
Yeah, he needs to lose this game so he can stay on the 400s for longer. Oh, wait, no, he won't be. It's still his 500s
On Annie as well?
theoretically.
This champion, pretty good at CSing. Okay, here's another attempt.
Wow, we're not even going to watch it. Jonas Strong, not interested. He doesn't want to watch Annie farm.
Of course he'll get this one.
He's almost at Void Staff as well. As the Maiden going to be split pushing. Nice work.
I guess the
See whether they can get some bounty gold as in goes Dura, out goes Dura. Canyon, oh, this flank angle, they do get vision, but it's just a little too late. Still Gumayushi's able to flash his way up, but Canyon still so healthy. There's the flash forward, and Chovy says good night to the top lane of T1. The Inara tried, but T1 are now all on the floor. That is going to be the game win from Gen.G, and it is back-to-back massacres here in games 2 and 3. As Gen.G really wanting to put an end to this regular season that feels good, and man, they are going to be one heck of a raid boss moving into playoffs.
And game 1 convinced us that, you know, these two teams were going to go pound for pound, blow for blow, but Gen.G win about that life. 2 crushing defeats in game 2 and 3. Extremely decisive domination.
Yeah.
I feel like Gen.G wanting to end the regular season strong and with a super dominant performance. Chovy gets his 500 wins.
There it is. Just behind only 2 others as Peanut and Faker are ahead of him. Really impressive stuff. And I remember when we were talking about Chovy as one of our young players in the LCK. Know how time has flown, because of course he has been here for 6 years now.
Wow. Creating
milestones all over the place. Canyon as well, one of that generation.
With this, T1 won't be able to make second place. They are in 3rd. It's Gen.G first, HLE second, T1 3rd. So they won't make it through the round 2 of playoffs. Gen.G doing HLE some big favors there.
Absolutely are.
But you know they didn't do it for HLE.
Nope, they certainly did not.
They
and also,
themselves.
And it might have honestly been okay for T1 because playing more games, getting that extra ramp-up time has helped some of the teams in the past, especially teams with Doran on them.
Yeah.
When you get into the domestic playoffs. So I imagine T1 not going to be too worried about it, but you saw on the faces of Gen G, especially Chovy there, that game 1 that they lost, that bothered them.
Yep.
And some teams tilt, other ones take revenge, and Gen G certainly took revenge in this series. That was definitely brutal.
I just think they really need to figure out the early mid game, because even the game they won, the way in which they won it was so many clutch big plays that were massive from T1. And I do want to give them credit. There were some masterful plays from Doran, from Faker, from Guma, but it just shows how much effort they had to put in to win that game. Whereas in comparison, Gen G's 2 wins were just blowouts.
Yeah.
And it felt like T1 had to work so much harder for their win. And I think if you're falling behind this hard consistently every game, there's no way you're winning at a best of 5. So definitely a lot for T1 to think about as we go towards the playoffs. I think Dura had a pretty fantastic day overall, but I think across the board, everyone had a pretty fantastic day. I think Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy was just chilling.
Yeah, that massive taunt on the Galio, but I definitely think the picks he was playing were more, you know, Aurora, Annie, Galio, a lot more about setup, a lot more about.
And the second half of the year, the season, honestly, Chovy has been a lot of facilitators, right? He has been playing a lot of Annie, a lot of Galio, things like this, allowing for some POMs to come in for his teammates.
Yeah.
I assume your vote was for Dura. We'll see whether he does manage to pick it up, because honestly, it's between him and Ruler, and I do think that his rel performance was unbelievably good.
I mean, I think all 3 games he was the big reason why they had a major lead.
I would agree. I think the Tangle Barbs in game 1 especially were very, very impressive. As a big grin on Canyon's face, having a bit of a resurgence in the next couple of games, his Pantheon and Wukong definitely good.
Yeah. I mean, I think just game 1, the early dive. Game 2, he was just everywhere. Game 3 was maybe a little bit quieter from him, but yeah, I think just a pretty fantastic performance. Chovy was pumping the numbers, that is for sure. Did miss that cannon though, so, you know.
Yeah, I mean, certainly some things to VOD review moving into the next one, but I wasn't expecting 36k from the Annie in this game, especially when that was the smallest gold advantage that they had. He is, of course, probably the one more likely to do the damage, as, yeah, Ruler is going to pick it up. No justice for supports here today, but Ruler did also get a quadra kill into a pentakill in game number 2. Went absolutely ballistic in game 1. In every single game, had over a 2,000 gold lead against his opposite number, and just in all ways kind of just dominated the bottom lane.
Yeah, you know, it's just how it is, right? I just think it's crazy that Duro hasn't gotten a POM.
He has.
Round 3 to 5. Round 3 to 5.
All right.
Hasn't got one round 3 to 5, which is kind of crazy to me. So.
Yep. Kind of nuts.
I thought this would be the one. Unfortunately, boom boom damage.
And the problem is you're on a team with Keen, Ruler, and Chovy. Just easy to vote for. Not to mention Canyon, who managed to win our like POG, like a player of our MVP award, like 2 years in a row, 3 years in a row, something like that. I mean, it's just tough competition here for Duro to be able to pick up those.
I mean, I obviously think Ruler played fantastically.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, I think that game 2 in particular, the rel before he took over that game. So.
He was so good. I imagine that there will be some extra Duro votes as well. Unfortunately, we won't see him in the team interview because he's got a bit of a sore throat here today. Obviously didn't show in his play very much because he was an absolute menace. But the rest of Gen G going to be able to have a conversation with us as well, which is going to be pretty cool.
His throat was probably sore because in game 2, he was shouting, "I'm ganking," so many times. He just wore his throat out.
That is true. He did do it for the entirety of the early game.
Yeah.
And mid-game.
So, makes sense. But it'll be nice to hear from both the teams. T1 as well, hear some thoughts about, because obviously they all want to bounce back from this for playoffs. But
yeah,
I think, I think someone who it was talked about in the space a little bit, has had some rough performances in this matchup specifically before, is Faker. I think Faker played really well today.
I'd agree.
Had that clutch moment in game 1, and I think was the one who struggled the least overall. So, he at least was in good form.
I would say, like, Faker and Doran probably get a pass. Doran mainly just for game 1 because he was so instrumental. Game 2 and 3 probably a bit forgettable there. But the bottom lane not necessarily performing the way that we have learnt to expect from T1 moving into this series. A lot of that to do with Ruler and Duro having an absolutely insane performance here today, but certainly something to go back and check out for Goomer and Carrier there towards the bottom side of the map, because they have been linchpins here for T1.
Yeah, and I think I'm sure they'll bounce back. We know these players are going to bounce back, but it's just, not the day.
Yeah, when the tournament becomes playoffs, generally that's when T1 just becomes way better. Is kind of how that one goes. Worlds on the line, that is going to be what they're going to be focused on. And we are going to have these the interviews prepared pretty dang soon as well, so you got to get a comment in.
The St. Oaks, I'm on camera, and then you'll do the thing.
Yeah, so I think we have to, well, let's go to the interview first while you can do it, okay?
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the team interview. For both sides that just played their season finale. And we will start with Gen G. Aside from Duro, who isn't feeling well, please welcome Keen, Canyon, Chovy, and Ruler. Congratulations! First, let's talk to Keen, the attitude of the reigning #1. You are coming out of the final match of the regular season. How does it feel to defeat T1? No, that was our last match of the regular season, and I really wanted to finish off with a banger, and I'm just really glad that we're able to get that victory. And in Game 1, in Game 2, despite the heavy pressure earlier on, your Gwen still shredded the game. So, how did you feel playing out? I did feel like they're focusing me down. Honestly, but if I look back to the entire match, it did feel pretty comfortable overall. And even in Game 3, your Kisante was on point. And you have so many competitive top laners to face in the future. So, what message do you have for them? I don't really have much to say, but I hope that we have an enjoyable match. That was Keen, everyone. And next we have Canyon. With the playoffs coming up, this match was your checkpoint to test your form. So, what did you focus on? Since this was the last match before the playoffs, I just really wanted to focus on, keeping our form up. And with Pantheon being open in Game 2, you were able to secure the win. And your Pantheon actually has a 4-win, 1-loss record. So this must mean that no one should dare leave Pantheon open for you, right? Yeah, lately Pantheon's been being released. And I feel like Pantheon actually is very playable and actually pretty viable when it comes to having to counter him as well. So I think that's probably why, but I do believe that I am pretty confident with Pantheon. And in Game 3, you left Yunara open and took Wukong and Anthony, and it worked well, so who pitched the idea? I think we just wanted to leave Yunara open, and we were ready to just take other OP picks. So I think we were just all really aware of how to proceed with the draft. And there's about 2 weeks left until the playoffs, so how will you prepare? As far as I'm aware, there will be another patch for the playoffs. And I think we'll just have to go over our tier list again and make sure that we have it all ready and prepared by then. And next up, we have Chovy. Chovy, 29 wins, 1 loss, 48 points. With such a dominating regular season record, you were actually the top player of the match as well. How does it feel? This was our last match, and this was actually a really crucial point where we can check our form, and I'm really happy that we had a pretty good performance, and I'm even happier that we were able to finish off with a victory. And with Gen G's victory, Hana Life Esports clinched second place. And yesterday, Delight actually sent some support for you guys. So, did you hear? Well, I just found out about that. But I guess thanks for your energy, thanks for your support, we were able to win today. And you have another milestone in the book. You are the second mid laner in the LCK to reach 500 wins. Congratulations. What a happy day, of course. How does it feel? I got 500 wins. And it feels like, I got a lot of wins. And I want to make sure to keep on winning to reach 600 and 700 wins. So how are you just able to keep performing so well if you can give us 2 secrets? Well, I think I just really focus on what I have to do to fulfill my own duty. And I think just trying to minimize my mistakes actually does show off and reflect a better performance. And I think just always having a goal in my practice actually also helps a lot. And Genji will be waiting for everyone else at the peak of playoffs. And you guys will have the power to pick your opponent. So which team will you pick? I don't know who will make it to the playoffs, but I believe that it is right for my team captain and the head coach to pick, so I will just leave it up to them. And what mindset do you have for the playoffs? I believe the playoffs is the most crucial, and this is only the beginning, so we'll make sure that we are well prepared. And next up, we have Ruler. In the LCK after your return to Genji, you finished 29 wins and 1 loss. How do you look back? I'm very satisfied, actually. In every game today, it really all came down to your champion to scale. So how did you feel? Especially about game 1, actually. So after the loss in game 1, I think I was able to bounce back and I made it up, so I'm just really happy, honestly, right now. And in game 2, you got your 8th LCK pentakill. And of course, we have this replay ready. Classic Seri! You say it's so sharp. Honestly, I was just so fed at this point. I feel like autoing them a few times, they would just die. It just rolled over, so I don't think there was anything special or flashy here. I think my teammates just really supported me well. Yeah, I mean, I deserve a lot of pentakills, but of course, my teammates... I mean, these tricksters, they've been stealing my pentakills. And with today's match, you're on the board as the player with the most pentakills, so congratulations! Are you going to keep greeting for pentakills then? Of course! I'm going to always stay thirsty for pentakills, and I hope that my teammates are cooperative. Do you agree with him? Now that we didn't steal the pentakills, it feels like he is just so ungrateful. What approach will you take for the playoffs? I feel like we'll just stay on track with wherever we are headed towards. I think we'll just focus on, the macro play and the team fighting, and I think that's just it won't really change much. It'll stay the same. And as the team captain, Ruler, please send a message over to your fans. Duro. Actually, there are many fans who must be watching us from home, and given that today is Saturday, I hope you have a happy weekend. And thanks to you guys, we had a very happy Saturday showdown. And that's the end of season team interview with Genji. And in just a moment, we will have a team interview with T1.
T1 선수 전원과 인터뷰를 나눠보겠습니다. 네, 그리고 저희가 기술적인 이슈로 T1 선수들과의 인터뷰가 진행되지만 위쪽에 팀 로고가 T1이 보이지는 않습니다. 팬분들의 양해
Due to
부탁드립니다.
some technical difficulties, we won't be able to show T1's logo on the screen.
그룹 3위로 마무리하게 되었는데요. 그간 정말 고생 많았던 T1 선수들과도 뜻깊은 인터뷰를 한번 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
And T1 has finished third place in the Legend group. Now we will have the team interview for T1, who just reached the end of regular season. Please welcome Doran, Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, and Keria.
정규 시즌 마지막 경기를 마쳤습니다. 이번 정규 시즌
Doran, you are coming out of the last match of the regular season. How do you look back?
되게 길게 느껴졌는데
You know, the season has
잘 마무리하고 싶었는데 아쉽게 졌지만 그래도 플레이오프 남아 있으니까 더 힘내 보겠습니다.
has been so long since the change of the system, but you know, there's a lot left to be desired, and I think we could have done a lot better, but I'm happy that it has come to an end. And after joining T1, you have shown that you're blending pretty well in with the team.
잘될 때는 이제
What did you communicate with the team the most?
순조롭게 잘 풀었던 것 같아요.
I feel like we just happened to get along really well in the team. I think communicating was not the biggest issue. I'm actually doing really well communicating with the team and staying on the same page as them.
데이터들이 있기 때문에 잘 기반을 잘
And I feel like
플레이오프 때 더 좋은 모습으로 오겠습니다.
based on all the data we were able to collect with all the experience that we got throughout the season, I think we were able to grow as a team. And Owner, you finished third place in the Legend group, and we saw how fired up T1 was. So how would you rate this regular season? I feel like we had a good opportunity to reach second place, but with the playoffs remaining, I hope that we can bounce back with a refined form. And there are some things to celebrate and some regret. What would you like to improve? Once we make it to the playoffs, you know, there are matches that will really all come down to all the fundamentals and the basics. And I believe that once we have a solid fundamental, then we would be able to clean up our performance. And what are you looking forward to in the playoffs? You know, when it comes to our team, I believe that we have a ceiling that we can reach and we can always do better. I'm really looking forward to how well we will play. Next up, Faker. Ahead of the playoffs, you just played against Gen.G. So what did you try to focus on today? No, it's right before the playoffs, so I personally wanted to really focus on our own performance rather than the result itself. So that's what I really try to focus on. So what approach will you take in preparation of the playoffs? For the playoffs, I think we'll try our best to show everyone what we have been practicing and what we have been preparing. And I think that's just will be the reflection of everything that we have been preparing so far. And for the hardworking teammates you have played alongside the entire season, do you have any message for them? You know, it was a rough season with a packed schedule, and I feel like everyone worked so hard, and they're still working very hard, and I want to tell them thank you. And next up, we have Gumayushi. It was the last LCK match. How does it feel to finish the regular season? You know, it was such a lengthy, yet such a season that just felt like a zap. So it just leaves a lot to be desired, to be honest. And what do you expect from the playoffs? You know, given that it's best of fives, I'm expecting a lot of diverse picks to come out. And you know, because you can rise back from the lower bracket, I feel like there's going to be a lot of fun. And any message over to your fans? First of all, thank you so much for your unconditional support. And I feel like today we showed you such a regretful loss, but T1 has always showed a strong side in the playoffs. So I want to make sure that we are able to bounce back. And Keria, in this regular season, you reached 800 POM points. How do you look back at the season? As for this regular season, we had some home ground, and we made so many nice memories with the fans. And I really wanted our last match before the playoffs to be a good one, but you know, it feels like a bummer. And you have 2 weeks left, so how will you prepare? You know, with it becoming a best of 5, I think we will actually have to prepare for a lot of different picks, and it's going to look very different. So I want to make sure that we are prepared. You know, today felt like a regret. It feels like a shame. So I want to make sure that we come back stronger so that we have so much more to show to our fans. And back to Faker, what message do you have for your fans? In rounds 3 to 5, I feel like we had improved our performance as compared to rounds 1 and 2. And for the playoffs, you know, we'll definitely prepare well in preparation for the playoffs. So please look forward to our performance. And that's the end of the season finale team interview with T1. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, as always, dear, for that awesome and very long translation. Must have been difficult, but you nailed it, as that was the end of hearing from everybody on the side except Duro. Unfortunately, I hope he is feeling a little bit better and not too sick after that win that Gen G were able to take over T1 tonight.
Did not show on the Rift in Duro's case. He was incredible today as... Come on, guys.
Robbed or not?
We, as a broadcast, need to do better.
I mean, you gotta vote for Boom Boom Damage, you know?
Yeah, we did. You know what? Out of everyone, I'm the most... You're a support player.
Well,
you're a support player.
Okay, I know Duro played so good, but especially when for the game 3, when I saw Ruler surviving that 1v2 on the bot lane, I gotta vote for Ruler. You know, not just because of the damage, but also his knowledge about the game. It's just so good.
I would have voted for Ruler, but I don't have a vote anymore. That's what Atlas would say. That's also what I just said right now, and I do stand by it. But let's take a look at some of the comments that we did have here about the POM. Always fun to check in with the guys and see what they were thinking about their votes here, as we should have that in just a moment.
Yeah, I can't wait what the Korean side has come up with. I feel like as we have gotten deep into the season, things will have got more unhinged, but they will keep denying him his crown. But do not give up, Duro. We see what you're doing. We appreciate you. And it doesn't matter that your palms are getting stolen, just like Ruler's Pantas up until this point. One day, we'll get it.
Well, I mean, Duro have Ruler into his bot lane, you know, like Ruler is one of the carry, and let's say like if Ruler were in a gacha game, I would actually go bankrupt, like no joke, you know.
Rolling for him.
How much money are you willing to spend?
At
numbers with it.
So at least I would definitely go for like at least $2,000.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah,
that's a gacha gamer.
Yeah.
That's like middle of the pack gacha gamer.
Yeah.
Decent.
You know, it's just not crazy.
It's not that much. It's
even within our team, there are several individuals that would scoff at that amount.
I don't think you would go bankrupt with just the 2K, but yeah, I can't believe you didn't get a single POM in Legend Group. It's an injustice. You've been extraordinary. It's just the way it goes sometimes, you know, Boom Boom Damage or other players playing flashy picks and stuff like that. Duro has been flashy, but Just not flashy enough, I guess, to win the hearts of media and the stream votes. Let's take a look at some of the other votes here. Hello, Ruler. You want to
I've wanted to say this ever since I saw your return, but foolishly only just found the chords from the moment you left for the LPL. I've been waiting for the day you will come back. Read more.
There's more.
Okay, let's
Is
honor
there
that.
more?
I don't think there's more.
We end up
I think he
coming
just
back.
memed it.
No, I've seen this. I've seen this before. Can we press the button?
Yeah, can we push the button?
Aw, pony.
No.
All right, well,
There's going to be more.
we kind of get the idea of what he was going for. Ruler, by any chance, may I play as your support?
Like he's keep asking for the players if he can actually play with him.
Man, he lost a solo queue. Must have been really rough. Recently.
Yeah, I mean, I heard Helios is trying a duo queue with the Cloud Temple.
Is he disrespecting Duro? Is that what he's doing here?
Oh,
Helios?
yeah, he's
Is that why he's not voting for him?
He should play with the support, right?
Yeah, so he can learn and step up and qualify as Ruler support, like Duro has done.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So good.
I think Cloud Temple is tilted.
There are.
I mean, as I said,
inside of everyone, there are two Cloud Templars. One really puts in a lot of effort, and the other one is like, it's fine.
No, he's just like so tilted because of Helios, because Helios is the dual partner for Cloud Templar.
Oh,
but he said he wants to deal with Ruler, and this is like so personal.
This player is literally aging in reverse. You know, Ruler has been around for a very long time in League of Legends.
It's
not
actually,
like Faker
it's
levels, but
9
been around
years.
forever.
Yeah.
Nine years
crazy.
for what is in League of Legends, I think, without a shadow of a doubt, the most mechanically demanding role. Like it's actually insane, right?
It just kind of keeps getting better. At least this year, you know, like at the start of the year, he was good, but he wasn't like, okay, this guy's taking over the Rift. Now he really is. So it does feel like he is aging in reverse this year in particular. Let's take a look at the draft as well from this game number 3, because you guys did want to go over this a little bit and talk about what happened this time around.
So yeah, POM is all about the bot lane, and we all know that I think Genji bot side played so much better than the T1s today. But the thing is, I want to talk about this Yunara pick especially, because maybe you can blame on Gumayushi because you picked first on the Yunara, so he gotta like carry on Yunara pick. But what can he do with these picks in the team? Like you have Victor, Skana, Yorick, and Tahm Kench with Yunara.
Yeah, two things can be true at the same time. The bot lane got gapped today, but I also think that this is really the reason why we see T1 struggle so much when outside of, I think like things like Aphelios are a little different when it comes to hyper carries. Jinx is another where they have shown that they can play towards it, but you have to pick Yunara there because Genji plays around it obviously insanely well because come on, protect the Ruler comp. They've done that for like
So yeah,
years.
that's the point. You know, if you first pick Yunara, you have to draft around it to actually like able to carry with Yunara, but they didn't. So that was the failure, I would say.
The Yorick, Victor, Skarner topside did not give us a lot of hope.
We don't blame Guma for that one at all. You know, at the same time, Genji's bot lane did play excellently, so it's just really difficult to match that level. As let's take a look at the standings now in the Legend group. As of course, with this loss, T1 will be locked in 3rd place, and Genji, of course, will finish off the season with 29-1. The one team they lost to is the one they just beat today.
And my favorite part, none of this would have been possible without KT Rolster.
Yep.
With the 2-0. Because if that loss didn't happen, T1 would have taken. And I think in the minds of many of us still now, T1 actually ahead of Hanwha. They literally beat them, right, very recently. They're extremely winning head-to-head throughout this split. But Genji is just, they're pretty good.
Hey, you know who else is good? It's DK. And they're ready for the next match.
I don't.
It's
I mean they are,
been
but
waiting
like
for,
let's not get excited ahead of time, okay? let's just see what happens. Laid back.
So they're
it's
up
fine.
against DNF.
I know,
the 10th
it's
place
it's
team.
fine.
I think DK have got this one in the bag. You thought Saturday Showdown was exciting. Just wait until DNF DK. We'll see you for the Rise group after the break.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
이번 스킨의 핵심 테마는 무게를 견뎌낸 챔피언들입니다. 단순히 승리한 팀이 아니라 압도적 기대와 무게를 이겨낸 팀이었기 때문이죠. 이 무게를 상징적으로 담아낼 수 있는 가장 적절한 세계관이 중세 유럽 판타지였습니다. 왕관, 기사, 권위, 그런 구조를 통해 Heavy is the Crown이라는 월즈 앤 썸턴과 맞물리게 되었죠.
번개의 신 제우스를 스킬 이펙트와 미니나르 분메랑에 넣었고요. 변신했을 때는 거대한 느낌을 주지만 그렇다고 또 너무 과하진 않게 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 강력한 짐승 같은 거대나르의 번개의 힘이 흐르는 모습을 보여드리고 싶었습니다. 월즈에서 플레이한 제 스타일의 나르를 스킨으로 잘 표현해 주신 것 같아요. 나르한테 좀 안경을 씌워놨는데 좀 그게 재밌는 것 같습니다. 제가 월즈 우승하고 트로피에 머리를 한번 찌은 그런 사건이 있었었는데 그거를 귀한 모션에 잘 녹여주신 것 같습니다. 와, 살아있는데 메가나르가.
말을 하지 말고 맡기자. 그래서 잘 나올 수 있어. 저의 말을 들으면 들을수록 더 이상해질 수도 있어요.
이 토템 목걸이에도 있는 호랑이를 디자인에 넣어달라고 요청했었습니다. 단순한 장식 요소를 넘어서 제 상징으로서 호랑이를 담을 수 있도록 무기 자체 디자인을 멋지게 해석해 주셨어요. 귀한 모션에서 유니폼을 이제 어깨에 걸친 형태를 제가 희망해가지고 제 아이덴티티를 최대한 많이 스킨에 넣고 싶었었습니다. 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 괜찮은 것 같은데요?
2024년 같은 경우에는 저희가 디펜딩 챔피언으로 다시 우승한 한 해이기도 하고 조금 무게감 있는 그런 스킨이 나오면 좋겠다라고 생각을 해서 그런 좀 그림자라든지 되게 좀 묵직한 느낌을 많이 주려고 했고요. 팀으로서의 그런 날카로움 같은 것들을 좀 많이 보여주려고 최대한 좀 뾰족하게 그런 것들을 잘 살렸던 것 같아요.
저는 그 귀한 모션한테 그 뭐 홀로그램처럼 그 추억이 나온다 했잖아요. 이번 월즈에 좀 서사가 있었습니다.
구마유시 선수의 제안은 제작팀에게 영감을 줬습니다. T1 스킨 제작 전반에 큰 영향을 끼쳤죠.
저는 스킨 전반에 회색, 흰색 톤을 최대한 활용하길 원했고요. 디자인은 약간 유럽 조각상처럼 조형적인 느낌이 들었으면 좋겠다고 말씀드렸어요.
회색, 막 회색, 검은색 이렇게 해가지고 여기 유럽이니까 막 박물관에 그런 예술품들 그런 컨셉을 생각해.
개인적인 생각이라고 말해주세요. 모두의 생각이 아니고
전체적으로 이번 스킨 시리즈가 무게를 견딘 자들에 대한 이야기인데 바로스는 그 무게를 겉으로 드러내지 않는
이미지나 스킨적으로만 표현했으면 좋겠어요. 뭐 숨은 의미 막 그렇게까지는 안 봐도 돼요.
빨간색 느낌이 되는 게 멋진 것 같고 스킬들도 좀 세 보여서 좋은 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 바로스 WQ로 바론 스틸을 좀 했었어서 귀한 모션에 바론 피냐타 이렇게 터트리는 것도 들어가 있고요. 크루아상도 제가 맛있게 먹었잖아요. 그 요소도 잘 살려주셨습니다. It's good.
되게 간지나고
멋지고 좀 진지한 분위기를 나타내는 느낌을 많이 원했던 것 같고
단지랑 마스크를 쓰고 싶은
멋진 마스크, 멋지고 스타일리시하게 이제 또 요즘 사람이다 보니까는 좀 스타일리시하게 부탁드렸던 것 같습니다. 어깨 장식 같은 게 좀 뾰족뾰족하고 좀 높게 올라가서 이제 포인트를 줄 수 있으면 좋겠다고 생각했고 무기 디자인도 더 날카롭고 긴 진짜 칼처럼 그런 형태를 이제 또 희망했습니다. 파이크가 살생부를 딱 펼치거든요. 그림을 자세히 보시면은 무슨 챔피언인지 이제 잘 알 수 있을 거예요. 파이크의 꽃이 또 이제 공공 표시라고 생각하는데 그런 표시들이 또 T1의 상징인 붉은색으로 이제 이펙트들 나오고 그리고 좀 너무 붉으면 또 안 되다 보니까는 은색 같은 걸로 좀 같이 곁들여서 나왔는데 제가 생각했던 것보다 훨씬 궁 표시가 예쁘게 나온 것 같아가지고 너무 만족합니다. 초월급인데 이 정도면?
이번에는 사일러스인데 여러분들이 또 결승전에서 저희 플레이를 많이 좋아해 주셔서 스킨이 나오게 됐는데요. 이번 스킨은 사일러스 스킨 중에 처음으로 양쪽 팔의 사슬이 서로 다르다고 합니다. 그 이펙트를 딱 봤을 때 되게 작정하고 멋있게 만들어 주신 것 같습니다. 더 어둡고 더 위압적인 느낌을 많이 살렸습니다. 교환 모션에서 왕관이 불타면서 해방되는 듯한 액션이 있는데 그런 게 사일러스의 멋을 많이 표현한 것 같아요. 제가 파이널 MVP가 될 수 있게 많이 도와준 사일러스 프레스티지 스킨도 많이 사랑해주세요.
2024 월드 우승의 감동을
팬 여러분들이
다시 한번
느껴보셨으면 좋겠습니다.
감사합니다.
makes me stronger. 화이팅! DNF 화이팅! 디플로시아 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. And you may have thought that the best part was over, but may I remind you that the Rise group is only just beginning. And that means that the best part is yet to come as DNF and DK face off to complete their own best of three of best of threes.
It's nice we got a little warm-up, you know, little dip our toes in the water, just to get us just a little starter before the main meal.
It's so nice when the entree is also delicious, but the main course is always waiting. And the main course is always the Rise group. Let's have a look at the standings here, see what our teams are playing for. Nothing. That only makes it better, Orcs.
Oh my, you know what? You know what I think makes it better? It's not just the fact that just teams playing for nothing, but specifically a team who has suffered. A team who has faced long streaks of losses. Those are the teams who, when there's nothing on the line, they're unleashed. We've seen it before with Bro when they took down Gen G. Not quite as big a disparity between teams today, but I think DNF, they've been charging up. And we've seen them have some decent performances. They're only on a 1-loss streak.
Exactly.
That's tiny in comparison to some of the loss streaks they've had.
They were on 19 in a row before. That has been cut in less than half by like a lot less than half. As battle of first versus fifth as far as the Rise group is concerned. And this is looking a little bit more daunting for DNF as well, because these guys have looked a whole lot better. Lucid on your screen being a perfect example. The general who sundered the sky is one of our greatest points of the match titles that we've ever had.
It's so good. My split-second decisions feel sharper. The decision to buy Sundered Sky.
I spoke to Boris and he just said, "It is time, my son."
Yeah, do I recall now? Yeah, I'm going to recall now. Have I got enough gold? I've got enough gold. I'm recalling. That was a great decision.
Split second.
Pats himself on the back.
Oh, yeah. And he had it for that dragon fight, and then he killed all of them, whilst remaining very healthy.
I mean, we said it at the time, but that game since the 48k damage game was ungodly. And it really just reminded us how broken this item is in the right hands. Because you got to remember, a lot of junglers been using Sundered Sky, a lot of them been utilizing them, but really, when it's unleashed, and Lucid did show what it can do when it's unleashed.
Yeah, and I actually, for some reason in my brain, thought that DNF have beaten DK. They haven't. They haven't won a game so far in these 3 rounds, but we could make it a delayed best of 3 of best of 3s if DNF win. It would still be a 2-1 for DK. However, you know, like
what you do
still counts kind of
is you just say, after you're losing massively, and you're really far behind, this is a great strat.
Okay, please.
You just say, okay, next one, winner takes all.
Oh, perfect!
I feel like teams should do that more often in the LCK.
They really should.
Final match of the regular season, DNF against Gen G. You know, like, well, I guess you can't do that in the current format, but you could have just say winner takes all, and then what's the counterplay?
None. I'd have to say yes, and then why don't we just let every team do that? Once the series is over, any team gets the opportunity to say, "No, winner takes all."
Winner takes all.
Yeah. Oh my. That would make the days potentially a lot longer.
It would.
Which I think would mean that we'd get an 8-game banger. Perhaps on some days. Oh, that would be
Imagine
so
if
good.
you just have the standings in front of you, right?
Yeah.
And you have Gen G with their 29-1 series win score, and then DNF say winner takes all, and they win, and you just have to slide them
all the way up. Oh my god.
I see no problems with this.
No, I see no competitive integrity issues whatsoever, because winner takes all means winner takes all.
And
Let's see
remember,
whether the DNF freaks can do it. No take backs.
No take backs.
Oh, no. That is not how we do it here. Not in this LCK, where you can do winner takes all to take the entire scoreline of your opponent. Oh my goodness. You'd never want to do it against DNF. You don't want to inherit that score.
Certainly not. It would give so much power to the teams.
It's like DK's like, winner takes all. Give me those losses, baby.
Bro would just absorb the losses, get to the bottom, and then just be ready.
Yeah, bro just wants a bigger number. They'll just say winner takes all on everything.
Yeah,
just like increase the numbers exponentially.
That is how the average bro fan utilizes our Gamba in the chat.
The best way to like be a bro fan is just to want more.
Yeah.
More losses, more wins, it doesn't matter. More bro is all you want.
Yep,
absolutely. And the DN Freaks, they just want to play more League of Legends here because unfortunately, they are not going to make it to the play-ins. DK, well and truly qualified, but we saw already this week that that is not going to stop them from dominating their opposition because they need to be on the best form possible because this team is obviously aiming for higher than just the play-ins, right? This team is not trying to coast by. They need to try and find themselves a way to get to Worlds. This is a squad that has been doing it for many years, and it'd just be sad to have a Worlds without DK. You know, we have had like maybe one or two, but like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right.
It's a tight race though when you think about it. You know, I feel like obviously Gen G have already locked Worlds. T1, I think it's hard to see any scenario where they don't make it. HLE, strong contenders for third. And then that fourth spot, KT obviously front runners, but there's a lot of contention at the moment. And especially with, you know, normally we narrow it down to 6 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a lot more teams in contention going into play-ins. There's going to be 8 still able to fight their way through.
In theory, right? I think that we do have like a relatively clear top 5 that we're kind of looking at if we're going to include DK in that, and I'm going to do that because Barrel's on the team and he's the best player in the world.
But you can never rule teams out because we've seen that before.
Oh
you know?
yeah, that's a very good point. DRX does exist.
I feel like 2022 has it's just ruined because whenever you make a statement, you always have to add the DRX caveat where someone just goes, oh, but what about 2022?
Do you know what the best part is?
When that happened?
We have Pyoshik on one side and Barrel on the other in this very game. So it's relevant, you know? We're talking about DRX, they're not here today.
It's topical.
Exactly, it certainly is. And so is the draft, because that's what's on the screen right now. So that's a topic, I'm pretty sure. The Vi going to be the first ban. Wow, we are hearkening back with a very early Vi ban.
So, well, I was going to say, what are your predictions for the red side bans? We're starting with the Ape. Ape? I think Ape's pretty good.
I like AP. Getting a bit AP. So the Pantheon next.
Would that be AP or Appy?
It's whatever you feel like.
Oh, okay. I'm glad we're getting some.
We'll take an American approach.
Oh.
Where you just get to kind of decide.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, how things are pronounced. I think that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
As the Pantheon? Whoa, they're denying us the AP? Or the API? Or the whatever we've decided to call it?
They've ruined our fun, which, quite frankly, I'm a little upset about. And now, Deep Plus obviously banned the Yanara, but where's the P? They can't finish it.
Well, they're not... Poppy, just ban Poppy. They can do it. They can find a way.
They can fix it. They can handle that. So, yeah, the blue side Pantheon, a little bit of a rare one.
It's going to be 8.
Some of the picks that are left open and available, we haven't seen any top lane bans yet. Aurora open, Gwen open, Rumble open. Poppy comes...
Oh, what?
They denied it again!
Okay.
No P champions allowed.
This is AP assist or something. As the Annie, as we're going to go with Aya. Okay. Well, they can make up for it by banning... Okay, who do they have to ban next? What's another Y champion? Why don't I have a Y champion in my brain? Yorick! They have to ban Yorick and then Anivia, and then we're totally on board. Never mind.
Okay, wait, they're going for Rumble, but Aurora's open, and Shu has been pretty great on it, so he will just lock Aurora in.
Okay, and then Wukong as well.
Yeah, Aurora, Wukong, pretty strong.
Wouldn't a first pick Wukong be relatively good for the DN Freaks?
It would have been relatively good.
Okay.
Actually, looking at the Orianna, though.
Okay, D+. Showmaker has been gravitating towards this one quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean...
Orianna Wukong has a lot of power as well.
Did he fake it, take down Gen G with his pick?
He did.
Whoa.
On? Or not? Oh, no, or is.
Okay. We have seen Ornn into Rumble, and it's generally like weather the storm and become, well, the Lord of the Storm. And then they're going to go Trundle to deny the Trundle, so you can't shred the...
But then where's the Wukong?
That gives them Rumble Wukong. They could just go like Rumble Wukong Orianna.
Or Orianna, yeah.
Yeah.
Just pick Wukong, Lucid. No, don't just pick... Okay, well, the Orianna is going to be locked in.
See, the weird thing to me is that I don't think, after DNF picked Rumble, I don't think the Ornn was ever under threat of being denied.
Yeah.
I don't think they were going to take the...
And Talia was up.
Yeah. This is DNF getting a lot of what they want. D+ looking to go for the Nocturne, which is even with the Orianna, or is it the Jarvan?
Wait, if they do play the Orianna Nocturne, maybe it's just like, it's a gigantic like fake out from the DN Freaks that they've been putting into effect since the start of the season, where they've been picking Orianna Nocturne over and over again so that their enemies can lose with it.
Mind control.
It's beautiful. They're not going to fall for it, as the Jarvan is going to come in instead.
Well, I definitely would say that I feel like DN Freaks have gotten what they wanted.
Yeah.
D+, you know, they've gotten good engage. They've gotten the Orianna, which Showmaker's comfortable on. Definitely feel like an AD carry, a hyper carry to sort of follow up, and this is good, but you have a lot of engage threats you have to survive against.
This is a catastrophe of a draft. I'm just going to go out and say it. We do know that D+ have been playing very well recently, but I feel like they've also been drafting pretty well on top of it. Let's see what they round it out with. I don't want to, I do often warn people against counting chickens prior to the hatching of said chickens, but
I like the Lucian ban, because Lucian Braum, obviously Braum can stop the Ornn ult, so can make a good amount of sense. I do think the Rakan, a little bit concerning.
Yeah.
I think maybe DN Freaks ban the Alistar. Alistar comboing with the Orianna is pretty scary, pretty spooky.
And something that Beryl has been gravitating towards. It instead will be a Corki ban to start things off.
I think Corki's I mean, he's been really strong recently, so a great denial would have been a good pick on 4 for D+.
See what Berserker is going to lose access to here, because of course things with a dash is probably what DK are looking at as far as denial is concerned. See what it is going to be. Already taken away the Lucian. Rakan.
I think the Rakan denial is really good.
Good one.
I wonder if DN Freaks ban... I mean, Sivir could have some challenges into... I mean, I think Sivir's okay, actually, but the thing is, you can't pick Sivir yourself as DN Freaks. Because the enemy team's got a Jarvan. So Sivir could be a good pickup for D+, that maybe we're not deny. Jhin could also be okay. Although we don't really like Jhin too much into, like, Rumble Talia, because you can kind of either equalize the ult or...
Also, you'd have no damage with a comp like that.
So maybe not. Maybe the...
Brad.
Yeah, to stop the engage makes a good amount of sense. It does mean the Alistar is open, though.
It's probably what Beryl is going to be looking towards, unless they want to go for support counterpick. Beryl has played Janna before, things like that. Janna actually works in this composition against the Wukong especially.
I think the problem with going Alistar on 4 here is they could go Nico into it, so they're just going to take the Nico themselves, go for that pick that obviously provides a little engage and that lane pressure. And now for the DN Freaks.
Are we just looking at a potential Sivir that they need to play into?
I think you can't play Sivir in a Jarvan.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So D+ just probably pick it on 5.
Oh, maybe.
Oh god. Well, they are going to risk it.
It's a dangerous move. Sivir Karma, specifically the Nico, is a good lane matchup.
Maybe you can outrun the Cataclysm.
And it's going to go Nico Kai'Sa. Okay. I mean, yeah, I feel like I don't like the Sivir Karma here into the Jarvan, but it does do well into the Kai'Sa Nico. I feel like D+'s comp is a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they already kind of made their errors at the beginning and have since tried to fix it with the Nico getting on through there and Beryl having access to that one. I think that that's shored up at least a portion of the bottom side of the map, but with a Karma there, it is still going to be one that DN can play through.
Interestingly enough, I think it was Aiming and Beryl who were first to play Sivir Karma. I know Beryl's played a lot of Karma.
He has certainly been clicking the Karma button quite a bit.
But it's a good matchup because the thing is with the Kai'Sa Nico is a lot of the times the Nico really consolidates the Kai'Sa's weaker laning, and we saw that in the last series. Makes it a lot better. but into the Civic armor, you're gonna have a rough time. So I think it's really gonna come down to this mid jungle of the Jarvan Orianna to get things rolling, and the Jarvan in particular to be in that Civic flash on cooldown, because I kind of pretty heavily favor what DNF have put together in this one, but
I would agree.
We have seen DNF have edges in draft and not been able to capitalize before.
We have to remember we have spent the last 3 games observing the Legend Group.
Yes.
Not only that, it's the tippy top of the Legend Group. We are now, in reality, the reality of the Rise Group, where drafts still matter, but nowhere near as much as the culture of the gameplay. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of our Rise Group treat here. DNF versus DK. Last time around, it was a 2-0. The time before that, it was a 2-0, and I hazard to guess the times prior to that were also similar to the 2-0. It hasn't been a great time for DNF into DK, but that means, say the line. Can you say the line?
It's Rise Group, baby.
No, not that one.
Oh.
You needed to say that they're due.
Oh.
But that's okay.
They're not due yet.
No. Oh, God.
They won too much, man.
I thought that they have to be due. I guess, yeah, they did win, like, not last series, but the series before.
Yeah, they expended their Junos. That's how it works.
But against DK specifically, they're kind of due. Okay.
The problem with saying it, you have to be tentative when you say it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They can still win without being due, you know. That can happen.
Hey, that's a good point. Let's see whether they can channel some of that. Already, Berserker hits a very nice Boomerang Blade towards Beryl. As aiming is going to be shown up. Not respecting the Jaculov skin is the best skin rule that we do have here around the world. Which is also still pretty cool.
Very fancy.
It's just not quite Jaculov.
It's not the classic.
No, it's not.
But it is very fancy, and, you know, I wonder if aiming has the skin.
He probably bought it with all the Gold King awards that he got. As Beryl doesn't have health.
Do you think he has... Do you think he has like a slot in his computer and he just puts like the coin in and it just like once he puts it in, it just gives him the skin like one exchange?
No, it just like as it's in there, it just gives him riot points per second.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
That's what happens.
Yeah, this lane is not going well.
No, I would put this in the cons column well and truly. As Beryl not quite finding any Tangle Barbs or anything like that. As we are farming with the Void Seeker.
They do look cool though, don't they?
They certainly do! And sometimes that is the most important thing is, wow, Shiu says, you've got fire, well, so do I.
Yeah. I'm seeing Dudu do too hot so far in the early levels. Getting burnt a little bit by the Ornn.
Which is sad because he wants to do the burn.
Oh my god.
Speaking of burning, aiming is gonna have to leave.
Yeah, that's a go home angle.
It is, and we do have to remember that this was something that they kind of opted into.
Yeah.
Although there's like, what do? You can pick Caitlyn, I guess. You could pick Jinx, Sneak. I don't know.
Could have gone Jhin. Would have been a bit better.
But also Jhin for the comp doesn't feel great. Kai'Sa still doesn't feel fantastic.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is the Kai'Sa Nico feels a little bit off the rest of the comp. I mean, I guess you do but you're playing into a dive-focused comp. I don't know. I've said how I feel about the D+ comp. And I love this from DNF. We've seen a lot of teams struggle to do this and lose games over it. But, you know, the recall comes out and they immediately read that the swap's going to come in. Obviously, the TP came quite early from Shiwu, and they match. And that's really important when you have such a favored lane matchup, because if they let aiming and Beryl just chill and farm, you know, what was the point of picking Sivakama?
Yep. And also, aiming could only afford a cull. So, doesn't have biscuits or the pot that Berserker does have. So
yeah, that's not ideal.
Yeah, it's going to be feeling like this damage will stick. And we did notice there was a fair bit of poke damage that aiming had to deal with, as we can see here. Life trying to take the Nico for a walk, but isn't going to be able to do so, as Lucid is here towards his top side. See whether he's going to help out. There is a pesky monkey in the area as well. And Lucid is looking to come in by the power of Cyanide.
This is a good timing to come in when your laners are healthy before they get poked out. You leave it any longer, not going to have a real chance to make something happen. So if life steps up too far and you find a gank, being a summoner can make a big difference.
Oh, Beryl is going to try and find his way in, and he manages to get the Tangle Bombs. Life goes down, and it's first blood for aiming. Oh dear. DNF, this was where they were strongest, and that's where DK strike.
Just great setup from Beryl there. Didn't really leave any counterplay. And once the first CC hit, the second follows. Great gank from Lucid. And as I said, perfect timing. When you still have health on aiming and Beryl, no chance for recourse. You can see they got chunked out. If they'd been low health already, that's where you start to get a little bit concerned about counter kills coming through. But no chance for happening there.
Very nicely done. She looking a little worse for wear, as Dudu has managed to dust off that flamethrower quite well.
That's the thing with the early matchup with the Rumble into the Ornn. You do... Oh, life?
Yeah, he's going to pay a visit to Showmaker here, but he speeds himself up, has that phase rush available, so he just wanders his way out. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so...
We haven't spoken about the walk strategy all that often this season.
It's a pretty great one.
It is.
Yeah, it goes for the E-flash there. Really well played from Beryl, just to give no reaction time. And the fact that the Karma also burns the flash there, that is the best case scenario, is whenever you go for play, you get the flash and the kill anyway.
Yep.
And now, Lucid's being sneaky. Actually, no, it's Beryl. I got baited.
Beryl is also being sneaky.
He is being sneaky.
And
I love
also
how Nico's
being
been out
lucid.
so long, and I'm still getting tripped up.
Me too, every single time. But does it make you happy that, as leader of the Lucid fan club,
yes,
that there are like potentially 3 Lucids on the map?
That's pretty great.
Yeah.
Any Lucid fan would be happy about that.
Yeah, but you mostly.
Me mostly.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Me especially.
That's a really good point.
Actually, I don't know if you know this, but my fan card got signed by Lucid.
Ooh. Did Showmaker sign it? Because he's in a little bit of trouble. Not a great segue, but I had to do something.
Chronicler borrowed it and got Lucid to sign it. It was very nice of him. But
that's a bit awkward.
It is my fan card, so I want to stop.
You know, Chronicler was trying to say that he was the leader of the Lucid fan club, but I clearly remember he was the leader of the Croco fan club at the same time.
Okay, we should try and
How
get to
many
the bottom.
fan clubs are you allowed to lead?
We should try to get to the bottom of how many fan clubs Chronicler said he's the leader of. Because I feel like he said he's the leader of the Pays fan club,
the Bulldog fan club,
Croco fan club, Lucid fan club, Showmaker fan club.
It's really allowing us to believe you a whole lot more.
You know what? Let's try and find a player he's not the leader, allegedly, of the fan club of.
Do you know what my favorite part is? I have said that I'm the leader of the Beryl fan club and Morgan fan club, and I will stick to it.
And I feel like Chronicler has probably also said those things.
Don't think that's the response.
That's the thing, is that, you know, you guys might think, why are you so set on fighting over the Lucid fan club? It's not about that, you know. Obviously, it's important to me, but it's once he takes that, he's about coming for you next.
Yeah, isn't it about defending the truth
exactly.
more than anything else?
And he'll come for the Beryl fan club from you next. It'll happen.
Yeah. Oh, no, he won't.
And then he'll start saying he's the head of the Bro fan club, and Degon will get very upset.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
Well, let's see whether Berserk is going to be able to find this angle. He certainly looks like he will. Has on the hunt. Just needs to let... No, he doesn't have any mana.
Oh, so close there. But Aiming will be able to walk off. Doesn't have to be in the flash, importantly.
Yeah.
We'll have to back away. In the meantime, Lucid will be taking some grubs.
Grabs 2 of them. He can drag the flag all the way out as the Ram coming on down here, but there's also an equalizer. Flash has to be employed here by Shiu, who does get himself out, but that is going to be Summoner Spell advantage here for Dudu on that top side, and no ulti for the Ornn.
Never the best feeling when you... Oh
dear. Lucid will have access to a Command Protect relatively soon, but Showmaker not going to give him the orb.
Yeah, it must be rough for Chronicler seeing Bulldog and Lucid fight. He's apparently chairman of both fan clubs.
Oh yeah, true. Imagine if the Bros were playing in our next match as well, and like he also needs to bring his Croco fan club gear as well.
Oh man.
Oh, it's ridiculous. He's copping a lot of strays. We're sorry, Chronicler. Well, we sort of are.
No, we're not.
Oh, no. Orcs Unleashed. 2026 is going to be a crazy year, man.
Oh, it's going to be so sad, man. What else? What are we going to do?
I'm a little scared. Like, where does your focus then lie?
I don't know. This is so much of my material.
I'm so frightened.
Yeah.
Because it could be me next. You never
and
know.
You know, I can still make some jokes about it when he's just left, but...
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay. But there's going to come a point where it's like 2037, and I'm like, oh yeah, Chronicler would... And they're like, who is Chronicler?
Exactly.
Okay, that's a lie. We'll still remember him by then. We'll have the old heads who are like, I remember who Chronicler is.
Yeah, we would have had him converted to AI at that point, and he'd be casting again. I'm sure that's what'll happen.
People hate that comment so much. I like
And after we've been spending this entire time insulting, that's going to be the one that
that's
really
the one that
sends
hits
him over the edge.
most. Yeah, gonna win that one. Oh, man.
All right. Voidseek is not really finding too much. As we can see, DK have about 100 gold lead. That's why we're, you know, just being rude to Chronicler this entire time, because not a whole lot more has really happened after that first blood did come in. And the gold lead is being held even by Dudu, because he's just further ahead than Chiu, who just really wants levels in this game.
I mean, I feel like the matchup with the Rumble on... It's one of the things we see it picked in as like a counter with quotation marks, but really it's just the fact that, you know, you scale up as the Ornn, you can kind of weather the storm, but it's once you get the Kanik Rook in, that's the point where like the Rumble just can't really do anything to you anymore, because every time he tries to trade with you, you have a massive magic damage shield as a kind of buffer zone for any trades. So as soon as Shiwu gets that, he should be chilling.
Yep. He's getting closer as well.
Yeah, but he has obviously fallen a little bit behind there. Lucid has picked up his signature item.
Oh no, not the Winmore item.
Yeah.
He's also another Demacian champion. So I'm sure it just works the same way.
And it also feels so nice on Jarvan because you have the extra attack speed and your first auto has
the
passive.
first auto feels amazing.
So you just like, bap, just slap him on the head.
You know, I feel like that auto wouldn't even need to do more damage to feel good. It just feels good.
Yeah. I do like the animation. You know, some champions, the crit animations are so cool.
Yeah.
But you
like
don't
Zillion.
see them. I don't know what Zillion's is.
He doesn't have one.
Oh. No, he must. Every champion does.
I know he famously didn't. He did get reworked since I knew that, I'm pretty
Do you know what? Have you seen Scions?
No.
He does like a little leg kick. He has like a little leg kick.
Oh my god.
Someone did a video where he had loads of attack speed.
Wait, yeah.
He had loads of attack speed and he had loads of crit.
He's just
and he
doing
looks
that
like,
dance.
Yeah,
Oh my god, it's so good.
Rels, she does like a backwards like hoof kick.
Oh yeah, like the bucking horse thing.
Yes, it's great.
There's bucking pants though, isn't it?
I guess.
Because the horses are pants.
Yeah.
We have to remember that.
There's some, but like the thing is, how often are you going to see a Rel with crit? And you're probably thinking, where have I seen a Rel with Arena?
You've been playing Arena.
Arena. It's always Arena.
That is the way.
Yeah.
You know, like, I like Arena and all that, but it has made researching my my players very difficult.
They're just all playing Arena?
No, like, I don't even think Canyon is trying to keep an account in Challenger anymore. It's only Arena.
Yeah.
That is all he cares about.
It's, you know, I remember the Shy saying how,
should I make it?
I remember the Shy saying how he used to play a lot of ARAMs and he thought it was a great way to like keep mechanics on top. I feel like Arena's the new ARAM where it's just
yeah.
You know, if you can kite with like 7 attack speed, you know, and you're playing against like a Ziggs who just like 500 ability haste on Qs, then like, you know, you can kite.
You're actually just playing a bullet hell game in League of Legends.
Literally. That's how it feels sometimes, so it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but it is difficult for research.
It is, yeah.
Put that one down. DNF do have a little bit of a lead. Have managed to put that one together, largely because Dudu is just getting further and further ahead. That Kanik Rook could not come any sooner, and in fact it is going to come right now, so there it is.
How's that finished? But now setting up for Dragon. First Dragon in the game pretty late, in fact, so you see Lucid hiding in the brush, but the Dragon's giving away his position.
First items for both of our junglers as Pyoshik does get tagged by Lucid. Fair bit of damage there is aiming. Doing decent work towards life as well. And with this Enchanter support, there's not necessarily that go button here for DNF that often teams are able to rely on as Pyoshik decides to flash in as Bulldog is thrown so far away. The Dragon is going to get secured and now Beryl going to go down first, but aiming gets into the back line and he's able to pick up a double kill. Life going to be another one perhaps as there's the flash in. Acathian raining down, and he gets that cool animation with Uzi's skin there as well as he locks up the triple. That is 4-0 now for Aiming. He is all of his team's kills.
Yeah, not the person you really want to be getting fed in this situation. Aiming in a
pretty good spot.
Very good spot. Yeah, so we see the engage comes in, Showmaker flashes out. Berserker hangs around though, and then ends up eating the Nico ult into the shockwave and gets mega chunked. Flashes deeper into the pit, which just allows Aiming to clean up. And I think that's the thing is that, you know, they don't catch the Orianna with the initial engage. They do end up getting the dragon, but it feels like the focus from DNF a bit too much on the dragon, whereas the focus from D+ was very much on the fight, and we're kind of seeing that pitfall of the Sivir into the Jarvan.
Yeah.
And you can see Berserker didn't really want to flash out the Cataclysm, and then just ended up eating everything.
And it is a pitfall, like, quite actually, isn't it? Because you don't, it's not like you fall into a pit, you're just, a pit is built around you. And that is where you exist, and you just have a horrible time.
Yeah.
That's how it's kind of, how it's been.
And the thing is as well, it's like, you also have the Talia and you have the Karma. There's just a lot of good targets to Cataclysm. Some games you feel like the Jarvan's like, okay, you really picked that here. And then this game, I mean, the only thing that's really the negative is that the Unraveled Earth can be a bit of a pain point, and Wukong is a little bit finicky to deal with. But other than that, it's like you have 3 squishy targets that you can just Cataclysm.
Yeah.
And if they're without Flash, which they currently are, you just trap them in. And even that, Lucid ulted him when he had Flash, and it's kind of like, okay, if you flash away, I'm going to follow you. So he just...
Just did, yeah.
Yeah. So...
The problem
now sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that the problem is that if he just walks up to you in Cataclysms as well, or Flash Cataclysms, then he always can flag and drag on top of you after a Flash anyway.
Yeah.
Just doesn't feel like there's that many great options. Of course, that is a little bit more spell shieldable, but still.
It's also a little awkward because if you spell shield too early, then the flag can proc it.
Yep, exactly. So it's a bit like trying to spell shield an Alistar combo, which we have seen a fair few of our LCK players manage to do quite well.
It's just tricky when the pressure's on, you know?
Oh, 100%.
And if you mess up, you just lose the game.
Yep. And if you do it, you may not necessarily get POM, because someone might do more damage. You know? So it's really hard. Aiming, looking for a bit of an angle here towards the bottom side, as the Ram is cool. Really cool Ram. Great Ram.
Yeah,
Aiming's like, well, guess I'm not coming down towards
Dudu sensing immediately that something was wrong, and then there was a move from Aiming. That's the thing with the Kai'Sa, you can just kind of mosey on down to assist with these side lane plays. When you have an Ornn, you can set up the passive so you can ult in.
Oh, vision everywhere here for DK as well. A little bit of a scary moment, but no Ornn to come on through here from Xiu, who is currently burning down a little bit. In goes Beryl, looking for a little bit of an angle, but that's the shape splitter. Still gets a lot of information. As Dudu wandering over a ward, there is the wall down, and Beryl now potentially out of position, and the Pop Blossom not going to do anything at all. Some interruption coming on through, but that is not going to be enough here as DNF pick up the eye, and now look for Lucid and Aiming. Dudu also wanting to burn down Xiu, who does have a turret here up and available, but he'll miss that cannon, and that doesn't feel great at all. Rift Herald immediately going to get thrown down as DK starting to lose the tempo, and ever since this draft began, the tempo vibes haven't necessarily been there. This guy on your screen right now would argue against that because Aiming is still 4-0, but DNF making the most of a awkward situation.
Yeah, good setup there and able to punish the squishy Nico in the situation. I'm not sure where the TP angle actually came in. Beryl gets cut in by the wall, ulted, and then gets just exploded by the Talia. And the TP gets interrupted pretty quickly by Xiu there.
Yeah, this is, you know, there are always 2 sides to a barrel. And that was one of the sides.
I think the thing is as well, what's kind of annoying for Dudu is that he has no way to interrupt Xiu's TP other than kill him, which is obviously not the easiest thing to do. And Xiu was just chased him down, had vision in that brush that he retreated to. I mean, Xiu did his job, stopped him coming in. Maybe the fight could have been a lot worse if Dudu was able to show up. But at the end of the day, DNF got what they wanted out of that. And the gold back to pretty even. There is a big advantage between the AD carries, and we have 2 item spike for Aiming, which is significant. But that Rumble is looking very fearsome if he does show up.
The big Raptor. Just gotta take the big Raptor. Lucid. He's like, no, I'm already on my way. I need to get to this Dragon Pit. And to be perfectly honest, he does. As that one's gonna get started up. Beryl just looking for some angles here, but that is a lot of vision surrounding this dragon for DK. And they will be able to secure it.
Mountain Soul, pretty big.
Oh yeah, that's a scary one. No double dragon, as DNF were able to take that first one, if you remember that first team fight. As level 13 now for Xiu, who has upgraded that Kanik Rukern and is going to be able to start dishing out some items. And when aiming also gets an ornament, and okay, Dudu taking a lot of damage here from Showmaker. Pop Blossom going to come on through. That will line up another orb shot, and aiming steals it away with a Void Seeker. And Beryl manages to limp out. That is a lot of power removed from the map.
You know what that is? That's Gold King behavior right there.
That absolutely is. He's like, I am the only one. He has a monopoly on money. And it's a good thing to have a monopoly on.
Just times it perfectly, picks up the kill, barely participates, but he's there enough to get that and move back towards mid to pick up a wave there. Is on a ward here. Oh, okay, I thought maybe there's an angle where Bulldog will look for him, but instead he's just moving towards top.
Yep, she was just knocking down this turret with his little hammer. Yes, so there is a Kai'Sa-sized problem in this game that DNF have to solve. They do at least have the Sivir that, like you've mentioned previously, is going to struggle into the Jarvan, but does, if she's left unattended, do a fair bit of damage. But Showmaker is doing a lot more than I expected. I believe he went for the Archangels build as well, which is often a little bit disappointing. But that initial combo certainly cutting the Rumble up.
Yeah, Archangels on a rod. I mean, didn't go like Roa into Archangels, which you saw.
Yeah, haven't ever really liked that one.
Definitely a lot more of a slow burn. And the thing is, the Archangels gives a good amount of AP once you've completed it. It's just a bit slower to get going. Now with Shadow Flame, he is chunking. A lot of burst available from that Orianna.
And just went and bought all the AP possible as well prior to that. Just got as many of the books and the rods and things like that.
Yeah.
Beef up the... Of course, raw AP on an Orianna, always better just because you have the shield as well, which does also scale.
We have rods, we have books. Do we have any wands?
Yeah, we did Blast Him.
We have Blast Him one. Do we have any, like, staffs? Staves?
Staves? Needlessly large rod is probably a staff.
I mean, it's a rod. Are they not different?
That's a good point. Seraph's kind of looks like a staff. Why do you need it to specifically be called a staff?
I'm just trying to.
What about the staff of flowing water?
That is a staff. Yeah, you're right.
I think we could say that that's a staff.
Okay, I was just gonna check. You know, I'm not as well versed.
The void staff is probably a staff.
Is the void staff a staff? Let me think about this for a second.
Yeah, give you a sec.
Okay, well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
2 staves, can confirm.
Okay, we've ticked all the boxes.
Wizarding is possible.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah. I'm not sure why we got to the bottom of that. Do you know why we got to the bottom of that?
I was just thinking about it and I didn't have it at the top of my head, and it's one of those things you say it and then you think afterwards. Beryl pressed that, and then he thought afterwards.
Yeah, you definitely didn't think before.
Yeah.
We can confirm that. Okay. Sometimes you just want to...
You know what it is? There's a lot of items in League of Legends, and they keep changing them. And Void Staff has only been in the game for about 75,000 years.
Like, why does no one build Frozen Mallet anymore?
So true, actually. There's some Gnar player out there watching this right now.
Oh, actually
just slammed his desk, like, bring it back.
How dare you, Alice! I'm still hurting.
Yeah.
What about... I think Gunblade still gets me. I really want that item back. I love Hextech Gunblade so much.
It's in Arena.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I need to play. Actually, I've just not been an arena guy. Been too busy playing Hades too.
I love how I'm setting that up for you.
Yeah. All right. Well, now I have to, because now I can finally build my Gunblade again.
There you go. I love how they're just starting this up.
They are.
Why not?
DNF have been pretty good at committing to objectives and then taking them, but DK do know exactly what's going on the Redemption to heal them all back up again. As Lucid is in the area, it's likely to be a 50-50 as the Shapesplitter actually trying to eat some of these harpoons, but down go the rocks, and there is the Otacon for DNF. Aiming is in the mid lane, just taking a turret. The bottom lane outer does go down as well. DNF got what they were looking for, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? As she is also going to stop all of these backs. Lucid also going to make sure Life isn't going home. Showmaker is still taking it in a turret. Beryl is just going to die, but I think that was his plan. Life also just goes into a Cataclysm here. Xiu trying to get himself out. Won't be able to flash because he just used it. And Showmaker, get to work, buddy. This is what it was for.
I'm gonna call that weird. I think that's pretty weird, you know? I think they're pretty happy with that. They find a window to start up the Atacon, and Deepos unable to contest. Lucid very nervous about approaching into the Talia. The Unraveled Earth, a big threat. And Aiming and Showmaker just weren't there, spread across the map. Showmaker didn't have TP. So it just ends up being a pretty easy pickup, and then they try and just chase them down, force some summoners, give Showmaker time. Beryl steps up a little too far, instantly dies, and then she was quick to follow.
I don't think Beryl's going to win POM for today.
No, I don't think so either.
Not yet.
But Deepos do retreat and get the dragon. It is only their second, though. I still think DNF just very happy with how that passage of play went. I was a little concerned when they started up the Atacon. We've seen that go wrong so many times, but the timing was good.
It was. Worked out. We do have Showmaker on the verge of picking up a Death Cap, which is going to be a large addition of power. We also have Terminus done here for Aiming as well. Not going to go for the AP build because, of course, there is already Orianna, Nico, and Ornn on the map that do the majority of magic damage. So we'll be able to make use of this Black Cleaver that Lucid has put together. But I do feel like it's been a little bit lax on some of the decisions made in this game because they have a 5-0 Kai'Sa that they just used to take an outer turret while DNF were securing Atacon. I just don't think that that's necessarily the best way to make that happen.
You know, you saw Beryl and Shiru watching them take the Atacon, and they were all clumped together.
Yeah.
And you know they were just thinking, guys, if we hit all the ults here, it's just instant ace into Atacon, into the game is over. But they just didn't have the carries.
But also, they were probably like, if we do that, the game's probably over, and this is Rise Group, baby.
Ah, yes.
That's not what we're about. We're about the slow burn. It's not instant gratification here. You know, you have to deserve it. You have to earn it.
This feels like the thing Bro would say.
Absolutely. I think that was in the Bro handbook. They do have one.
I would love to read it.
Oh, it's joyous as the Cyclone going to come in here from Purshik, gets the flash out from Lucid. But otherwise, not too much more is going to be found as Bulldog makes his way all the way in. Beryl just finds two of them, and the Tangle Bobs locks them up, and the Shockwave knocks them down. There's the Flag and Drag as well, the CC, the layering, it is perfect. It's like an onion. Down goes Berserker. He will be able to take Showmaker with him, but there's a knock-up from Shiu. That's for the early game Rumble. As DK will be able to now take this in a turret and then look towards the Baron.
Hey, DK, catch. DNF start a fight on Lucid. Not the best target. I'm not... I don't know, he just starts an engage onto a Jarvan who obviously isn't a target who's that easy to catch. And then Bulldog goes in so aggressively.
And like, Purshik was already out.
And then he gets ulted by Nico, doesn't flash, gets shockwave after, and the fight's just over. I'm just so confused as to why they...
you still have Legend Group Train. That's a mistake, my friend. One that we could understand you've made here today.
Yes.
This is, as we mentioned prior, Rise Group, baby.
Actually, yeah, in the context of Rise Group, it makes complete sense.
It's just Wednesday, man. Like, that's bad. I know it's Saturday currently.
Well, I think that makes more sense, you know?
Yeah. As Aiming is going to find Dudu and the rest of the team.
Have you noticed the turret remains say Uzi?
Oh, yeah, they do. They're signed. That's really cool. I didn't actually know that about that skin.
Is that only the ones he takes, or is it just any?
Ooh, maybe.
It's going to be hard to tell because Aiming's the Gold King. So.
I mean, I've just always thought that you should just only play Jackilov's skin, but maybe now, with the fact that he does get to sign the turrets that he takes, that's pretty cool. All right, the Ram going to come on through here. Trying to zone as there's the double knock-up as well from Lucid as he gets into the backline, but Purshik is also buying a lot of time. It's a trade of junglers. As with the Baron, probably still going to be okay here for DK. As Shiu's still a tank, finds a bit of an angle here, gets right underneath that turret. That was a very weird interaction and series of things that happened. And in the end, the result was Shiu's dead and so's the turret.
Okay.
We're a bit fast and loose with our Barons today, aren't we?
Hey, DNF.
Heads up.
You don't need to be diving the tower here. A little bit unnecessary. Lucid goes so deep, and then the counter engage comes in from Kyoshik to buy time, and then Lucid just dies. And then she was like, hey, me
Hold
too.
my beer.
Man. I mean, it is cool. This is a cool play. The knock-up redirect, shockwave, but no one dies except him.
Yeah. He's like, hey, Lucid, tell me how that shockwave thing went.
Yeah, so...
It was a little different because that was in the river, and this was under an inner turret.
This is such a nice game.
It's perfect. It's what we all wanted. It is still a 6,000 gold lead. They still have a couple of Barons for another 30 seconds or something like that.
They're
Aiming
still
at
very
abusing it in
ahead.
the mid lane. Yeah.
You know, which is also a little concerning because it feels like they're not learning a lesson.
No. And that is the frustration of being a DK fan, and it always has. It's when will they learn? And the answer is never. They will forever be DK.
Oh, look, it just rotated.
Yep. Oh, it's actually so sick.
Oh, yeah, and the bottom one doesn't have it, so it's only ones he...
Yeah. It like tags it on his way out. Man, that is so cool. I wonder who's going to be the next Hall of Legends inductee.
I know who you want it to be.
I know. I'm pretty sure he's eligible too.
I mean, he's won 2 worlds on different teams.
Yeah.
He's won your heart.
Oh, imagine the documentary. Trying to figure him out.
What? Okay, so we have Uzi signing the towers when they go down. What would you want on the barrel skin? What cool feature would you want?
I'd want it to just, like, whenever you die, it just pops up saying worth. That's what I'd want.
Yeah.
Something like that would be fine. Or I needed to do my dailies anyway. Or something like that. I'll quickly alt-tab or something. Something along those lines. There's certainly some, I'm sure Beryl is going to come up with something beautiful when he's going to get there. Is aiming. He can kill more than just Krakens now, as he has upgraded that one. And Shiu has an adaptive helm. Kind of cool.
You mean a Jack show?
Oh, sorry, it's adaptive helm in TFT.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. Do they share the icon? I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure it is.
No, I think they're a little bit different, right?
They're just a little bit different, but like it's just I see them too small and I don't process it.
Yeah, adaptive helm is a little bit different.
I think my brain is just not working. I was too busy thinking of
this,
what Beryl would say when he died.
Helm.
Oh, right. And actually, that's not even the one. So I think I have actually no idea. Let me see whether it's different, though, in the TFT one.
Yeah. I mean, he is pretty tanky now, you know. Lacking a little bit in the armor department. Like, you get armor from Unending Despair and Jack Show.
Yeah, Adaptive Helm is just mirrored Jack
they use Jack Show.
They actually
icon
just
in
use
TFT?
Jack Show, yeah.
Wow.
And I played a game, I managed to hit the Zac augment just before the match.
Oh, well, that's good. I was going to say, though,
about it.
she was lacking a little bit in the armor department, because although he has two items that give armor in the adaptive, in the Unending Despair and the Jack Show, he doesn't have like a Randuin's or something. So
doesn't it look like a helm that's going to make you more adaptive, though?
I mean, I don't know what a Jack Show is.
It doesn't look like Jack's shoes very much. It looks like a hat.
Yeah. But, I mean, Berserker will do a good amount of damage to Shiu, is what I was trying to say on my point before we got distracted by Jack Show.
Oh, wait, they're not even mirrored. They're just the same.
Yeah, it's just Jack Show.
Just exactly the same.
The protein.
The protein Jack shoes. Love that.
I'm losing my mind.
Fantastic. This is some Rise Group content. All right, the Ram's going to come on down. Shiu finds only one knockoff, but still this whole team is split. Pop Blossom going to connect onto Dudu, but already Berserker is getting some work done. And Beryl, how did he live? He should not have lived. Showmaker's going to go gold and is now aiming, taking matters into his own hands. Still has the flash. DK, they're going to get out with one dead. But that is a loss in the team fight, technically.
Yeah, and actually, Kyoshik peeling for Berserker was so critical there. Saved him, saved his AD carry. So watch what actually happens. The engage comes in onto the Sivir. You can see, has to flash the Cataclysm flag and drag. And then the Ornn gets interrupted by the Cyclone, otherwise he would have got knocked up again. So Berserker able to kite it out, and that DPS threat means aiming can't just charge him down. So the peel from the Wukong critical there to keep his Sivir alive. And the threat of the 4-item Sivir very real right now.
Very much is. He's got about as much damage as he needs, to be perfectly honest. As we got 6 items done, including an ornament and a GA here for aiming. As Berserker is still cutting through Shield.
I mean, this is what I mean. He doesn't have. You need like a Randuin's, really.
Yeah.
If you're gonna cut down Berserker's damage significantly, when he has 4 items within an LDR, he does just kind of shred you when you have those.
He did not need protein jack shoes, man.
Yeah, he has those half armor items.
Yeah.
Like the hybrid ones. Oh, there's a flank.
Yeah, Bulldog gonna get put into the baby cage. And the Ram is gonna come down to stop any sort of follow-up. As you can see, Shiu actually going for it here. Gets the knock-up onto life. And is not going to get snared either. So that is a dead Bulldog for the next 50 seconds. He does have teleport, but that is such a long death timer at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's still a bit spooky to go to the Baron because Equalizer's up, Cyclone's up. They will start it, but this is very fightable for DNF. Look at the low health bars on D+.
Yeah, Showmaker is actually needing to be very, very careful here. Gets the Seraph Shield, but now that's going to be on cooldown. As Beryl looking for an angle here, doesn't get the Pop Blossom onto anything at all. Neither does he hit the Tangle Bobs. His aiming has said that he just wants to dive into 4 people, and it's going to be successful. Void Seeker will land, but he doesn't have any more killer instinct because he used all of it in that last fight. And whatever that was, it just worked.
Main character Kai'Sa energy there from aiming, just flies in, complete confidence.
He couldn't have been more in the middle.
Yeah, he was just
He was Malcolm, straight up Malcolm into the team fight.
And Reese wasn't there to beat him up, you know?
Oh, bring down the replay.
Yeah, Beryl comes in, does force a spell shield. And then she was getting beat up, he just flies straight in and just starts shredding. So many things on cooldown. Flashing there just to delete the Sivir as well. Knows the only person who really has the DPS to cut through that Bloodthirster shield. Aiming doing exactly what he needs to there. And now Mountain Soul for D+. If you thought that Bloodthirster shield was obnoxious.
Yeah, and also if you thought that the Jack Shows wasn't quite doing enough, maybe it'll be fine now. As we've also, like, he's got the magic damage shield. He's got the regular mountain shield as well.
He's also
is unkillable.
He's approaching. He's building the Randuins. Once he gets the Randuins,
and the Wardens is actually like pretty decent as a start anyway.
Yeah.
Oh dear. And they were already like 10,000 gold ahead. They are still that, but they have even more now.
I mean, in credit to DNF, they were doing pretty good for how far behind
True.
they were.
They also got the Otacon. That was a pretty cool play.
They did make the game interesting. But I think D+ are about to make the game over.
You got to make the really cool Malcolm in the Middle reference as well, which was great.
Hey, you opened up with it. So,
yeah, the Reese one got me. That really, really did get. Maybe the reason, maybe his dad was actually cooking at the time. And so like Reese was there joining him or helping him out or something like that. That's why Aiming got away with it.
Yeah, nothing.
Might have been the angle.
Yeah, you hear they're going to do like a reunion?
Yeah. That's actually, I think, why it's in my brain, because I saw something about that more recently.
What a great show.
Oh, it's such a good show. That's a lot of our teenage years, or at least mine. Maybe it was your primary school.
Not that much younger than you.
No, actually not that much. As all right, the entire ring of these inhibitor turrets has gone down. And DNF, one last defense, one last chance to keep themselves alive in this game. One thing to remember, though, is that this is Rise Group. Anything can happen in Game 2. They have to keep their mental intact, but this game is looking done and dusted. As there's a Cataclysm from Lucid, finds a nice double knockup. Finally, a Pop Blossom lands, and Beryl is going to die yet again, but Aiming is untouched outside of this equalizer as the Killer Instinct comes in. Bulldog not going to die to it just yet, but he has to come out of stasis eventually, and the Acathian is raining down to grab all these kills. Down goes the Nexus, and DK will take Game 1.
You know, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I've talked about an issue close to my heart about justice for supports. This was as far as away. This was AD carry. This was all AD carry, you know. Aiming said, look guys, let's stop messing about. I'm carrying this game. I want to win. And he did. He literally just did everything. And I mean, yeah, D+ had a lead, but he just really was the driving force in those fights. Was ulting in like a bit of a psychopath with complete confidence. And Kai'Sa, for a long time, has been just one of his signature picks.
Certainly has, and I think with a build like that as well, he had Bloodthirst to GA.
And then the Mountain Soul as well.
Yeah.
Did less damage than Berserker, but I think a lot of the Berserker damage was just spread across those bulkier targets.
And
Berserker, you know,
she had a lot of health bar to get through.
If aiming wasn't there, Berserker would have looked good, but
yeah.
Watching the aiming was just on fire.
Sometimes it's about where you do the boom boom damage, not the fact that the boom boom damage was done in the game.
Yeah.
Something that we could all, you know, learn from and live by. As I say that, it's probably still looking like a pretty good aiming day as far as POM is concerned. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down, and then we will have game number 2, and hopefully after that, game 3. DNF, come on, get it together.
왕관의 무게. 지금 생각해보자면 사실 왕관 자체가 그렇게 무거운 물건은 아니라고 생각하거든요. 그렇게 무게를 느끼는 건 저는 본인의 마음에 달려있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그다지 무겁다고 생각하지는 않은 것 같습니다.
좀 초반 템포가 굉장히 중요하다 생각했어가지고 맵을 넓게 쓰면서 파이크를 몇 번 해봤는데 제가 생각했던 대로 게임 흐름이 편해지는 것 같아서 이제 대회에서 기용하게 됐습니다.
다이브 당하기 전에 좀 그런 핵심을 잘 짚어내는 것 같고요. 작년 월드 때 나르가 굉장히 성능이 좋았었어가지고 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같습니다.
바이 같은 경우에 이제 강제력이 좋다고 해야 되나? 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 상대방이 이제 뭐 스틸을 하려고 하든 아니면은 싸움을 하려고 하든 그럴 때 바이 궁극기 같은 걸로 걸 수가 있기 때문에 그런 점이 조금 강점이지 않을까.
캐리아 선수가 파이크로 칼날비를 들었어가지고 저도 그거에 맞춰서 좀 압박을 줘야 된다고 생각해서 칼날비를 선택한 것 같습니다.
우리 팀 위치나 상대팀 위치가 좀 복합적으로 생각하는 게 많아서 어느 정도는 좀 계산하는 것도 있지만 좀 감각적으로 하는 것도 많은 것 같습니다. 세세히 다 얘기해서 뭐 그렇게 상황이 나왔다기보다는 그냥 제가 순간적으로 걸었을 때 팀원들이 저를 믿고 잘 이제 호응해줬던 것 같습니다. 작년 월드 같은 경우에는 증명했다라는 기쁨보다는 저희가 이제 또 다시 해냈다라는 기쁨이 컸던 것 같고 작년에 되게 어려운 한 해였다고 생각했는데 이렇게 마지막에 또 우승할 수 있어서 기쁜 마음밖에 없었던 것 같습니다.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Dark Enemy. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
And welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of DNF up against D+ Kia. And D+ Kia was able to take the win. Took them a little while, but they got the job done in the end. As I'm still Valdez, joined by Chronicler and Wadid. What do you guys think about that game number 1?
I find it hard to really pinpoint where the tempo vibes were. That was really my main issue. I feel like the casters actually highlighted this as well. There was a little unclear. And I also think that DK had some people on champs where like thumbs up, right? We had aiming on Kai'Sa, that was great. We also had Xiu on Ornn, which we've really had some issues with. But I think it actually was mostly just a pretty clean game from DK, or obviously trying to be as good as possible, ramping into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, especially the game was not quick enough, but I think it was slow but steady. So I really like the playstyle from DK, especially today.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at highlight number 1 because we have a lot to talk about in this one. There was just so much going on, and Wadid TV is going to take over from here.
So yeah, especially I want to talk about the DNF positioning here because they are the one who started Drake here, and I think it's only one player from DNF can actually engage on the target because they have Karma in the support, so I think Pershing needs to pull the trigger here. And you might think they are just grouped as a team and ready for the fight, but in fact, they're not. So because of the Drake pit, they're actually not grouped, and it's really hard to walk through the Drake as well. So in fact, they're just kind of splitted. So I think DK knew that they can actually like collapse on them. So Showmaker just steps up here and kind of bait Pyoshik out. Because even though he got engaged here, he cannot die because all the other players from DNF cannot follow up. So you can roll the clip here. What happens next is that actually Showmaker is gonna step up on Wukong and he's gonna get baited. He's gonna get baited here. And he's just gonna engage on Orianna, but no one can follow up from DNF side here. As I mentioned, you are kind of getting blocked by Drake and Drake wall. So all you can do is actually Talia wall into the enemy team, which is not optimal. So what happens next is that just DK cleans up all the targets. So I just want to focus here that DK kind of played well around their positioning, but also DNF was not doing correctly about the Drake positioning here. So yeah.
And that's been one of the biggest issues, I think, respectively for both these teams. For DK, it's trying to clean up the gameplay as much as possible. It still wasn't 100% clean, right? I think that there were still some moments where Barrel just presses our button because he, trying to make a point. But by and large, this did feel like they were really just playing for the team fights, which is a style that I think hasn't suited them as well as the more aggressive we ball and see what happens style. So I do think that it's very obvious from their fight approaches that they're a lot more synced than they were, say, 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think CVMax is trying to really pinpoint what the issues are and really getting everybody in sync and really nail down all of those issues and make sure they're all on the same page. We can take a look at highlight number 2 as well, the mid fight that did occur, which really, speaking of nails, was the nail in the coffin for the side of DNF as they were trying to fight back from here, but were not able to do so. Somebody has to face check, and they go pretty deep for this one.
And at first it looks like the fight isn't actually too bad. They're able to get Lucid Summoners. But as we all know, the only real main character for DK at this point in the game is aiming. And they attempt to collapse onto Lucid, who doesn't even die, by the way. And then Bulldog and Life just get unceremoniously ulted by Showmaker, and then from that point on the fight is kind of over because aiming can just ult in and clean it up.
Yeah, again, the Wukong ulti was the only one engaged from DNF and it didn't work out. So I think that's why teams really wanted to pick engages a lot in the team. So even though your first engage kind of fails, you can actually have the secondary option as well. But the thing is, you have Karma support and you have Talia who cannot really engage on the target. So it was not great draft in general, but also in game the plan was not there from DNF.
Yeah, I think it's just some of those woes of DNF. They are our 10th place team. They are not going to be making it into play-ins, but at the same time, just trying to still figure out drafting, trying to still figure it out. On the side of D plus Gia, still they were in the booth thinking about what they did wrong. There was definitely a lot of improvement, it feels like, on the side of DK, because while they did win, it was kind of a shaky mid-game against DNF, which is a team that I think they should be dominating big time at this point in the season.
So how do you feel about the Shiu's Ornn in this game? Because they're just preparing for the planes, right?
I mean, I think it's been fine. For Shiu, with me, the biggest issue has always been that on his picks he's looked amazing, right? I think that on carries he has shown what he's able to do, and there was a large period where even that didn't really come through. That has been the case more recently. But with his tanks, I feel like he still doesn't really know when either to pull the trigger, which is the #1 thing, but also, and we've seen this with some other Rise Group teams as well, just because you're a tank does not mean you're invulnerable. So you got to be a little careful about where you position.
Yeah, especially in this day and age with Rumble and Corki and all of this.
Nexen and
Renekton. Yeah. It's hard to play tanks, it really is. But guys, we're done here for the space for game number 1. Let's go back to Atlas and Ox for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And we're just hoping that DNF can get it together as, oh my goodness. The fan sign meta is just insane. That one, especially here in the Rise group, is, oh, this guy is dedicated.
That's
wow.
And especially...
It's a manifesto.
A DNF fan showing up to all the matches.
A DFesto.
That's dedication to the cause.
It certainly is. Let's see whether it's going to pay off. As, of course, it kind of did, because DNF have strung a couple of wins together throughout rounds 3 to 5, but not against DK. DK have just kind of smashed them every single time. And for these rounds since MSI, it's now 5 games in a row. See whether they can make it 6. As DNF did have the blue side in game 1, they're likely to stay there for game 2, but it's not going to change how things go outside of these picks now not being possible. As 600 games from my boy Beryl. Maybe he was focusing on that instead of the Nico play in the first game. That's what was
having a good time.
Yeah, he was like, it's my celebration day, guys. He did land that really nice Tangle Bobs in one of the team fights, but otherwise he was just kind of dying mid-ult.
I like his crown.
Yeah, it was very cool. That was from when he was doing the draw show in 2023, right? Yeah. Oh man, that was a time. What a beautiful moment. All right, it's now time to get into the draft. for Game 2. What do these teams have in store for us? Maybe it's time to get in the kitchen, DK. Maybe it's time to show us what you've been cooking up.
You know, it's something we talked about during the LCK Cup. This team was so experimental.
Yeah.
They were cooking up some crazy stuff. And that was when that was the best they've been at this entire year. And I feel like we're missing that. So
yeah.
I think they should just start going crazy again right before playoffs. Isn't that the perfect timing to throw everything out the window?
It'd be beautiful. Throw it all out the window. All right, last time...
such a bad influence if we were coaching.
Yeah, we would not be very good coaches. Just like, oh, no, I think Tryndamere is really good here.
Wouldn't it be funny if is never how you should lead?
Yeah, no.
Gap discussion conversation.
Well, the Trundle is going to be taken away this time. And the Azir, obviously.
Just very much targeting junglers has DNF been. Last time it was Vi, Pantheon, Poppy. This time it's Vi, Trundle,
Poppy, I would assume.
Oh, does
this
that mean
likely still a Yunara ban?
D+ might go Ipe?
Yeah, I think it should be Ipe. One of the Ps will need to be banned.
Oh, they go App.
Ooh, could be AP. We could get it. Let's see whether...
Would it make you appy?
It'd make me real happy, mate. Don't you worry about that.
Okay.
All right, the Gwen is going to be taken away. I'm sorry about ruining the language of your people. As all right. Let's see what it will be. With the Gwen ban, it does kind of throw a bit of a wrench into the works. But it's still Yunara, right? Kind of has to be.
Yeah.
No, it's Aurora.
Interestingly enough.
Huh.
So Yunara's open available, and you got to feel like, especially with how DM Freaks play, that they'll just slam it for Berserker. Remember, this is one of the picks that they got a big win on.
Indeed.
So...
It's a bit perplexing that the Aurora would be the ban, because there's no Rumble. The Gwen is already banned. And they're still removing it. Of course, Bulldog is a notable Aurora player.
I think they want to get Ambessa for Shu.
That's a good call.
But it's still, I feel like, not really the most weird thing. Annie makes a lot of sense, shutting down the Yunara. We obviously saw Annie Wukong do a great job earlier today, but obviously Wukong gone. So Annie's and Zhao comes through.
So Ambessa now free for Dudu to pick up, if he would like to collect that for himself.
I think it would just be a good pickup to deny it, honestly.
Oh, Pioshik was thinking about whether or not he could justify it. And it turns out, oh, this is one of his big picks, and he is going to lock that one in. The Galio to come in alongside it.
Okay, some strong skirmishing in the mid jungle.
Yeah.
Lee Sin not the highest prio of those AD junglers we see. But obviously understanding against the Annies and Zhao, you need some power there. And to no surprise, it is the Ambessa coming through for Shiwu. So a lot of priority from D+ around the top side.
I don't think the Lee Sin would have been banned.
No, I don't think so either.
So they could have just taken the Ambessa Galio, I would have thought. But
yeah, maybe scared if they take the Ambessa, they would have played into a Renekton or something.
Yeah.
Which is now going to get banned. And what are you going to take into the Ambessa is the question.
And what are you going to take into the Yunara as well as the other one? As maybe a Jhin or something like that for aiming. Not going anything too crazy. Could be one of the options that they're looking for as we're zooming in slowly onto Beryl, who will just allow this Cassante to be banned away.
I mean, the main thing is just having reliable lockdown, good engage, just being able to explode the pick. So definitely want Beryl to be playing a reliable engage support if possible. Poppy gonna get taken off cards.
Yep.
Alistair Rakan still open and available.
So Rakan actually could be a big lock-in here, especially with the Annie already there. Could allow for a lot of big Tibbers plays.
I think the one thing with taking a support here on 4 is that maybe a little concerned about a Lulu into it.
Oh, true.
Spooky.
You might want to take Lulu yourself. With the Xin Zhao already there.
I just think the problem is into Yunara, you just won't have the pressure onto it. And
yeah.
Also well. I think you probably take AD carry here personally.
And the Jhin is the pretty obvious standout as far as power level at this point in time. Aiming has had some decent performances on it more recently, but it's not exactly anything that we get too excited about.
Yeah, it is his most played in round 3 to 5, actually, surprisingly enough, even though it's not a pick we typically attribute to aiming. But I think taking it here makes sense because even though you pass over, you know, first choice for support to the DM Freaks, it means that you don't end up in a situation where they get a free support pick aware of the matchup. They don't have as much comfort, so they end up going for the Alistar.
Time to flex Annie mid, pick Silas. Am I right?
I mean, flex Annie support. And go
Sorry, yeah. Flex Annie mid support. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I meant. Didn't really ring as true when
Beryl
I said it
would
wrong.
do that. Of all players, Beryl is the
I
most
know, he
likely.
does have a bit of Tabe energy, and I always associate Annie support with Tabe. I don't know why, but I do. Maybe because he played it a lot when he was on Royal back in the day.
So a very short-range composition from the DM Freaks. A lot of melee, and then the Yunara as well, who is a short-range pick. And it looks like Beryl leaning towards the Jim Bard, the kind of T1 special we've seen from them many times. A little bit more fiddly than some other engage picks. I mean, Beryl did have that, I think it was either earlier this week or last week, pretty fantastic Bard game. But not super reliable lockdown for the Yunara. If you
There's nothing reliable about Beryl's Bard. Especially after the last game.
And the thing is, I mean, I assume, is Berserker going to take Cleanse? Ghost is pretty high priority on the Yunara, but into Bard, Annie, I think Cleanse is pretty good. And if you take Cleanse, it's like, okay, you're kind of limited in terms of CC to lock him down, so... I don't know. I think in terms of having the tools available to deal with the Yunara, I don't think D+ have fully hit the mark, especially compared to what Gen G had in terms of Rakan, Wukong, Annie. But their comp still is serviceable. They've got some good picks for them. It's just, there's a little bit of concern if that Yunara gets out of check, she will take over the game.
Exactly. Well, it's time to do it. We are ready. Comps have been locked in. Something very fun did happen. The bans from DK spelt a park. So if the DN Freaks win, they're not going to hit it out of the park because a park has been banned.
Oh, okay.
So that is illegal. I'm not allowed to say that if they do win the game.
They can't even go to the park.
No, no one can go to the park. Park's just gone.
Wow.
Which is a big shame because that increases happiness by quite a lot for your citizens.
You don't really have anything on the other side.
No, that one's just kind of a mess that I would attempt to pronounce, but I don't really want to. The picks for DNF, Yulgar feels pretty good. Let's get into the Rift here for game number 2.
시한사의 학교가 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I am reminded by chat that we are currently in a park because it's LOL Park that we're at. As Berserker already has to cleanse.
Well, did take the cleanse, not the ghost, which I think is the right decision in this game, but now doesn't have it anymore, so...
If there is a pause, it's because the whole venue needs to be changed.
Ooh.
That's what's going to happen. Oh, is Beryl looking for it? Yeah.
That was cheeky. Yeah, that would make sense if Park has been banned.
They may not honor it, but we'll just have to see. Pioshik running around in circles here a little bit. We'll be starting towards his top side by the looks of things. As DK already off with a bit of tempo in the beginning of this game. And I mentioned this on Twitter last time DK played. This is the team that either has all the tempo vibes or none of them. On any given day, they are either just thriving completely or headless chickens. No idea what they're doing and unable to really take control of a game.
Yeah.
Today, it's not convincing, but it does feel like they certainly have a fair few of those tempo vibes.
It does feel that way.
And even aiming, finding that deadly flourish on a Berserker, who does come back to lane with not a whole lot of health. Didn't actually pop his potion in that little jungle kerfuffle that we did have before.
Not a fun lane matchup, though. Playing the Yunara, Alistar into the Jim Bard. Gonna be a rough time.
Yeah, anything Alistar doesn't feel fantastic. So this just feels like it's even worse.
Yeah, this is particularly painful. Shouldn't miss too many minions, though, and should be able to pick these up.
Ooh, Deadly Flourish is just going to be a little bit annoying. Does miss out on one of those melees, but otherwise shouldn't miss too many of these. And as I say that, misses a few. Oh, and that one.
Main thing has got the XP.
Yeah. Are we getting to that point? Oh, main thing is I got the XP. It's 12-1. No, 14 to 6. 16 to 6.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you
He's
tell
still got a
yourself.
wave to catch. He's going to be at, like, 11. 12 even. Look at that.
That's not too bad. Only down 4 CS, considering how zoned away they were. I mean, it is, though. Like, if you get zoned out of XP, it feels really bad, but I think you got XP for all of them.
Yeah, so it should actually
Or
be...
the Slurkle?
Yeah, Slurkle value absolutely massive.
Or Beryl.
And Beryl is just barding. He's
I feel like
barding around.
I'm concerned for him.
And
I'm not sure he is.
He's absolutely not. We're flashing for it. It's live. Finds the double pole as Pyoshik comes in and says, no magical journeys for you. You're only allowed to go on magical journeys when I'm there with you in 2022, Beryl.
Really well played there from DNF, and Life in particular went for the combo. Well, didn't go for the full combo, actually. Got on top of them, stacked up the stun, and then Aiming and Beryl just kind of held their flashes until it was a little bit too late. Didn't get a chance to use them. Pyoshik with a great gank timing, and even though unfortunately Berserker isn't the one to get the kill, the most important thing is you relieve some of that early pressure, which was building up, mounting up there.
Yeah, really nicely done here by DNF. And this is what Pyoshik has been known for on the Lee Sin, right? It's making these early plays and being frustrated. He's like the epitome of the Smurf Lee Sin player that you have in your games, you know?
Yeah, so Life just flashes with the E, and the thing is if you flash, he'll just WQ. So like, what choice do you have in that situation? Has the Nimbus Cloak as well, given the extra movement speed to chase down. It does end up meaning that D+ still have their bot lane flashes available. But all in all, a nifty play by Life.
Indeed. And the flashes situation, not as much to worry about because there's Hex Flash, and Berserker didn't have to use his, so
yeah,
should be a-okay. Outside of the fact that it's still,
when it's,
you know, Jinbad.
Hex Flash and Spellbook, I mean, it's never been more desirable to just blow your flash.
Yep. In fact, you probably should. You should flash out a fountain, I think.
get the lane quicker?
Yeah. Got to make sure you do that. Or just to send a message, flash in lane on the spot.
Yeah.
Just say like, hey, by the way, I don't have flash.
But I got Hex Flash now.
Yep. Spend the rest of the lane sitting in the brush charging Hex Flash. That's what you got to do. As Pyoshik back into the jungle once again. And him picking up the first blood is actually kind of big because it means that wherever he is, he's going to get a lot of value.
How broken would Hex Flash be if you could have it as like a separate summoner? Like you could have Flash and Hex Flash.
Oh god, that would be so good.
That'd be so broken.
It would be very broken. What if they just took Flash, like, you couldn't take it as a summoner spell anymore, but everyone got Hex Flash?
Imagine Annie just, like, permanently just sits
Yeah, you just only in brushes.
Hex Flashing permanently, yeah. I think a lot of champions... I mean, it's just crazy how Flash is just so integral to the game.
Yep.
And so core for so many champions.
It really was a conversation, I'm pretty sure, back in the day. Like, oh, everyone's taking this. Like, should we, like, just get rid of it? Should we buff everything else? And I'm glad that we went with the let's just keep it in the game and accept that everyone will just take it unless you're Gwen.
Yeah.
Or I mean, Kali sometimes.
Or Hecarim.
Yeah.
I think it's one of these things where it's like a cool resource to play around, and the fact that it works so well with certain abilities and certain champions, obviously, like Lee Sin is a great example. Who would you believe in this game?
Yeah, there you go. So is Galio, who used to be another one of those really cool ones.
Okay, that one was broken.
That was very broken.
Oh man, the Taunt Flat.
Yeah, Flash. Yeah, Taunt Flash.
You just channeled it in lane and just walked up. And the thing is, you didn't have to flash because they would just flash. Level 1, you just hold channel taunt, they flash, and you go, cool, you're dead at level 2. And then if they didn't flash, you just flash, and they're dead at level 1. It was it was so broken.
It's actually just incounterable. So that's a good one to get nerfed. Don't need to remove the summoner spell completely. It's okay. Here on this bottom side, we're seeing that Aiming and Beryl are still doing okay, but it's a 200 gold lead for Berserker on the Yanaro, and that is problematic here for DK. But you know who it isn't problematic for? Us, because we want as much Rise Group goodness as we can possibly get.
That's what we're here for.
Exactly. And so the Dan Freaks might be able to bring us there on the back of Berserker. Throwing them orbs around, getting something done. As I say that, takes a bit of damage here as the curtains are being called. Life, just being a trusty cow.
Using his life?
Oh, as a resource?
Yep.
He does use a lot of it.
He does have refillable though.
Yeah, he'll be alright.
has biscuits too.
Oh, Beryl has his health bar at a position that I don't see it at often, which is quite full. Okay,
whoa.
Yeah, Cosmic Binding going to connect, and Life is not having a lot of his namesake right now. Tempered Fate going to hold him in position here. As aiming, going to just walk up, and that means the flash has to be used.
That fierce stun was such a crazy angle.
Oh, here's Lucid. There's Pyoshik. The taunt does come on down, but Lucid gets kicked back, and Pyoshik manages to make his way out. Now Bulldog trying to take on Showmaker here, but the stun will come on down, and DK looking a bit worse for wear. As DNF also limping away from that fight, but still, gank not going to quite work out as, oh god. This is getting a bit messy here towards this bottom side of the map as well, as DK trying to hold them in position. There's the flash forward, the force shot. Oh, not going to be enough. Gets the flash with the flourish. But would have loved to get a kill on the board. And now
you're so low.
He is super low as the Q is going to come on through as the teleport.
Okay.
Beryl just going back home. He has Meeps to protect, okay?
Beryl's the player who's just like so likely to die for the cause, and that time, even that time,
Yeah.
he's like, I'm out.
Yeah, no, man.
I'm out. You're on your own, buddy.
They probably just saw the Q and they were like, that's a Lee Sin on full health. We had full information. I don't think they had vision on
I don't even
how healthy
the Q
Pyoshik
even
looked.
come in. He sensed the tempo vibes that started to shift, and he immediately withdrew from the situation.
Yeah.
So this got very scrappy. Life came back in on low HP, and they're being chased down. Aiming goes for the flash, nearly gets him. The W comes in, it's flashed, and then Beryl just goes, my people need me.
Yeah.
Aiming even
channeled
the
it.
Sonic Wave.
Yeah, he channeled it before anything. Like he hadn't even seen the Lee Sin.
He's just got places to be.
He's got places to be, man.
He's a busy man.
The Meeps were calling from the base, and so he needed to go collect the chimes. He needed to collect the chimes. And it's all right. That magical journey is not going to get him exactly where he wants, as there is a cow. There's also Pyoshik. As this dragon going down lower and lower. Lucid, let's see whether he can lock that one down as the exhaust now on cooldown here for Beryl. As Bulldog once again fighting a bear. This time it's made of metal, as Shiu is not. He is not exactly coping all that well against the Dutetrox. That doesn't work. It's not like the Dusante.
No, it's not quite the same.
Yeah, the Dutrox.
Oh, that was some sick football tricks.
Yeah, that was pretty
Pyoshik. Yeah, doing some moves.
Yeah, some moves and stuff and things. I know all about the field sports. This Tibbers skin's kind of crazy.
It does look very intimidating.
Yeah.
It's also just up in Bulldog's face, and he just can't kill it, really, so... He's kind of just trying to pretend it doesn't exist, which is very hard to do when it's so colorful.
Well, cute. Still looking a little worse for wear, but it looks like Dudu not going to be able to go for a dive or anything like that. Having a look here at some of the stats, as it looks relatively even on our screen right now, but we know that Dudu has had a fair bit of control of this lane thus far.
They got a bit of a CS lead. A 1 gold bounty.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, 2! It's doubled!
Wow, that's insane. Oh, it's halved. Oh, wow, it's nothing. As in goes Pyoshik, out goes Pyoshik. That's okay, he says. All right, they need to kill Pyoshik, though. He's got a 41 gold bounty. That's 41 times more than Dudu's.
That's insane. That's so much more.
Whoa, now it's 52!
Yeah, but Dudu's has actually grown to 2 gold, so it's about 36 times.
It's still pretty large.
Oh, but Dudu's got a 3 gold.
Oh my good. 4 gold? This is absurd.
Oh, it's down again. It's down again. It's 3 gold.
Oh, okay.
4 gold?
It's still 20 times.
You need to stop looking at the bounty. 7 gold!
It's okay. There's nothing else to look at. You can feel free.
8, 9? This is going off the chain.
Yeah, and people need us to read this for them because they can't read that on the screen themselves. So this is really important work for us to do as commentators.
I feel like it's such a typical thing for an us cast where we just see something.
See something shiny on the screen.
Ooh!
Oh, here's Lucid. As Bulldog not going to be able to punch any justice into it.
I also feel like that's how Pyoshik's Lee Sin has been, where he just sees something shiny on the screen. He's like, ooh, Sonic Wave.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, he does kind of personify the Lee syndrome, you know, where he hits a Q, he is going in.
I respect it. You know?
Oh, yeah. He's made it work throughout his career.
You were given 2 abilities for a reason.
Yep.
Game recasting, then what are you doing?
No, nothing. I mean, you don't do that with E, right? You always press it again.
Unless you miss it. But why would you miss it?
That's true. I mean, you're not really going to be pressing it for any other reason.
Oh, barrels hovering.
Not going to quite find anything here towards the bottom side. As Berserker's still just happily clearing out minions. Kraken Slayer now done. And only a few minions left for that cult.
I mean, there's a solid lead in terms of gold across the board, pretty much, for...
Yeah?
Apart from Barrel, obviously.
Yeah, massive lead for Barrel. That is to be expected. The support goat that he is. As
if DNF can start to capitalize on some objectives, obviously First Dragon and 3 Grubs went over to D+. Do have Next Dragon and Herald spawning about the same time. See Herald moving to try and get some vision set up around this Herald.
Actually looking for a little bit of an angle here. Does break the chains. But Dudu, he has the item. I mean, Shiu's got the item that he really likes, but Dudu's item is
tech?
a little bit too cool.
The double Sundered Sky?
Yeah, and it almost looks like triple, because Kraken Slayer kind of looks like it's in the same family of weapons.
Yeah.
You know, feels like it should have the same passive.
Like cousins?
Yeah. Like it's just a different archetype. Is okay. That was a bit weird. Minions being a little bit frustrating here for everyone. Deadly Flourish not going to quite do too much, as Pyosik able to tank it. And they are just going to mitigate any sort of aggression as Sork Shoes are built up here by Showmaker. DK wondering where their next point of attack is going to be. 50 seconds on the Drake, 35 on the Herald. But it looks like a gank in the mid lane, trying to catch the cow warding. Something like that could be the angle. As aiming will slink into the fog of war. It looks like Rift Herald is going to be on the minds here of DK. If it is a trade, it will mean that Feats of Strength will go over to DK because they do have those two objectives already strung together.
Yep.
Rift Herald probably going to be a good one though, because you can likely get Feats of Strength if you just use the Herald to knock down a turret.
That's one of the best ones for securing the little boots.
Yep.
Oh.
As aiming going to get exhausted.
Nice flash bin there from Life with the exhaust setup.
He's been pretty good at keeping up the aggression. Speaking of which, Pyosik moving into the river now, as he did land a Sonic Wave, so that means he has to press Resonating Strike. As Lucid just going in, already down to 50% health as this is looking rough. He has to flash, but the flashes are all there. Tempered Fate to allow him to live a little longer. And does have that broken item, but he is just going to get taken down. That is Feats of Warfare here for DNF, and the Yunara getting a kill. Oh, this is looking so good for 3 games.
It is looking very good, especially the gold going on to Berserker, and now should just be a Rift Herald pickup for DNF. Lucid trying to make something happen onto the Yunara, but not the easiest target. Berserker had the ult as well to give access to that dash.
Yeah, they also have the global advantage as well, as Dudu not going to be allowed to go home. But I don't think they're going to be diving him or anything like that. Rift Herald does go over to Pyosik. Let's have a look at this play one more time.
He just tries to dive in onto Berserker. The problem is you just don't have the reliable setup.
And there were all buttons available and things like this.
Then the ult comes in, which doesn't actually really help and just kind of ensures Berserker's getting the kill. The stun didn't connect as well. This is what I mean. It's like, compare this to when they had, to the last series, when there was Annie, Wukong, Rakan. And when you wanted to kill the Yunara, it was like, okay, dead.
Yeah.
Not really the same level of engage here, and it's a little bit worrying.
Well, Double Dragon does come in, and it's Infernal Soul this
And that is a good one.
It's not too bad. Allow them to do a fair bit of extra damage in this game. Meep slap out there from Beryl, avoids the Slurkle and the Sonic Wave as Pyosik just going to drive Shelly into this turret. Not going to be able to take it completely, but gets very, very close.
Yep. So they're going to try and push for it right now.
Yep.
The wings
should be able to get a couple of autos. There it is.
Yeah. They had Dudu and Bulldog in the wings, just roaming down to make sure.
Yep, that is Feats of Strength as well. So very nicely done here by DNF, upgrading some shoes. Showmaker finds a stun, puts down a bear, and is able to run away from
Bulldog went for the taunt and missed the cannon as a result.
Oh no.
Felt really bad.
But he might be able to get a Tibbers. And that's worth maybe
not quite as much.
Not quite as much at this stage of the game. Okay. That is a public execution here onto Dudu, is aiming. We're going to try and get some damage down himself. Shu, will he get pulled back? There's the flash in, but my god, the healing is disgusting. Just not quite enough to get through the curtains that have been called. Oh, he just gave him 50 gold, Showmaker. And now he's tagged by a Slurkle as the redemption comes in. Lucid in so much trouble, and he'll get taken down as well. A huge dive as Life is just taking control in this game.
He's doing so much, you know, having the Alistar there to dive, so easy to make it work. Lucid trying to protect his mid laner there, and they just both end up getting caught up. And now DNF with a pretty sizable gold lead, and so much of that gold in the right spot on the Yunara. We see here, Root connects. Unfortunately, just ends up getting chased down. I think maybe he could have autoed aiming there.
Yeah, maybe.
And got the healing. It does so much with the Sundered Sky. I mean, you saw how much he healed off Shu. If you went for that initial auto on aiming and then away, I think probably would have still died in the longer play, but maybe would have survived longer. Here, though, there's nothing they could have done. They were dead.
Yeah, they were very, very dead. Life also, Unbreakable Will, means that he's able to tank the turret for days. Never under too much risk. So, DNF in a really good position to win this game. 4,000 gold, their lead, approximately. They are missing out on some dragons. That is something, I guess. And Otacon going to be up in 1 minute's time. That will be the next point of contention on this map that our teams will need to prepare for.
It's on the top side of the map, and both teams kind of leaning down towards this side of the map instead.
Well, right now, Lucid in position, tagged by that Slurkle. As in goes Pyoshik once again. Gets the kickback, looking for Showmaker here, but I don't know whether it's necessarily what he wants, as now the Jhin is going to open up, and Pyoshik takes the first 2 bullets. Bulldog gets tempered faded for some reason.
I think they were tempered fading to stop them from blocking the barge shots, but unfortunately Life was there to block.
Didn't get enough of them.
But you can see Pyoshik going for the highlight play, wanted to kick barrel into his team, and then he scored a goal.
He did.
That was it. He kicked them between the posts.
And that's why you use that skin, you know?
Yeah.
As I guess that goal has a net, but, you know, it's about the same. All right.
Yeah, we've all played on a field where the goal didn't have a net.
Ah, that's a good point.
When we're younger.
Yep.
That's a lot of maintenance in them.
They often just break.
And then someone has to run back and grab the ball after every time. So when you put a screamer in, you know, has to go run and get it.
It does get annoying. All right, Shu and Lucid clearing out some Krogs. And the gold lead only extending here. DK looking for a bit of an angle around this Otacon. Shu will be able to put down some control vision. And is there a level of hope? Because I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that DNF's composition is still just going to feel great.
Yeah,
as this game goes on.
I think DNF's composition feels great as the game goes on. I think Yunara is super strong as a carry. I think they're going to scale very well. But there's a big caveat to all this. It's Rise Group.
Yeah, there we go. Well, let's see whether this Otacon is what the DN Freaks want. As Showmaker is running up the river, or swimming, or something, as Shu looking to try and dash out of the way, but finds the public execution, then trying to get back to the rest of his team as the Tempered Fate to try and buy some time, as the Ambessa somehow lives for such a long time. The Galio is still going to come on through, though, and Lucid not going to be able to heal himself up enough. There is the curtains being called, but it is curtains for DK. Is that a quadra-kill? Yes, it is, for this Yunara. And it is almost a sweet guarantee that we are going to 6 games this evening.
I feel like the fight started a little bit slowly, you know? It was kind of a ramp-up sort of fight where initially D+ survived for a good amount of time. Shu took taking a long time to go down with this ult to reposition, this ult from Beryl as well. But eventually Berserker's just really easing into it, finds a window to move forward, and then just starts shredding here. Takes out Lucid.
Oh, man.
Moves up on Showmaker, moves up on Beryl, explodes both of them, and then gets at aiming's face. And yeah, we talked about maybe the lack of tools to deal with Yunara. That's the thing, you leave this pick open, I feel like your full comp has to be focused around, can we shut this pick down?
Exactly.
And I don't think DK have those tools available.
They certainly do not. So a little bit disrespectful there, but they are getting punished for it, which is certainly fantastic here for DNF. As back out onto the Rift once again. And I mean, 6.5k, surmountable is, it's not looking good.
He's left the building.
Yeah. It is, in fact, in. So surmountable, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, would Surmountable be in the building then? Because he's in Surmountable?
Yeah, I guess he's in. We'll have to talk to Surmountable.
We'll have to figure it out. It's very convoluted.
We say his name all the time.
Yeah.
And yet, we don't know anything about how he is. As Beryl, oh, the fake out.
Everyone's asking where is Surmountable, not how is Surmountable.
Well, are we asking how is Beryl? And the answer would be soon to be dead. How does he feel about that? Not entirely sure.
No, I think we know. I think Beryl's fine with it.
Yeah. As we can see in the player cam, expression has not really changed.
He's playing body. If you got to pick up chimes, he's happy.
Yeah.
You know, that's his.
I think he did get a few chimes there in his little excursion.
I think his objective often does align with winning the game, but it doesn't always.
No.
Right now, his objective is collecting chimes because I think winning the game, it's a little bit too much off on a tangent. It's a bit too. He's like, you know what? That's way over there. I'm just gonna focus on this, and I think it's the right call.
Maybe what should happen is like it should be got the chimes though when he dies.
Yeah.
That's the.
If he collects enough chimes, they do scale infinitely, right?
True. There you go. As public execution going to come on through. Bulldog flashes away though. She looking a bit worse for wear. That is a big burst of damage, but nothing that's actually going to get too much. Still, Showmaker does take an inner turret towards the bottom side. That might be something. Somehow there's no bounties up, even though it's a 6,000 gold lead here at 24 minutes. Pioshik comes on over, looks for Beryl, finds the kickback angle, doesn't quite get him over the wall, but gets him close enough to Dudu to make sure that the Bard is once again dead. He had someone that he needed to have a chat to in the Beyond, and he certainly has an opportunity to do so yet again.
That felt a little bit personal. Pioshik just kicking his own teammate into a wall. You know, I'm not going to read too much into it. Yeah, this play, actually, this looks like for a brief, slight moment, maybe. You see Berserker take some damage, and you're like, oh, that was a big hit from the Jhin, and then you realize that nothing's going to come from it because Lucid's dead, Shiwu's low, and Showmaker's not even there.
No.
And here, yeah, Pioshik goes, you know what, Beryl, take that. And he did, he took that.
He did. You can say a lot of things about Beryl, but you can't say that he's a coward.
No one has ever said that, ever, about this player.
No.
Well, actually, you know what? There was a certain play earlier when
No. He had places to be. There were chimes to collect.
He wasn't scared of dying. He
didn't even know there was anyone coming.
He had a business arrangement.
Yeah. As all right, Magical Journey going to get denied here by Life, who does pop the ulti pretty early. Still, DK, they do not want this. And you can understand exactly why. Showmaker is spotted. Now slightly out of position, breaks the chains, but Life is going to find him. The exhaust goes down and the Annie is dead before she can do anything. Public execution, just because she knew he had no way out. He'll go down as well. Man, this is utter domination here on the Rift for DNF. 9.4 thousand gold is the lead. As DK, yeah, I think take some Krugs. That's probably about the option here. As the Baron gonna get started, and I just don't know if there's any way DK can dissuade them from just taking this.
Yeah, Members playing Disruption to try and stop Lucid getting in.
Yeah.
That flash.
Curtain call does come on through here. As the rest of DNF diving on over. In goes Lucid trying to get the angle. He flashes into the pit, and they stop the aggro. Down it will go. Pioshik gets back over. That is Baron. Well, that was a clean play.
He did get in the pit. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
He made it. Yeah, so, I mean, they were setting up for a play here from D+, but that blue trinket, great read from DNF to spot out Showmaker. Life with the W flash combo to find Showmaker. And then you can see Berserker is trying to, like, move on to the next target. He's like, well, I guess I've got to finish off Shiwu. Got to finish my dinner before I go for the dessert.
Yeah.
But you can see he wants to chase down the other kills, but he has to finish off the first target. They don't end up for more. And then here, Lucid, he tries.
He did show them that he could get into the pit.
Yeah, he proved that he could.
Yeah.
And isn't that what we're going for?
It's part of the battle, 100%.
If the goal was getting in the pit, if that's what wins you the game, just getting in the pit, then he succeeded.
Yeah, if the Nexus was there at 1 health, he might have been able to do
He did die as soon as he got in the pit, so I'm not even sure that would have won him the game.
But he would have been close.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's what matters. You know, my mom always said it's the thought that counts. When I gave a bad gift. That's all right. Life looking for an angle. Speaking of angles, Xiu gets into that back line, but the Pulverize is there to answer. Oh, speaking of Pulverized.
Where'd they go?
Yeah, Showmaker just disappeared. Lucid gonna follow suit as Berserker just cleanses because he can. Heroic entrance, and it's not all that heroic if the game is basically already over. That is gonna be the ace here.
Oh, he lives!
Okay. Yeah, DNF, they're just gonna finish off these Nexus turrets, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We get it. The third game in the series. DNF managing to win one against DK here in rounds 3 through 5, and they might even be able to win a series. But not exactly inspiring if you're a DK fan looking to the future.
Well, we have one on the space. I'm sure you'll be able to discuss this. But DNF coming up big, you know, getting the Yunara for Berserker, a pick we've seen pop off on before. We know this team can do so well when the 80 carries and a hyper carry. How happy that fan is.
Oh, yeah.
But also, Pioshik on the Lee Sin. He just popped off. You know, he followed every cue, he followed his heart, and it worked.
The most diehard DNF fan ever. I swear we see him every single time, by the way. He is very, very dedicated, much like that other guy that was demonstrating all of his DNF tickets. But now, Orcs, it is time for us to take a short break. But guess what? We get to come back for the 6th time tonight for game number 3. First, the space. See you soon. Never mind. We're going to bring this one up instead and have a look at some of the stats. There they are. The music kind of, it kind of ganked me.
Yeah. That was some big damage from Berserker. It was. Yeah. And the gold graph, so smooth. Wasn't really Riot's Group vibes.
Oh man, you were talking about Roller Coaster Tycoon?
Yeah.
You were talking about Hot Wheels ramps?
Oh, that would be a great one.
It looks like both of those.
It's a little bumpy at one point.
Yeah.
But you know what? We'll smooth it out.
Yeah, we will. We'll be like, you just need a sander or something like that. You'll be fine. Even a chisel.
Kids can use sanders, right?
Yeah. On that note, we're going to go to a short break when we get back to space, and then game number 6.
확인. 한번만 유지해봐. 난 괜찮아. 살짝 빼면서. 앞에서 마크 해줄게.
확인.
아건 봐줘.
카메라 뒤에.
앞에서
봐줄래, 이거?
버려. 애니 볼래? 애니 노플. 3초 지켜.
쭉 가봐. 질러.
궁대. 끝내려요. 끝까지 이거. 바드. 바텀하자. 어제 유나람이 안에 황호죠. 세긴 하네. 몰락이 안 좋긴 하다. 픽반 10. 뭐야? 나 이거 어떡해? 이거 맥네? 죽은 거 아니야? 어떡하냐? 허허허허.
형아, 이 풀체크 잘하니까 게임 얼마나 쉬워.
나이스. 간만 잘 해보자.
식어버린 협곡 텐션을 키워 수락을 눌러 다시 불을 지펴 이그나이트 We are born to be a queen Now we rise yeah Sterling, sterling, sterling your dance Run it up with toki Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash Sterling, sterling, sterling your dance Pink, pink flash
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2 where DNF were able to take down DK. In
DK! Rains are coming up! You gotta lock in! What have we done?
Well, Wadid, do you think they're practicing for play-ins? Do you think this is a little bit of like limit testing perhaps versus DNF?
Yeah.
I mean, he was asking me, bro. I just yeah, I can definitely say that because they were trying some Geno naming. We all know that it's not working out, but they tried again. And I mean, they were winning some lane, but unfortunately, I think Pyoshik just punished on the bot lane in the early game. It was just unlucky, I would say.
There's nothing to do with luck. I think that as we see with DK, they are clearly just the same team, which some of us would be surprised by if not for the fact that they should at this point have learned the lesson of not trusting the team. Don't know who that would specifically refer to, but certainly Game 3 were better. I also, jokes aside and my mental breakdown notwithstanding, want to highlight that DNF kind of continued the upgrade in form that we've seen them over, like, I want to say round 4 this kind of started, where I think they're still at the bottom of the group, right? They're more towards the territory where DRX and Bro are kind of sitting now as well, but they're no longer at the point where they are a free win. And I thought we saw that again very clearly in this game number 2.
Yeah, we absolutely did. I think it's really a good shout to DNF that they were able to stand up to a team as good as DK. We should take a look at the early highlights here, which, again, essentially run by DNF. Very proactive in their plays on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think in the first place, DK was trading really hard with bot lane, and Pyoshik just decided to give up the Crux and just gank bot lane at level 3. And even though they got killed by Pyoshik, they were just trying to punish the bot lane once again, but again, they got kind of ganked again.
Barrel's work here is done.
Oh, yeah. Nice
you
try.
didn't do anything. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is a funny moment because he should TP out there, right? Like, especially with the TP coming, or with the Galliot coming in, it isn't really up to Barrel. And really, for me, this is kind of what happens to DK sometimes, where I feel like we shouldn't actually blame any individual, because you can look at aiming, who isn't that great. Lucid obviously had a really rough game on Xinzhou. But I think this is just sometimes what happens to DK, where every player collectively is just like... And then this happens,
yeah, I mean, I think
it kind of falls apart.
Those Ollie ganks, you might say, like, it's just Ollie ganks, right? But whenever you think about their team comp, they have Jin, Bard, and Annie and Jin Zhao in the team comp. That means you have to snowball really hard in the early game, but you fail.
Which they should be able to.
Yeah,
that's what the comp does.
Instead, they got snowballed against, and there is a specific fight that we really want to dig into here, as Wadid TV will make its return. Wadid, take it away.
So yeah, this is what happens. You cannot fail to snowball with the snowball team comp. So here's the situation that they get engaged on, but disengage with the Bard ulti was perfect. But what can you do after that? So there is 2 options that you can do. So first, you can go on the target who's not ulted by Bard, which is Aatrox here in this case, but you really cannot one-shot this target. Look at the HP. like literally it's the bar court. So you really cannot one-shot with the Jhin or Annie. So you cannot go on this target. But second, you cannot go on the main target as well because Annie currently has no flash in this situation. So which means that he cannot actually reach to the main target. So you can roll the clip here. What happens? Like they're just gonna get zoned by Aatrox and they cannot even go on the targets here. So that means they should not be in this situation where they have a good team comp for the team fight. So I think they should just be able to snowball earlier before this happens here.
And they don't. And for DNF, with this composition, if you do get to the mid game, I think mid game is where this comp really thrives. Yunara gets online. You have Galio who's gone through somewhat subpar laning phase and then gets to impact the side lanes. But it really was, as much as we criticized the game, also just a very cleanly snowballed game from DNF. They have actually been able to consistently get leads in lane. It's been the snowballing afterwards that's been the trouble. Even if you think back to like round 1 and 2, even against really good teams, this team was able to get leads. It's just actually winning. And for DK, obviously, if they don't avert the momentum, that has been one of their biggest weaknesses.
Yeah, again, I want to talk about the Pyoshik. I think he played perfect on his Lee Sin pick. We don't pick Lee Sin because it's too risky. You have to like do so much more in the early game, but I think he did such a great... he took the responsibility about the snowballing the early game, which make really successful ganks on the bot lane twice in a row, and I think that snowballed the game really hard for DNF.
Yeah, it's just like some games Pyoshik shows up to his form that he used to have in the past. I think they would have loved to see that consistency a little bit earlier on in the season, but unfortunately, we just get it occasionally on stuff like Xin Zhao, on stuff like Lee Sin, and you know, maybe that leadership will come back in the future for Pyoshik, can only hope. And maybe they get an opportunity here in game number 3. As we are done here on the space, let's go back to the AA casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And on a day where you could be watching the lower finals of VCT Pacific, you could be watching the grand final of GeoGuessr. You're here with us, and we are watching a game 3 of the Rise group, and we know this is precisely the place to be.
Plus, we can play Summoner's Rift GeoGuessr. Where is Beryl right now?
Probably teleporting to the base. And by base, I mean his own base. Yeah, is how that one goes. Oh man, I cannot wait for this game 3. It's going to be the first time the DK are on the blue side, but what are they going to pick?
Champions.
Because, well, I mean, yes, that's probably true, but they just let Wukong go over to the blue side in the game 1, where they picked Ornn first, and the next game they let Yunara go through with their response being just question marks all over the screen.
Yes.
What are they going to do here?
Well,
first pick Zilean?
Aurora, Gwen, pretty high priority. Obviously, things like Azir and Pantheon presumably are banned. Yunara doesn't need to be banned by DNF because obviously it was taken away by Fearless.
True. That might solve some issues for them.
Yeah.
But Jarvan is also not available as well. Sivir is also not available because that was picked into Jarvan. That was a large issue in game number 1. Aurora, like you were talking about, is going to be banned away.
Setting up for a Gwen first pick, maybe?
Nope.
Not anymore.
No.
No fun allowed.
Setting up for a Gwen first ban.
Yeah. And they're banning Pantheon.
This is going to prevent the enemy team and themselves from playing Pantheon.
Interesting.
Does this mean that Azir is going to be their priority?
I mean, DNF are definitely banning Azir.
Well,
I say that with 100% certainty.
I hope...
As only someone who is casting a Rise Group game can.
I hope they ban it as well and then ban Poppy. Because then they can demonstrate what happened in the bottom. Never mind.
That is not Azir.
GeoGuessr. As the Ziggs ban comes on through here for DK.
Okay. That's Azir. There we go.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you know how I feel about Ziggs, but I don't necessarily expect him to be banned first rotation.
Okay, well, let's see what the first pick is going to be. A lot of things that are pretty high priority have actually already been taken away, like the Talia and like the Annie. Nothing really standing out as far as... Okay, the Vi is, of course, a big one for Lucid.
Yeah,
they will lock that one in.
I think especially with so many junglers taken away, kind of stands out. It doesn't. You could take Poppy into it, though.
Oh, yeah, true. Well, the Ryze is going to be the answer to the mid lane. Certainly feeling like the highest priority one. And there is the Corki. Some pretty big picks to be locked away here by the DN Freaks. Ryze has had sort of middling performance as far as the outcomes are concerned, but Corki has been very strong in the right hands. But this does give Vi Ahri over if they'd like to take it. You could also take Vi Ahri Poppy to avoid getting poppied. But it does put your Poppy pretty face up. Obviously, you can flex it towards the top side of the map, but I don't know whether you necessarily want to. Let's see exactly what does happen. Also, you do become a bit susceptible to a trundling.
Yeah, you can't take Kai'Sa here. If you want to get your hands on something like the Zeri or even the Varus, now is kind of the time.
Or the Renekton.
I mean, you can take Renekton here, but I'm just saying, you know, if you want to prioritize your AD carry, you're going to have to do it now, or you're just going to get targeted, I feel.
Yeah.
For the DM Freaks, maybe just match top if there's something you really think you want to secure into that. Looks like they're looking at jungle, though.
Well, they're cycling through a bunch of stuff. The Hecarim was certainly a lot of fun.
You'll do it again.
For Pyosik. And they're just going to lock Kindred. Okay. This is the last game for the DN Freaks.
I mean, also thematically does work into what D+ have given. Like, one of the things with Ahri is that reset potential, killing targets, getting the resets, getting the momentum. Same with the Vi and the Renekton, single target CC to find that momentum. Kindred is a momentum killer in fights, so...
True. And also, like, this is Pyosik's namesake, and getting a Kindred game in before the end of the season for the DN Freaks is just a beautiful thing.
I had a question for you.
What's that?
So, I know of two really well-known pro players who are known for their Kindred. And I was wondering, who do you think is better? Pyosik from the LCK or Mark from the LCS? Who do you think is a better Kindred?
That's such a big one. Well, Pyosik did win a world final.
That's true.
But Mark in that match against T1 Worlds 2023, oh man, he wasn't playing the Kindred in that moment though. He was playing Lee Sin. So I don't know. I'd probably go with the LCK one.
That's fair. I just thought I'd ask you.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question though, because they're such similar players. Looks kind of similar as well.
Yeah.
If you told me that they were related, I would believe you.
I guess Kindred players just they have
cut from the same cloth, as it were.
Okay, Ezreal ban comes through away from D+. I feel like this is a pretty Zeriable angle, I feel like.
Ooh.
For aiming, honestly. I could see him bringing it out there. Poppy ban does come through. Obviously something they could play in support, but would have a decent amount of value into what D+ have brought. And it looks like it's just going to be the Rel, for life. So the engaged supports. Actually, not that many engaged supports gone, all things considered. There was still like the Rakan up, but like happy to take the Rel in this situation.
Yep, the Nautilus was available as well, but is banned here. Leona is up, so that is something that they could go towards. Or the Lucian Braum. Keep it mid-game, you know, and mid-range by the looks of things at the same time.
Oh, this this is D+ are not here for a long time.
No, they are here for a good time. Or not a good time. We will just have to see, because I think Lamb's Respite might be able to get a fair bit of value in this game as the Dusante is being picked up. I actually kind of love Cassante when you've got a Kindred, because you just get to put down the Lamb's Respite and then Dudu gets to pick which one dies.
Yep.
Just pulls someone out and takes them down. This is kind of fun, this team composition here from the DN Freaks. On the D+ Kia side, they are going to win in the mid-game, or they are going to die a horrible death, is kind of how it's going to be.
Very true. I also feel like the Rise pretty good into the Ahri. You know, I feel like the bot lane matchup can be a little bit tricky, but once the Corki gets rolling, he's going to be fine. So I think DNF, I mean, it really comes down to the Kindred as well. Such a feast of famine champion.
Yep.
We'll see how that goes, but I think the fact that the mid lane matchup is good gives a lot of hope for what Pyosik can do on this pick.
I'm very interested in how this one's going to go. I love the send-off the fact that Pioshik can play his Kindred in the final game, and they've got a composition for it that kind of works. You know, they've got some frontline in the Cassante, like you were talking about, the Ryze in a good matchup, and I think the bottom lane should be just fine, even if the Braum Lucian has found some value. A bit harder for, you know, this Braum to really live up to its potential when it's being piloted by Beryl, you know? Braum and Bard are the opposite sides of the spectrum. You know what I mean? That's what I sort of feel. Let's think on that as we get onto the Rift.
시간차의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are onto the Rift. I don't know whether you necessarily needed to think about the spectrum of Braum to Bard. As I let it sit, kind of felt weird about it.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Because they, you know...
Who is on the far end of, like, on the opposite end of the Bard in that spectrum, though? Would it be more like Karma? Or Janna or something? Soraka?
What are you judging the spectrum on?
So it's more about, like, variance of performance possible.
Oh. So, like, who has, like, really consistent performances?
Yeah, as a champion, not necessarily as a, like, a player. But, like, Bard performances can be, like, horrific or amazing, you know? With how Tempered Fate works. Oh my god, Yuumi is the other side of the coin. You are absolutely correct. Yep. Bangu02 in chat also pointing it out immediately. Respect to you as well. No, that is absolutely true.
I do have an important point to raise.
Please.
So, it's been widely agreed that when it comes to Corki skins, there's a correct choice.
Yes.
But we do have a new Corki skin.
Yeah, the new contender.
What do we think? I mean, obviously, the Corgi skin is phenomenal.
It is.
I'm not saying this is dethroning it, but this one does seem pretty cool.
And so I thought it was still definitely the Corgi skin until I saw the little eggs that it's clutching.
Valkyrie.
Oh, it's... No.
Have you seen the Valkyrie drops?
Yeah, it drops the eggs, but have you noticed here...
Oh, yeah, it's got
in the claws, little eggs in the claws. So, like, as you're Valkyrieing, drops and fries the eggs on the way through.
Oh, my God. You know what it makes me think of?
What does it make you think
Chicken
of?
Run.
Yes! God, that movie was actually so good.
Yeah.
Isn't the cast in that movie, like, absurd as
Honestly,
well?
I watched it when I was a kid, so I don't even know who the cast was, but it was a banger.
It might be a different one that I'm thinking of, but I'm pretty sure they had some pretty amazing actors in that film. We could look it up. I mean, we've got an early game.
I know Fantastic Mr. Fox has a banger.
Yeah. That's the one with, like, George Clooney and Brad Pitt and stuff, I think.
It does have
one of the two?
Mel Gibson was in Chicken Run.
Was
so.
he?
Yeah.
I liked Apocalypto, but otherwise. Is that the only notable name in Chicken Run?
Yeah.
Is that really what happened?
See who you recognize.
Oh, God, you're right. No, I take it back. Chicken Run wasn't exactly the greatest, but Fantastic Mr. Fox is probably what I was thinking about.
Yeah, Fantastic Mr. Fox is pretty star-studded. That is also a great film.
Yeah. I feel I just got owned. All right, Dudu and Shu facing off here on the top side. This is a matchup that we have seen about 1 billion times. Good old Renekton versus Cassante. And it is about the same that it used to be, except that now Dominus is better. And so the Renekton's probably feeling a little bit better than he used to. Pioshik will be able to roll high by the looks of things. Is that a mark on the first one?
Oh.
Has he nailed it?
I don't know. I'm looking around the screen.
I don't think so.
No.
So I think he low rolled. Sometimes you lose the 50-50.
Can we just... Can you FF now? Just if you don't...
Yeah, yes. Can I have a redo?
Yeah.
I think sometimes it just needs to happen like that with Kindreds.
You know what I feel like they should do?
What should they do?
They should make it so Kindred always gets a mark from his first scuttle and then bounce him around that. Because I think the 50-50, I'm going to say it, I think it's a little cringe.
It is a little cringe.
It's just the whole game being big on whether...
But isn't it like the most Pioshik thing in the world to burger flip an entire game off one happenstance in the early game?
Yeah, but I feel like it's more fun. I like the Kindred burger flips I like is when it's like, let's invade the enemy jungler at level 2, and if I kill him, we win. If I don't, we lose. Those are the ones I like.
Yeah, I guess you have a bit more agency there. You decide whether you want to throw the game for yourself or not.
Exactly.
Whereas the Rift decides for
it's
Kindred.
Just, yeah.
And obviously it's not that, like it's not all over. But what was like, we had a Kindred performance where it was like, they had 3 marks by like 30 minutes or something like that. It was just not it. This happened a little while earlier. As DNF are going to find Beryl in a brush, and he holds the door.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like as long as you hit 4, 4's where you get like the big range upgrade, and you become a champion. After that, it's kind of whatever. You know, you obviously get buffs every 3. But it's like the buffs after every 3 are a lot more minor, so let's just hope he gets those first 4, and then you're kind of chilling.
Yep. Lucid is going to find a control wood here in this Dragon Pit, as Beryl is so far up, but so is Aiming. Does get the door there prepared for himself, as Lucid is going to have to back away, as Pyosik came in to be annoying. Reset is going to come through here on this Dragon.
It's a very early Dragon.
Beryl isn't laning, he's tri-brushing.
This is, yeah, I don't think you want to tango with a Kindred around when you're already low on HP.
Yep, definitely not tangoing. Can confirm, lack of tango. Black's going to take a little damage here, but does use the crash down for the shield. Yeah. And Bulldog's teleported back does have his tier, as well as a couple of rocks that he's feeling pretty good about.
Got a bit of a farm lead in the... Oh,
there we go. Very nicely done.
Using his own skin.
Of course.
Someone will use his own skin.
Beryl doesn't have a Braum skin in his defense.
Yeah, but even if he was playing a champion with which he had a skin for,
yeah,
you know he wouldn't use it.
Yeah, who even knows that he has a skin for Leona and for Ashe?
Yeah.
I think he has used his Ashe skin before.
We've had less windows to use the Ashe skin recently.
Yeah, true. And yet, I think he's used that infinitely more times than he's used his Leona skin.
Yeah.
Which I just don't really understand. Because it's a pretty cool skin. I don't know, I use it. But maybe that's because I'm like Beryl fan
also,
number 1.
Base Braum skinning right now.
Yeah, which is odd.
What does he mean
Braum
by
has some of the greatest skins of all time.
The new Kebab skin?
Yep.
Phenomenal.
I think he almost always uses the Christmas skin as well.
Yeah, the Christmas skin is pretty great. Where you get the sleigh when you're coming out from base with home guards.
Yeah. And being able to block things with a chimney just feels robust, you know?
So good. There's a lot of good skins for Braum.
I mean, the rotisserie is definitely the best.
Yeah.
Like, just kebabs in my League of Legends, extraordinary.
Now you make me hungry.
I mean, it's getting late.
Maybe
if you didn't have dinner, then it's
that's
a rough
what happened.
time.
Maybe Beryl was hovering that skin, and then his stomach grumbled, and he went, "No, I can't." And he switched. He was like, "I can't go through a whole game without skin." So he quickly switched, and he clicked because like since it's your newest skin.
Yeah,
right
true.
The base skin, and that's how he ended up here. We've worked it out.
We figured it.
Yeah.
And at least now we know, well, actually, it might be that it's put the idea into his head and now he's just going to be distracted for the rest of the game anyway, but we will be able to tell, based on the gameplay, whether or not that has happened. So we'll keep tabs on it, and you guys can play it at home as well.
Fortunately, as professional casters, we won't get distracted.
No, of course not. No, absolutely.
We never get distracted by anything.
Never have. No, not a 1 gold bounty, not a 2 gold bounty, and definitely not a 7 gold bounty. We've never been distracted by them at all. As Beryl's going to get jumped on yet again. This time, Pyosik is there, bringing Lamb and Wolf along with him.
You know, I always think about, because the sort of normal is you put your mark on the enemy jungler. That's what you always see.
Yeah.
Right? You always put your mark on the enemy jungler. It's very rare to see a different situation.
We all know where Pyosik's mark should be.
That's what I was alluding to. You know, just as he was walking up to that brush, I was thinking it a little bit, like maybe there's a target.
This is how we hit the 4 marks, baby. He is playing Braum, a more frustrating champion to kill.
Yeah.
As Shiu has pressed his R button. That's somewhat subpar. As Pyosik going to give himself a thumbs up, as he does manage to get his second one.
Halfway there.
Oh, Cullen has Aiming. Is that the other Uzi skin, by the way? I think it is, right?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe Aiming can like win on both Uzi skins in this series. That'd be fun.
Is that all he's going for, really?
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's a shout out to the 80 carry goat, you know?
I mean, they have already locked their place in play-ins and everything, and their place in the standings. So maybe this was never about
Yeah.
anything else.
I mean, when Aiming was in the LPL, I'm not entirely sure what his relationship with Uzi was. But maybe they were mates. You never know.
Maybe.
Just trying to give him a bit of a shout out. Or maybe just a lot of respect for one of the best players of all time. Okay. Pyoshik is still just clearing out the jungle, but he's only ahead by a little bit as far as farm is concerned compared to Lucid. And DK have about a 500 gold lead, largely based on what Aiming has done, which has been accruing a 25 CS lead.
Yep. Decently.
When did that happen? Were we distracted by talking about Barrel?
It happened early on, so I mean it's built up a little bit more since then, but it has happened early on. You know that moment when Barrel was like, when Aiming got jumped on by Light. The reason like Barrel was hovering out the lane, they were like pretty aggressively pushing them under the tower and turning them away. So they have had pressure quite a while.
Shu is now marked.
Not Barrel?
Or Pyoshik. Sorry, we should say. And he knows that he's coming on over, but also Shiu is nowhere near the wall. That's a flash in from Dudu. A flash out from Shiu is going to get him to safety, but Lucy's going to take the opportunity to take a dragon here towards the bottom side.
So you get marked, that's one sign. Enemy Cassante all outs you and then flashes on you. I wonder if they're trying to take... I wonder.
Well, he's still going to find Pyoshik here.
You know, I think Shu's intuition did not fail him there.
No, he intuited well.
You know.
But it's still going to lose a plate. It's still 2 of the first objectives going over to DK, though. And they hold on to a gold lead. As Dudu between turrets isn't necessarily as strong as he really wants to be as far as fighting or Renekton there, especially when their health bars are tied. And another wave is going to crash. So Pyoshik, is this another mark? It might actually be. Yeah, 3.
3. Okay.
My goodness, he is off to the races.
He's nearly there.
That's why they call him Pyoshik. He's good at getting the Pyoshik's.
There you go. I mean, once he's at 4, you're chilling, honestly. And the thing is, this game has been going pretty slow-paced.
Yeah.
Hence why we've been kind of talking about a lot of other things. But
I mean, to be honest, in the fast-paced games, we also talk about a lot of other things.
Yeah, but then we use... Okay, you're right. I can't... But at least we can use it as an excuse.
That's a very good point. That is a very good point.
But I think for D+, you know, you have this composition where you want to spike at the mid-game, and they still have the potential to do that, but I think DNF just kind of surviving, getting some marks for their jungler, they're going to feel really good about this, right? Bulldog has completed his Rod of Ages, stacking up the tier. Berserker, he's stacking up his tier as well. If you can get to that 2-item spike, get 4 stacks on Pyoshik, you're feeling good.
Well, you're also feeling good if you're Lucid here, looking for an angle onto Bulldog, who gets pulled into the red pit and then charmed up. Orbiter Setchum comes down, and there is the kill secured. First blood, actually, here at 13 minutes into the game. Kind of late, to be honest. You mentioned already that it was a slow game. I believe you.
I think would have just been better to hold the flash. I think there's one of those situations where into Vi Ahri, once the Vi is kind of wrapping around behind you, you're just dead.
Yeah.
And the Ahri can always follow because of the fact the ult's available. The fact that they didn't have to use flashes to get you. Yeah, as soon as you see Lucid there, I think it's just all over.
And we know that that was indeed the case.
Like, Showmaker could have even gone over the wall and didn't bother to.
No. And he is shocked Teemo about it as well, as we can see. His Malignance is done. Bit of a bigger spike here than the Rod of Ages, but that will pay off later in this game.
Also nice getting the Ultima Hunter stack.
Oh dear. Well, Dominus is going to be utilized here by Shu, but he's just thrown around like a ragdoll and will get taken down by Pyoshik, who I believe gets a mark for it. Never mind.
No, he has Vi.
That was still on Vi. Never mind.
We put it back on Vi.
Yeah.
So
doing a lot of switcheroo.
Yeah, deliberating between. Still a good kill to get.
Oh, Bulldog gets out of there.
Wants to play it safe. And Tower picked up as well for DNF, so first of the game.
Yep, second one is going to go down here towards the bottom side, but that'll be a little bit late. So clawing back the gold lead here, and you can see 200 is all that it is now.
I mean, Dudu has a massive lead over Shiwu right now.
Yeah, it's huge. As Berserker also looking for an angle towards Showmaker.
Yeah, he also pops the fist bump as he does it. Makes it look like he wanted to punch.
Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Message received, I think, is the takeaway on this one.
And I think it's interesting because I think a lot of this lead that Dudu has is based on, you know, lane swaps and how things sort of happened in the earlier stages of the game. Like, there's give and take. There's the fact that aiming is ahead and Dudu is ahead on the other side. But the advantage for Dudu is very, very large.
Yeah.
All right, Rift Herald going to get started up. This will be the objective. Feats of Strength going over to DK if they can lock it in. But Pyoshik looking for an angle. Dance of Arrows gets him towards Beryl here as there's the culling just to dissuade them from coming over. But everyone's here on DNF's side. Shiu now looking for an angle. Doesn't have flash though, but there's the Vault Breaker to bring them on top of Dudu. The steal for Pyoshik is fantastic, but Bulldog just blows up off to the side. And over the wall goes Lucid. He's out and he's back in again. I don't know about that one as he just gets magnetized. And the Lamb's Respite comes in. There's the pull away, but I don't know whether that was the target that Dudu really wanted to get. As now Pyoshik, he's able to get over the wall, but the rest of them, they just get destroyed. As DK, they lose the objective, but they win everything else.
Yeah, big fight win there for D+. They lose out on the Herald. It looks like maybe they're going to lose the fight. Pyoshik gets his 4th mark, gets the kill onto the enemy jungler. He's going to get this red. GG.
Beryl didn't quite have the Unsealed Spellbook Smite, but did have a Winter's Bite and a Dream.
So they end up kind of peeling into the pit here. Lucid does a lot of damage to Dudu. We see the Rise kind of just gets focused down off to the side and exploded. And then when Lucid goes in the pit, you know, the Redemption comes down. They also have the Kindred ult to buy time. Then Dudu drags the Renekton out and just dies. And then the Braum kind of blocks the rest of them in, and there's just not really anything they can do. I think Dudu kind of made a mistake there with the ult, because they could have just focused down the Renekton and tried to explode him after the ult, and instead dragging him away really just didn't do them any favors.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was referring to before with the fact that you can pull a target away, but maybe don't do it when you have 3 health.
Yeah.
That might be the way.
Against them there.
And perhaps not the Renekton either.
Like, as well, if he'd gotten a heal and then had used his ult to sustain back up a bit, maybe could have more of a fight. Because it would have essentially been a 4v4 coming out of the ult. Maybe if they burst down the Renekton.
Yeah. Could have been a potential angle. Speaking of angles, Beryl is going to be able to stand beside aiming, and that will be able to keep him alive. Yeah, there was a Rise rotating over.
Does have those 4 stacks, so he is starting to be a lot more of a threat now.
Yep, it's scary.
They are down in gold though overall.
Well, Beryl once again going to be taking a fair bit of damage. Has the Redemption in position, and we'll be able to keep him alive with that. As the Drake secured there by DK. It's a Mountain Soul once again here today. I feel like this has been the season of Mountain Souls. Been quite a few of them.
Been a bit rough.
It has. It certainly has. Decent amount of elevation of Dragon. As Bulldog holding onto this wave shoot, going to be patiently waiting for his next one. And he was a huge benefactor of that last situation because he was the big lead, right? Like, that was where Dudu was finding so many angles. And now she's 300 gold ahead.
Yep. I mean, he got so many kills from that ult. Sick. And a lot of damage to aiming.
Yeah, Winter's Bite is going to miss, so Berserker can continue just throwing rockets relentlessly. And Showmaker looking for an angle here. Let's see whether DNF decided to take the bait. The Showmaker was making his way over, but they do not.
That tower's so low, but so is aiming. So I think it's a little difficult to step up as a unit.
Yeah.
Showmaker will be able to cover the wave and sort of step in his stead, but...
They can take that turret at any time.
Yeah.
Oh man, the fadeaway Ignite. I love that. It's a lot of vibes. Lucid will be able to take this Grump and look for another play. 2.5k is the gold lead. It is not insignificant here for DK.
It's very spread across the board in this game, so...
Yeah. Maybe that's why it doesn't feel quite as big, because it's not an individual situation.
Yeah, we've had these... I mean, the last series, it was very much like, oh, 2,000 gold lead, where is it? And there was 80 carries every single time.
All right. Backdoor bonus, not really going to matter too much when Beryl is just happy to tank things up.
Yeah, tower that low, they can just finish it off. She's trying to put down a little bit of pressure. Again, this is the point where D+ already...
As I said before, Beryl, not a coward. You know, he will always press the button.
He did this on the Nico game as well. Remember when he just...
Yeah.
in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah. I think he was at least aiming towards, theoretically, where life had the potential to be.
Yeah, that's true.
I clutched at a lot of straws, and I think I missed.
Yeah.
You know?
There's a lot of straws on the floor right now.
Yeah.
Alongside that ult.
Yeah. It's just me casting a barrel game. Pile of straws. Pretty much.
But this is the point where D+ are already strong. They have a sizable gold lead. They're hitting that 2-item spikes. You know, Eamon's already on his. Showmaker just picked up the Storm Surge. So I think really this is a point where with Arakan up and available,
yeah,
Dragon Soul point in 2 minutes, they can start to try and look for really breaking this game open.
Or throwing the game away.
Also very, very possible and very funny.
That would be. All right, let's see whether they go for the comedic angle. Right now, they do have full vision of the Arakan area.
Are they who are our most comedic team?
Bro? Question mark? Probably DK. It's whatever team has barrel on it, in my opinion.
Yeah, they can be pretty funny.
Because bro aren't funny, they're wholesome.
Yeah, I also find it pretty funny because, you know, obviously, Panak was a big D+ fan, so it makes it even more funny.
It does add to the funny.
Yeah.
He was very funny on the space. I did like his breakdown. And not like breaking down the play, more like just him breaking down.
It works on so many levels.
It does. He's so good at his job. He does the thing in multiple different ways. All right, we're going for it yet again. The ulti's back up, not punished for dropping those straws on the floor. As DNF getting pushed out of their own jungle. They are a long way away from the Arakan now. As this red buff looking to get secured, and there it goes. Will be picked up by Showmaker.
It's very hard for them to contest space right now. Obviously respectful of D+. Cullen doing a lot of damage. Beryl not ulting there in that moment, holding on to it.
He is an enigma, is he not?
He's saving it for a more pristine moment.
He's saving it for when he's alone in the jungle.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I think Arakan maybe going to be ignored a little bit with Dragon spawning in 20. It's still a big lead for D+. That's a lot of damage though.
Owie, yep.
But we have completed 2 items for Shiyu, for Lucid. Berserker's close to having his Manamune stacked up. Very close, very close. Bulldog is close to having his Saras a little further away.
Ow, man, this 2-item Ari is actually kind of hurting.
Oh, he needs that Manamune stacked up.
Oh, Seraphs is done. Shiyu on a flank angle, though. The entirety of DNF are grouped up. They get control of the mid lane. That is at least something. As this is Soul Point, it's a big deal. Banana Brush control is there for DNF. They have that ward in the pit. Shiyu's still lying in wait. Control ward goes down, finds the Crocodile, who only gets a slice. And now they dive in on top of Dudu. Shiyu able to get himself out of there as Dudu is able to pull them in, but the Lamb's Respite, just the corner of it there for Lucid was very, very funny. As there's the all-out, Dudu getting himself out again once more. And it is just Beryl that's on the ground. Never mind, I say that. And now it is Lucid that's dead as well. How did that even happen? The Realm Warp brings Bulldog over, and that is going to be the end of aiming. We thought that it was going to be the Arakan throw, but it was the Soul Point throw instead.
Berserker.
Yep, here's the angle. He does get the Valkyrie in. The flash comes out, the flash to follow, and Berserker picks it up. Pyoshik going to be able to grab a dragon here for DNF. And this game is all tied up now.
That's the momentum killer that comes through. The Kindred ult buying so much time. The reset's not able to come in. And so many members of DNF surviving on such low amounts of HP.
So much of that made absolutely no sense as well. All of these health bars were on basically nothing.
Max. It's Rise Group.
That doesn't mean it makes sense. It's an explanation.
Yeah.
At least a little bit.
So we see Dudu gets caught out here, manages to drag himself into the Kindred ult here and survive. And then we get the return ult that comes down, Beryl goes down, Shiyu tries to engage, gets dragged away immediately, and look, Dudu gets out so low.
Just double dashes.
And then they jump onto Pyoshik, who just survives there at the end.
God!
Storm Surge procs, but the Triumph comes in first and keeps him alive. Because they both have a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, exactly.
And then this chase down that comes, and Showmaker didn't get the resets on his ult because of people surviving on low HP because of the Kindred ult. And as a result,
say something that rhymes with Bolt.
they halt. That doesn't.
Not too bad.
Yeah, that progress is. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've lost it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't give you very much time.
Yeah, rhyming's kind of hard as we learned. You and Chronic were learning the other day.
Yeah, I tried to play. I actually like accepted it, and I was like, okay, let's try and just rhyme off the last word of each other's sentences, and see how long it takes people to catch on. And then we just didn't do it for the entirety of the game, actually.
It'll take people a long time to catch on. Don't rhyme.
Yeah, they didn't catch on, as it turned out.
Yeah.
Pyoshik did officially go down to 1 HP, by the way. Now DNF are on the Otacon. And DK are here, Lucid in position. The culling comes down, Life already down very, very low as Pyoshik is the only one knocked up by that ulti from Beryl. Still, DK have that redemption, and it is going to be Pyoshik that locks down the objective now. They're looking for a potential fight as old here. The charm connects onto Bulldog, but he gets into the Lamsurus fight, and oh no, the Rel is going to miss out. There is the ult from Lucid, and now the resets finally come in. Shiu and Dudu just doing their own fight off to the side here. Shiu wants none of it, but that is 3 for 1, and DK will take that any day of the week. It's basically clean, because Beryl dying is just normally part of the plan.
Yeah, not ideal for DNF, but they got the Arakan. I think that's a big takeaway. The question is, can D+ translate it into a Baron? There's some low health bars here. No TP on Dudu. Berserker's in the vicinity.
Yeah, they don't really have any idea that this is going down.
If they get the Baron, then definitely worth the D+.
We will put that one down as a pros column item. 100%. Shiu is going to be able to make his way in here. This is definitely gone. As DK, they're going to say, you can have your Otacon, we'll take a Baron, and we'll attempt to make an insurmountable lead. Sorry to mention you again, surmountable.
Yeah, so they tank a lot of damage from the Otacon for the culling. They heal it up with the redemption. They drag it away. Dudu's very low already. They manage to take it out with burst damage, but then Bulldog ends up stepping up too far, gets caught by that charm.
That charm was pretty huge.
Yeah, so they move in with the Kindred ult, but unfortunately the Rel doesn't make it in time, gives the reset to the Ahri, which gives that momentum when the Kindred ult ends, and they just start to clean up the kills, so I think ultimately a bit of a mistake there from Bulldog. I think just didn't need to move forwards there.
Yeah.
Risk the charm. They already got the objective, could have just backed away.
And you can sort of see the tightrope that DNF have to walk in this game as well, because as soon as one of them goes down, the reset for the Ahri comes in, they get to go to the next target. Brom's so good in these pick one, then the next style of compositions.
Yeah, I mean, this comp is so good at you just see a single target, take that target down, move to the next. Very much achieves that. And as soon as the Kindred ult drops, there's not too much of a barrier to present that.
Yeah.
Present that, sorry.
All right, DK back with an advantage once again. But as we learned in that last fight, or the one before the last one, anything is throwable. It was a big lead for DK. And this Rebel Baron power play hasn't quite gone to absurd levels, right? It's a very early one. That means that often you don't get quite as much value. But still, DK very, very happy to have control because it means Soul Point is well and truly on the cards.
Yep, 35 seconds away, and Baron's still going to be up for them, so they can keep things pushed up and look to play for that. All they have to be cautious about is a big engage, but I think so many members of D+ are quite mobile. It's very hard to find an engage angle onto a Lucian or an Ahri unless they really overstep.
Now Lucian going to find this control ward over the wall. And DNF at least dealing with this wave quite well. There's another one is going to crash towards this inner turret. That is just going to die. So that will be the prize here for DK. Extending that gold lead ever further, ticking over to about 5k. There it is. 2.4, not too bad as far as the Rebel Baron power play is concerned, and especially if they get themselves this Soul Point. And they're being corralled. Lucid able to get on in here by himself. And there thankfully is like actually some vision that DNF got down earlier that could theoretically spot a few people moving over. They do have pings down onto Showmaker, but unfortunately, they're just too far away.
Doing a good job of maintaining the pressure. Beryl is obviously holding the fort.
Stopping backs with redemptions.
Yeah.
He is pretty alone, but does have Lucid, I guess, off to the side there. Aiming does turn up eventually. I always get a bit worried, you know? All right, Winter Spike going to tag Dudu here. Does get hit by the ulti as well, as this Kazante extraordinarily low, but will survive. As remember, they have 3 grubs as well. Like, look at the tick damage onto the turret.
Rabadon's just picked up a Showmaker, so his burst is kind of insane now.
Oh, doesn't quite have the Magi's complete yet. That's when you know he means business.
And I think, unfortunately, that Atakan point, despite DNF getting it, giving over the Baron, such a massive gold lead for D+. And I think it's once again in a difficult spot.
Yeah, finding myself still on the edge of my seat though. 5.5k gold lead. If it was Gen G, I'd be like, well, we can pack it up. But it's DK, anything's throwable.
Oh, it certainly is. I picked up for aiming.
That's
big
4 items. He's a big boy.
Berserker's not that far away. Again, there's no one who's individually had specifically a massive gold lead. It's just spread around quite a bit.
And as a result, it means the Beryl has equal biggest gold lead.
Yeah, of course. And he spent that money well. Look, he has the upgraded plated steel caps.
Yeah.
Lock it.
Absolutely. There's a Magnustorm though to land onto 2. Out goes Beryl though. He puts up the door. Sometimes you engage, but it's on to 2 of the tankiest members of the team.
Well, they get a flash of Lucid, which is something. But
and the redemption.
Oh, TP flank coming in.
Yep, double teleports coming down as Bulldog once again pretty close to this one, but there's the charm onto Dudu. He has to flash to get himself out of the way. Lucid testing the waters here, but the culling is just going to melt the Rel, and off to the side. Dudu is once again opted in for a 1v1 that Showmaker will say is not, in fact, one of those. The flash forward, but the auto will follow this Corki, and Pioshik, he is in the Lamb's respite, but he has to dash out of it, and that means it's a triple kill for Showmaker, who gets enough of these resets. Bulldog was backing on a control ward, which is not exactly optimal. And in goes Lucid to lock down the kill onto the Rise. That will secure the ace in trade for 1 Crocodile. And DK, even though it was a long series, it was still a victory here in the end. Unfortunately for DNF, not able to make their way through, but at least we got a Pioshik Kindred game in the end, and they kept it interesting. That was a good play around the Atakan that unfortunately went a little bit wrong, and DK were able to reign supreme.
Yeah, I think not exactly an unexpected result, but a very Rise Group series.
It was an absolute joy to be a part of, Ox.
It certainly was. And, you know, a nice send-off to DNF. And I think they really have shown up a lot more towards the end. A lot of struggles this team has had.
Yep.
But they're starting to really throw their weight around as we got later and later and had some fun moments. D+, looking towards the play-ins, hoping to make it to playoffs. Still some question marks, but definitely there are games when they do look more together.
Yeah. As she had a pretty good series. I think not necessarily in the second game, but no one had a good second game on the side of D+. But I think it has been the story of Shiu and Lucid shoring up some of their play and looking a little better. Showmaker as well has been fantastic, as I am sure that is another one of those cool
Degon's not here today.
Sports Ball references.
We don't have the Sports Ball.
Do you know what,
guy?
Do you know what I appreciate most about Showmaker's celebrations?
What?
The fact that it's a mystery. To me, personally. I know a lot of people do know what's going on, but I want it to be a mystery. I want it to just be Showmaker's
I mean, he looked
thing.
like he was on the phone and he's holding like a beach ball in one hand.
Yeah.
At the beach?
Or he was doing the snorkeling dance move.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Except that it just doesn't have his hand close. Yeah. One of those. See? We get to have these fun conversations if we have no idea what it is. As, yeah, DK, they weren't winning for the entirety of the game. But the early game went well. The laning phase went well. Much better than what we saw in game number 2. And this, just a bit of a... That was more of a don't do rather than a do.
Yeah, the Dusante not hitting so hard in this game. Felt like a lot of times you would drag away a target and wouldn't go super well. This moment was kind of...
This was wacky.
Yeah, this was the moment where I was like, hey, DNF, maybe they found something. They found the comeback in the mid-game. But then unfortunately, when it came to the Atakan Bulldog oversteps, Showmaker gets a big charm. And it's unfortunately life who pays the price. But with this comp, once one goes, the rest kind of do too.
Yep. And oftentimes I find myself wanting to argue for a a Beryl POM. I'm not going to do that today. Because I'm going to be generous. I feel like the rest of the team probably also deserves a look in.
Maybe.
I think Showmaker had a great day. I think Aiming also had a fantastic performance, especially if we remember back to game 1, which does feel like a very long time away.
Yeah, I wonder if people will remember the game 1. Sometimes feels like the votes just kind of...
Yeah, what even happened in game 1? Where were we? That was the Ornn Oriana J4 thing. And Aiming hard carried the thing by himself.
Yeah.
Probably should be Aiming, shouldn't it?
I gave it to Aiming.
That sounds like it'd be an understandable choice to make. Let's have a look at the post-game graph, as Aiming also in this one did the majority of his team's damage. We have been touting this guy as the most consistent on DK. And honestly, he's just had a pretty good year. And now, guess what? We get to have a chat with everyone. So it doesn't even matter who gets POM. We get to talk to all the players. Showmaker is going to pick it up because we only remember the last little while. This is the problem with, you know, people today. It's the attention spans. It's the fact that our memories are kaput. And we don't remember the fact that there is a player responsible for the entirety of a game and a lot of this one.
I'm just going to flat out say it. If game 1 and 3 were flipped, it's Aiming.
Oh, 100%.
It's like, without a doubt, it's not even close.
There's a reason why there's a thing called recency bias. It's because there's a thing called recency bias. That's how that works.
I mean, I do think Showmaker had some great charms.
Do you remember, like, I actually had the moment where I'm like, what even was game 1?
Yeah.
I was trying to recall.
Again, like, I think Showmaker played well, but, like, that game 1 was, like, it was literally just Aiming solo carry. And then in this game, he was pretty good too. So it's like, okay, well, that, you know, makes sense that I'd give it to Aiming. And then it's just like, no one remembers game 1. It's too long ago.
Showmaker had, like, a couple of shockwaves in game 1, I guess. But
I mean, I don't think it was bad.
It's not a terrible look-in, but Aiming was an absolute monster. Now we get the full team interviews. DK going to be up first, and then DNF will be able to do theirs as well. And Quantum is going to join them, as we know, came in as a bit of a super sub throughout this season. Gonna be great to have a chat with DNF, as this is the last time that we're going to see them, unfortunately. Also, I believe there is Lolly Night tonight as well. I'm not entirely sure who's going to be on there. Oh, it's the DK one. So Showmaker and Lucid going to be on Lolly Night tonight. That is going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yep. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's a good one. And now the players are going to get on there. Man, it's been a long day today.
It has been a long day. Are you here tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm looking forward to another long day. Do you know what as well? Brendan, myself, and Wolf are all perfect Preds this week.
Really?
Yep. If game 1 tomorrow goes our way as well, the decider will be the very last game, where Wolf and Brendo and I have made different Preds. Absolute prediction.
Three of you have made different Preds.
No,
There's only
me and Brendan,
outcomes.
it's the play-by-plays versus Wolf.
Did Brendan put DRX, Wolf put Bro, and you put Beryl?
Yeah, I just put Beryl. It's like he's going to turn up. It's like, surely it's him. Wouldn't that default to DRX, though, because he hasn't played for Bro yet?
Yeah, that's a very you move.
Oh, could you imagine how much I'd love Bro if Beryl went to Bro?
Oh my god, that would be...
That's actually just, that's straight up too much.
Yeah.
What is the first series? Nongshim versus KT. That's a contentious one. We have all predicted KT. So it could just fall flat on its face.
Why did we do that?
Yeah, that could fall flat on its face because, of course, the more people that predict KT, the less likely it will be that they will win. But now it is time for us to head over to the interview with DK. So, Dia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the full team interview with both teams. We will start with D plus Kia, who took a 2-1 victory and end with 19 wins in the regular season. Please welcome Shiwu, Lucid, Showmaker, Aiming, and Beryl. Congratulations! First, let's talk to Shiwu. Shiwu, after debuting in the LCK, you reached the end of your first LCK regular season, so how do you look back? You know, as I came up to LCK, I feel like I've gotten a lot of experience, and just being able to play in the LCK was just so much fun. And I feel like I can tell that I have improved. And I look forward to playing even more matches in the future.
첫 정규 시즌 잘 치러내셨는데요. 탑 유망주로서 많은 기대를 받고 계십니다.
And as a top lane prospect, there's a lot of expectation from you. So what kind of top laner do you aspire to be? I just want to be great at laning phase. And someone who just knows how to read the game right.
이제 플레이인 1라운드에서
Now,
BNK POX를 만나게 됩니다.
in the play-ins round 1, you will meet BNK FearX. So how will you prepare?
BNK였나요?
네.
Was it BNK?
플레인부터 굉장히 중요한데 꼭 이겨가지고.
Play-in stage will be quite crucial, and I want to make sure that we start off with a victory.
롤드컵 진출까지 노려보겠습니다.
I really want to aim all the way to Worlds, from playoffs to Worlds.
네, 이어서 루시드 선수 한번 만나보겠습니다.
And Lucid!
네, 라이즈 그룹 1위로서 정규 시즌 마지막 경기를 승리로
You know, as
장식하셨습니다.
first place of Rise Group, how does it feel to finish the last match of the regular season?
초중반에 좀 안 좋았어가지고
Since round 3, I felt like we had a bad
경기력이 좀 많이 향상되고
game in the early mid phase, so I think just being able to tell that we're actually fixing up our problems and playing a lot better now, it feels good. And in game 1, you had an amazing Jarvan game. And recently, Jarvan's value has surged, and when you pilot him, he just feels especially solid. So, how confident are you with Jarvan?
시원하게 해야 되는 챔피언이라고 생각하는데
Now, Jarvan, you just have to be decisive. And because I have been trying to be more decisive when I play in general, it's just been going a lot better. And you've been playing well, and your split-second decision just feels sharper. So, we're so excited to see you on the bigger stages. So, what mindset do you have?
생각이 좀 강해가지고
I think my mindset, I have a strong feeling and urge to make it all the way to the world. So I want to make sure that we're able to continue winning and do well during the playoffs to make my dream come true. And Showmaker, before the play-ins, this was actually your final check. And you actually got a POM and get to finalize with 800 POM points. How do you feel? This was your last match of the regular season, and it just feels amazing that we're able to finish off with a victory. And from rounds 1 to 5, what is a takeaway from the regular season stretch? You know, this is the first time playing in this sort of format, and so we try to focus on getting adjusted and used to it. And in rounds 1 to 2, you know, earlier on, I felt like we didn't do quite well, but I just hope to keep on growing as a team. And what is your read on the plans to unfold? You know, we're going to face DRX eventually, and I just want to make sure that we are prepared and we win. And are you ready for Loli Night with Lucid? Now, I hope you guys all tune in for Loli Night. I'll try my best. Would you like to sell out for your fans? No, please, my fans, we're going to be on Loli Night, so please stay until the very end. I'll make sure that it's fun and worth it. And aiming. You got to finish the regular season on a 4-winning streak. How would you rate today's match? You know, this was a test for our performance in the play-ins, and it feels good to finish off with a 4 consecutive victory. And in game 1, the enemy took Sivir and Karma, and it's a hard shoves, hard pressure comp. So how did you come up with the Kaisa and Nico comp? Yeah, the enemy picked a pretty strong laning phase comp. So I think we just really tried to get a good tempo to win the laning phase earlier on. And game 3 was quite intense. And after dropping game 2, what was the feedback?
엄청 좀 많이 지긴 했는데 그래도
Yeah, we did lose a lot. I just felt like we slipped in a pretty winnable game, so we just really made sure that we can focus in on the next game. And now you'll meet BNK Fearax in the play-ins, and you'll play against the ever-aggressive Diablo. I think we're definitely able to win as long as we can pull off everything that we have prepared. And Beryl, we get to finally talk to you in an interview. And with the regular season finale victory, you've actually reached another milestone. 600 games in the LCK. How do you feel? No, this was the last match of the regular season before the playoffs, the play-ins. And I feel like we just have to look and aim high. So I think our mindset today was just to do our final check and make sure that we can maintain our performance. And I feel like milestones, I don't really mind it too much. I think as I keep playing, I will keep on stacking those milestones. And so, how do you look back at this year? This year, I feel like there's a lot of regretful points. But since rounds 4 and 5, I felt like we have improved. You know, I wouldn't say that I'm completely satisfied, but I'm just relieved. And now that you finalize the regular season as first place of Rise Group, you will be in the play-ins from next week. So what's crucial in the best of 5? Since it's a fearless format, we can't use the same champion twice. So I think by game 4, 5, I feel like it's just going to be so chaotic. I just want to make sure that we are well prepared. And as a league guru, what mindset do you have? After the long regular season, next week will be the play-ins. And I hope that we can show up in the play-in stage and make it all the way to Worlds with a good performance. And lastly, going back to Showmaker, there's so many fans who are supporting you, so please send a message over to the fans as a team captain. During the LCK regular season, you guys gave us so much energy with all your support. And I just want to make sure that we can make it all the way to Worlds with a good performance. And that's the end of the season and team interview with the King of Rise, D plus Kia. And now we will talk to DN Freaks, get them on the stage despite the defeat, who tried their absolute best until the very end. We had so many fan signs. Many great fan signs, and let's wrap it up with an interview with DN Freaks.
DN프릭스의 정규 시즌 여정은 모두 마무리가 됐지만 오늘 사실 최선의 경기력으로 마지막까지 정말 불꽃을 태운 DN프릭스 선수들이 입장하고 있습니다. 여러분,
It is the end of their journey, but they were fired up until the very end. Please give it up for DN Freaks.
네, 오늘 정말 최선을 다해준 DN프릭스 선수 전원과 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. DN프릭스의
We'll have the full team interview with DN Freaks. Please welcome Dudu, Pyoshik, Bulldog, Berserker, Life, and Quantum. Hello.
네, 먼저 두두 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
First,
DN프릭스의 정규 시즌
Dudu.
여정이 이렇게 마무리됐습니다. 어떤 감정이
Now,
드시나요?
this is the end of DN Freaks' journey. How do you feel? You know, it was a pretty lackluster outcome, but I personally believe that we learned a lot. And I felt I had so many takeaways.
느낀 거랑 배운 게 많아서 좀 개인적인 느낌으로는 얻어가는 거는
Just
좀
because of all the learnings, I feel like there's a lot to take home.
큰 의미가 있는 정규 시즌이었군요. 라이즈 그룹에서의 대결을 함께하면서 좀 어떤 점을 배웠고 어떤 점이 가장
So
아쉬웠는지
in the matchup
궁금합니다.
in the Rise group, what did you learn the most?
라이즈 그룹과의 대결에서 어떤
Can you repeat the
점을
question,
배웠고
please?
어떤 점이 좀 아쉬웠는지
What's something that you were able to learn and what's something that you're regretful about?
게임적으로 초반에 리드하는 경우가 많아서 결국에 게임에
You know, I felt like we had always
저희한테 있는 게임이 되게 많았는데
started off the game with a control and like a good tempo, but I feel like it's just so regretful that we were never able to close out the game with a win. And in rounds 3 to 5, when we were always in the lead, I felt like we definitely learned how to be able to stay on top, but I feel like maybe it took a little too long for us to get to that point.
내년에는 또 어떤 각오가 있을지 들어보고 싶은데요.
And so for next year, what goals do you have?
내년에도 좀
First of all, I think for next year, I want to be able to play well in the LCK.
플레이오프를 가볼 수 있는 기회가 생겼으면 좋겠습니다.
And I hope that I get an opportunity to make it to the playoffs.
부탁드립니다. 두두 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 이어서 표식 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Please give it up for Dudu. And now next, we have Pyoshik.
두두 선수.
Thank you so much for your hard work until the very last match.
마지막 경기까지 정말 고생 많으셨어요. 다른 팀들에게 고춧가루를 뿌리면서
You know, you even played spoiler for the other teams while displaying your potential.
아쉬운 마음이 드시죠?
네, 저희가 아무래도
Do you feel disheartened that it took too long for you guys to recover your form?
느낌이었어가지고 좀 많이
Yeah, I feel like we started getting on the same page from round 3, and it just does feel like such a shame that it took so long.
어필하신 것 같은데 어떠셨어요?
Pyoshik, you actually insisted on playing Kindred, right?
그런 정글 챔프를 봤을 때
You know,
이거 킨드 하면 제가 무조건
when you
캐리하겠다라고 했는데 좀 아쉽게 져서
when just looking at just like the whole comp from both sides, I felt like I was able to carry the game with Kindred, just being able to support my laners and get them ahead. But I'm just really sad that I wasn't able to pull it off.
친구들도 이제 좀 많이 힘들었을 텐데.
And looking back at the regular season, I'm sure that we all struggled throughout the regular season, all my teammates. And although we didn't make it to the play-ins, just playing our hearts out until the very end means so much to me.
보여준 표식 선수에게도 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 이어서 불독 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
And Bulldog.
네, 불독 선수 오늘 정규 시즌 마지막 경기였습니다.
Today was the last match of regular season. So what mindset did you come with today? You know, I really wanted to finish with a win, go out with a bang, but
아쉬움이 남겠지만
it's such a shame that I wasn't able to do that.
시즌 가장 기억에 남는 순간이 있을까요?
Is there any most memorable moment from this season?
갑자기 이렇게 물어보셔서
You know, that's such a sudden question. So I can't really remember anything.
세레머니 보여주셨던 게 가장 기억에 남는데 불독 선수는 혹시
I feel like the most memorable moment was when you did your victory ceremony. Does anything stand out to you?
모든 순간이
I don't think I can recall any particular moment right now.
고생 많으셨는데요. 끝까지 이렇게
You worked so hard this year.
팬분들도 있지만 네, 또 이렇게
Looks like
경기장을
Bulldog's mom
늘 찾아주셨던
is here
어머님도 계시잖아요.
at Lowell Park.
어머님과 팬분들께 한마디
You know, she's been supporting you every time you are on stage. So any message over to your supportive fans? I feel like despite all the chain of losses, you know, our fans are always willing to come support us, even on site.
많은 감정이 있을 것 같아요.
So I love you guys.
혹시 아까 질문이라든지 아니면 진짜 마지막으로 진짜 정규 시즌 마지막인데 혹시 팬분들께
Bulldog.
말 있으세요?
Any last words over to the fans at all? I hope you guys all stay healthy.
선수였습니다. 네, 이어서 버서커
Thank you,
선수와
Bulldog.
인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
And next off,
네,
we have
버서커 선수,
Berserker.
LCK 무대에서 뛰고 싶어했던 버서커 선수인데요.
So you've always wanted to play on the LCK stage, and now that you finished the last regular season match, how do you look back?
시즌 종료를 이렇게 마감하게 돼서
You know,
아쉬운 마음이 제일 큰것
this
같아요.
is just the way that we get to end the last match of the season, which is such a shame. But you know, just like Dudu said, this is really good experience for us to really make sure that we grow from this experience. And you were actually on the rookie documentary, and you even showed some heartfelt side. So what do you think you were most regretful about? No, in the very beginning, I feel like I was able to show up with my feisty plays, my feisty side. But I don't think I was able to consistently show what I'm capable of. So that's actually quite regretful. And anything you would like to say to your fans? You know, I did not expect LCK to be such a rocky road for me. And I feel like I made my fans go through a lot as well. But despite that, you guys have always been so supportive and gave us so much energy. So I'm so grateful for that. Please give it up for Berserker. And now, Life. From LPL and returning to the LCK. How was the season for you? I was in the LPL last year and I came back to the LCK this year. And I feel like I learned a lot from the LCK. And you know, I thought that I applied a lot of things that I learned from the LPL. And I had always thought that I should apply all the things that I would learn from LPL to LCK, but I feel like it didn't exactly translate too well. So what did you try to communicate with the team and the coaching staff the most? No, in the very beginning, I felt like I wasn't really playing a team game, but we wanted to really try to play as a unit and get a better read of the game. And I think that showed up a little bit starting from round 3. And what would you like to say about the future? What are your goals? And I want to be able to stay in the LCK and keep on showing good performance. And, you know, thank you so much for all the fans. And Quantum, you were such an amazing relief for DN Freaks. So what did this season mean to you?
되게 많은 경험을 한 것 같아서
You know, it feels like I went through a lot.
많이 배워가는 게 있어서 좋았던 것 같습니다.
At least I feel like I can say that I learned a lot, which is a great thing. So what kind of player would you like to be in the future?
팀을 이끌어갈 수 있는
I want to be able to lead my team. A leader, Quantum. We will always cheer you on. And what would you like to say to your fans?
많이 해주셔서 감사하고
Thank you so much for cheering for me.
되게 아쉬운 모습만
And I feel like as compared to the amount of support that I got, I wasn't able to show you a good performance, but
나온 것 같아서
I was able to build a lot of experience this year, so I hope that I can do even better next year. And now, lastly, back to Pyoshik. You know, there are so many fans on site with so many fan signs to support you. What would you like to say to your fans who have been so supportive unconditionally?
저희가 이제 초반에 로스터 짜여지고 좀 기대를
You know, at the beginning with the roster being solidified, I know that we received a lot of expectations, and I feel like we fell low of our own standards. But because we knew we had all the fans that were supporting us, it actually did help us stay in our game.
해주시는 팬분들한테 너무 감사하고
And I'm just really grateful that you guys are always taking your time out of your day to make it and to come and support us. And next year, I want to make sure that we can repay you. I want to make sure that you can be proud of us. And please give it up for DN Freaks, who tried their absolute best until the very end. And that's the end of the team interview with DN Freaks. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, as always, for a very long but awesome translation, putting in all the work for both of the teams, as we got to hear from both of them. DK, just looking forward to play-ins and how they're going to do, and then, of course, DNF, the sign-off for them, as that is the last time we are going to be seeing them as a team here in Lal Park. Unfortunate that their season didn't turn out the way they wanted. It did feel like when we saw this roster that it had more potential than obviously it reached here.
I think we kind of saw what we expected they would be at the end, where obviously they're not a perfect team, but I really was expecting him to be kind of towards like the middle of the pack for Rise Group, which if you go back all the way to the beginning of the year, I think where we kind of had them with some inconsistencies, right? And obviously didn't really manage that, but they also were able to bounce back from what was looking like the worst LCK split of all time.
I mean, I feel like their individual skills are there, but the League of Legends is not about the skills, you know. I think it's about the synergy, and I think the synergy was just not there, and I hope to see the players again in LCK next year.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. You know, hopefully some of these guys can find success in the future after what is a pretty rough split. Other guys have done it. You think about guys like Taeyun, you know, going abroad, making stuff happen over at the LPL.
Oh, yeah.
So gotta hope that they can do that themselves. So let's get into the player of the match. We do want to take a look at the results, as we do have 11 out of 13 going the way of mid.
Wait, he blamed the boom boom damage vote and he went for it.
It's just Ox and me.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, wait, Ox.
It's me, the Ox. Of course.
I don't even, like, I think the aiming vote makes sense to me as well, because I think that this game one was really good. I just think that this voting spread is very funny. I think this is a little bit of a name brand vote, but unfortunately for Showmaker, we know how much he loves his short days. But, you know, it was a long day. And I do think he was instrumental both in the game that they won in game one, whereas Oriana was actually very stable in a game that got a bit more messy than it needs to be. And then I think he was definitely the POG of game 3.
Well, let's take a look at the next comment here.
All I can say is Showmaker. And there we go. Showmaker here. Well played, Showmaker.
Inspired by Cloud Templar. Who...
Yeah, I'm glad you're back. Thank you, Showmaker. So cute.
Insightful.
Yes, Cloud Templar in the last series, his POM comment was...
It was so good.
So good.
But I think I did better than that.
You did better. Let's take a look at the next one, as we do have some interesting ones. King of Kaisa.
That is true.
I don't think he can blame my comment. I think I did better.
I don't think he would. Ox has a very clear agenda, which is blaming my comment. So I don't think any of you are at any risk. I thought this was fair. Aiming has always been good at Kaisa.
Yeah.
It's one of his classic champions. He did spend time in the LPL, which is always what we look for with Kaisa players. They're just built a little bit different there. And he also did this on KT for remember that 2-month stretch where everyone just let him play Kaisa and this was pre-Fearless?
Yeah.
It did happen. And guess what? KT won a lot.
There's a lot of Kaisa, there was a lot of Ezreal. There was a lot of champs that were very good in the meta that also had escapes. He was good at all of them. Let's take a look at the next comment here from Pony. A mid does what a mid must. With flames.
With flames!
Special
good.
effect.
It's nice. Yeah. We're getting to the point where, we've run out of the obvious jokes, so now we're really digging deep.
I mean, I think this is the good thing about the Rise Group. I think it's obviously Showmaker was underperforming before the Rise Group happens, but now I think he's recovered.
I'm just waiting for
and he's so ready
to tell us that there's definitely an anime quote that we missed. But it's fine. It's fine. It's okay, right?
Okay, you get a pass. Next, wait for us. Dragon's Tail. Here comes the snake's head.
So I have actually been tossed, by the way, incredible artwork here on the left.
Yeah.
To explain this one. So basically in Korea, there's the saying, would you rather be the dragon's tail or the snake's head? It's kind of the same as would you rather be the big fish in the little pond or the small fish in the big pond? So it's basically saying Showmaker right now is a big fish in a small pond, and he's like, I'm coming for you, Legend Group, which obviously has some very big fish.
Noted. Thank you, Chronicler. Showmaker devoted himself wholeheartedly until his very last breath. Cloud Templar goes from so good to devoted himself wholeheartedly until his
There
very
are only
last breath.
2 modes of Cloud Templar.
Yeah.
Well, what's
like
the
either you
reference
try
here?
hard or
there's no in between.
What's the reference here, Wadin?
You asked me what. There is again Chinese languages. I'm not good at it. So
you're the one who knows.
Actually,
nobody
guys,
else knows.
Guys, this just in from production. It was an anime quote, Pony's comment, and we did not understand. It was Rengoku again from Demon Slayer.
Like,
what it? Come on. What it? Just explain us, bro.
Like the anime quote?
What it? No, the Cloud Templar. Come on, bro. Just explain.
It's again from Three Kingdoms, by the way.
I like how the prompter
what
is
does
getting
that
some
mean?
screen time.
And I actually don't know how do I say the English, the character. I have no idea. I don't know, man.
Please
He keeps
explain,
going.
Wadid. We have no idea.
Oh, yeah, just let's just move on. I'm done.
All right, do we have any other comments? I think we kind of like skipped over. Yeah, Showmaker looked like Ariana Grande because Ari and Oriana together.
No, that's peak. That's good stuff.
All right.
Because I was like, is he referencing a song? Does he like Wicked? I don't
like Ariana Grande.
Yeah, I don't. But it was just the champions, which makes it a really good.
Yeah.
Prince putting in some good effort there.
That's a
to
good
the
pawn.
very last. Well, it's not the very last day. The very second to last day. So we'll see about tomorrow if he's on. Any other comments? Looks like no. Let's take a look at the standings as we do have just one more day left here at the LCK regular season.
Oh
And
my god.
yeah, it's not done.
We're
not locked.
It's Pro DRX.
Yeah.
It's actually happening. It's deciding so much. It's deciding who makes it. There is a chance for a 10 prediction week fight tomorrow as well. And me and Woodid will finally know if I hold my crown as I leave, or if Woodid succeeds me as
Heavy is the
prediction
crown.
king. Heavy is the crown.
Hold down to
carry
this
that.
level.
That's foreshadowing. Are you feeling confident about your prediction? I'm not.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I trust in Teddy. That's all I trust.
Okay.
So you guys are split on the DRX.
I'm a pro believer.
And I have
Right.
Reach in the building.
Rich. Chronicler's very good at saying that during the cast.
It wasn't that funny. Watch it back.
Reward, Chronicler. It's really
wasn't
not that big of a
funny.
deal.
We can let it go.
It's really not that big of a deal. So I hope you guys do join us for tomorrow because more than anything else, it's the end of an epic regular season. All right. Thank you guys for that interpretive dance. I think we all get the point. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. We're going to see you tomorrow for DRX Bro and Nongshim KT. Until then, have a good night.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.